Yo, yo, what up, Errol? Yo, what up?
What's good, Jeremy?
Chilling.
Yeah, I'm just maxing and relaxing.
Nice, nice.
Nice sunny day out today.
It was snowing here last night. It's sunny now, though.
Yeah, a lot of cold air was moving around last night. I think it moved out. It's not so chilly. Ready to break into the springtime, bro. Ready for it. Yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking about the lens situation and the foreshortening aspect of just like any old lens that you throw on a camera. Um, Pretty much you're going to get the ground as part of that uh, because the lens is like splaying out, you know. So there's like a field of view, and if you have a wide field of view, you're going to get a lot of ground. You know, you get a lot of sky too, and a lot of wide. But the foreshortening of the ground is going to be a little bit different because you're kind of uh, unequal, I guess. It, it's like you should be at a certain elevation to avoid that. Like there should be like minimum, some kind of minimum height. I'm not really sure what that would be. Do you know what I'm saying though? Because the lens spreads out. Maybe I'm just thinking about wide angles. Even in a telephoto lens, you're gonna get the same kind of foreshortening of the ground because the angle won't be directly center lens. So it really, in order to capture anything without any distortion, sort of has to be center lens anyway. Maybe especially at long distance, but I don't know. Just thinking about it.
Fucking beat, man. Where the hell's everyone at this weekend? I went to Jem's last night, man. That place is a fucking mess. Absolute mess over there. Like literally no social awareness. I mean, it's fucking. It's almost amazing the lack of social awareness that people have. It's like people are fucking. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to be rude or anything, but like nobody was talking. They were bored. When I first got there, Mackie was talking about, oh, we should play a video so we have something to talk about. Then I go in and fucking they can't stop talking. And they're like, I was like, well, I got something, but I'm inclined to let you guys suffer in your own boredom now. Like I didn't even want to bring up the thing. I went in there to check on the plumb line math. And I was like, nah, I got something, but I don't know if I want to fucking I think I want to make you guys suffer in your own boredom. Yo, snacks. Do you remember the movie where it might have been a Thor movie? I don't know if it was Thor or Avengers, but they all fell into this place or something, trapped there, and there was like some gladiator shit the guy had going on. It was like this weird thing. It's like weird place. SC, what up?
What's up, Jeremy? I'm just going through this tape, bro. Oh my God, man. Should go over my stuff more often.
What tape?
Where I'm gonna post it soon. It's open, closed, isolated. You were in on the convo. It was me, you, Rakia, Kosho, and what's his name? What's the other dude's name? It'll come to me. We're talking about open, closed, and isolated. And they were saying that the Earth is closed, but when you get into a rocket with fuel, then it opens. Yeah, I'm recording it now.
Oh, you're uploading it on YouTube?
I'm uploading it. Yeah.
No doubt. Bro, I wish we had a fucking I wish we had all these conversations like a compilation of all the open and closed conversations, and then a compilation of all the
Coriolis. Yeah.
Yeah.
You hear Rakia in this one. He says, I've been around for long, but that's the stupidest shit. Oh, it's
Yeah.
Highlander, by the way. The dude is Highlander.
Oh God. Yeah, I went to Gems last night. Oh my God.
Oh,
What a
man.
mess.
How did that go?
I just wanted to say I just had a simple question. I was thinking about trying to measure plumb lines diverging. I was like, I had a real simple question. I go in there, it's just they're animals.
They must have missed you, huh? Missed
Oh
Molly
yeah,
and
the
you,
room
huh?
went crazy. The room went crazy. When I went in there, they were so bored. They were talking about how to cure their boredom. They're like, maybe we should play a podcast when it's slow like this. That way we got something to talk about. Then I'm in there and then they can't stop talking. And then all of a sudden, no, everyone has to talk.
Of
Fucking
course.
spaz,
Of course.
spazzing.
Same thing happens when I go in there. All guns point that one direction.
It's like a Looney Tunes cartoon. I know.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Should have seen when I went in there, bro, and I asked them, what is a woman? Holy shit. Holy shit. It's like,
Imagine that being a crazy question. Like if you had asked anyone that 10 years ago, 20 years ago, this wouldn't even, they'd be like, what are you, stupid? You don't know what a fucking woman is? And now it's like, it's like, oh, you really don't know what a woman is, do you?
there's a TikTok video. So they asked this old veteran, excuse me, sir, what is a woman? What is a man? How do you tell the difference? And he answers, because I have a dick.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
That was his answer.
Like it's pretty fucking simple. I mean,
Yeah.
there's some weird cases, whatever, but like it's basically a simple ass thing. Like what was that Billy Madison one? What was this? What was the movie when he's like, boys have penises, girls have vaginas? Like, dude, it's really like that simple.
Yeah.
Dude, you got a vagina? You're born with a vagina, you're a girl.
Yeah, where society's heading, man, it's not a good
Dude,
place.
we're the mice in the mouse utopia experiment, bro. This is what
Yep.
happened to them. They got all fucked up sexually. They started doing gay shit. They weren't procreating. And they just got it was all fucked up and they dwindled their whole society collapsed. We're like right in the midst of that. We're like halfway through the mouse utopia experiment. Shit's gonna get crazy, bro.
It's crazy, yeah. It's the opposite. Like you think if you have abundance, everything should be okay, right? But the opposite happens. When you have abundance, they go mental. It's like, what the hell? What's wrong with us humans, you know?
Yeah, they gave the mice all the food, everything they needed. Just total abundance of water, food, building material, whatever they needed, and it just fucking collapsed. You need struggle. You need that suffer. Remember in the Matrix when the guy was telling him how he tried to make that perfect world for us, and he just couldn't, and it didn't work because there was no struggle, no strife. Like everything, it's like we need that. It's like something in animals where you need that struggle almost.
Yeah, it's funny the way that is. Huh? It's
Like my friend
crazy
came
but
over.
true. Yeah.
My friend came over the other day when I was shoveling. He's like, "Yo, why?" He's like, "You need to get a snowblower." I'm like, "Bro, I got a dope ass big snowblower in the back." He's like, "How come you ain't using it?" I'm like, "Bro, it makes you soft. That shit makes you soft, bro."
Yeah, you don't have enough snow. That's what that means.
Dude, we
Yeah.
got enough snow. Believe me, we had enough snow. I don't care
And
how much snow is out there.
one time you shoveled. I guarantee you, if you were up here, you wouldn't be shoveling. I guarantee you.
Bro, I shovel. Yeah, I got like a 10-car driveway. I don't know how many fucking cars can fit in my driveway, but it's pretty big and long and shit. And I fucking shovel that shit every time. Down by the road where the plow, when the plow went by the road last time, that shit was thick.
Yeah,
Mad watery snow, bro. Like there's a little creek runs down the fucking front of my road where the driveway touches the road. You get like that little creek, little running river thing going on.
You know
But
that
I'm telling
wet
you, man,
snow you said?
even if it's mad thick, even if it's deep, I'll do 2 shovels of it to clear one spot. You know what I mean? Like I'll slice it in half. I'll take like the top half off and then I do the bottom half. Like that shit gets thick there, bro.
Oh yeah, sometimes I wake up and here we get a lot of snow. So you go to your car and where the plow passed by, I shit you not, bro, the snow is up to the window, about 6 feet thick.
Yeah, that's the part that's fucking.
Yeah.
That's the part that gets real crazy is where the plow comes by. Yeah, where my driveway touches the road, it gets fucking nuts down there.
It's like fucking cement almost. You
Yeah,
got to
dude, this
clean it
shit's
as
thick.
soon as that thing passes, because if you leave it, oh man.
Yeah, that shit's thick out there by the road. Yeah, when the plow goes by, it's brutal. If I'm out there early, I actually shovel. I'll like shovel into the road and like clean out like a giant area in front of the thing. So, but still, you can't stop the plow.
Well, the beauty is that if you don't time it right, so you clean your driveway, right? And then the plow passes by, and you gotta start all over again. That's my favorite. You see guys throwing stuff at the snowplow guy, like throwing snowballs, yelling at him. They don't give a shit.
What are you gonna do, man? I gotta clear the roads.
Yeah, the
Snow's
trick is
gotta go
you
somewhere.
gotta wait. You gotta wait until they pass. Otherwise you're doing it twice.
Do the amount. Hold on. The amount of money we spend on snow removal has got to be fucking insane. Like collectively as humans, it's got to be a nutcase amount, like billions of dollars. If you tallied everything up, all the salt, all the fucking, just everything. Like it would be so much better if we just, it'd be so much better if we just fucking install that heating element anywhere you needed to shovel. Like I don't get it.
Well, they have that here. They have some schools and some businesses where they have underground garages. They have a heating system under the cement, and they have these
Yeah.
lines. Yeah, and then they go into the drain, and you see not 1 inch of snow. Everything melts and just melts
Doesn't it
away.
look awesome when it starts snowing and they just turn it on and you can see where the heating element is under the cement or whatever?
Oh yeah, it's clear.
You ever seen that?
Steam.
Like yeah, like when the snow you'll get like a dusting of snow on the ground and then the heating element will turn on and then but you can see exactly where the snow melts where the heating element is. It's neat how they snake it
Oh yeah.
through there. Yeah. But yeah, bro, that should be everywhere in the roads, anywhere you need a shovel, like that shit should be because we spend an absurd amount of money on. Think about all the trucks, the plow trucks. Like
Yeah, I
not
hear
only
you, but
that, what's up?
no, I'm saying I hear you, but think of all the jobs you would eliminate if you do that, and
Bro, they're
the
just
cost.
working.
Yeah,
They're just keeping us busy. Like we
bro,
don't
the
need to be
unions are
doing
strong
mundane
here.
shit. That's like mundane shit that we shouldn't even do. Like that, why are we worried about jobs? Working just to work at this point. See, that's the problem.
No, I hear you, and what you say makes sense, but it won't happen because
I know.
the unions are too strong, bro. You try cutting these guys out.
Well, not only that, you know how much that heating element costs?
Yeah, it's way too much.
Yeah. If you were to try to do like all the roads or something, it'd be like a fucking zillion dollars.
Probably more money than the country has. Like that's insane. You have to rip off every
Seriously,
road.
yeah. Yeah. Yo, I saw a dope ass battery, bro. This battery is fire. It's not good for anything movable, but for like buildings and shit, this is a
The
dope ass
sand one,
battery.
the sand one,
Huh?
the sand
Yeah,
battery.
man. This-
I knew it.
Hey, get out of there, kitty. Fucking nutcase kitty. Yeah, the sand battery, bro. You just
I
heat
saw that
sand
the
out.
other day.
Yeah, dude. I didn't even know you could do all that.
First time
You
I
just
seen
get
it.
yeah. So listen to me. I don't know what they're using to get the sand hot, but why do you not have a Fresnel lens on that bitch, right? Like you ain't gonna get it
Oh,
hotter. I
yeah.
could melt the fucking. I'll turn your fucking sand into glass real quick for you if that's what you want.
Yeah, the Fresnel could bring it up to 800 degrees, man. It could melt lead. Yeah, yeah. Good
That's
idea
what I
there.
mean. Like why are like if you need to get hold on, if you need to get sand hot, why do you not have like Fresnel lens pointed all over that?
Yeah, but yeah, that's a freaking good idea actually. But they're using surplus energy from the solar panels and the windmills. So
Hold on a
now
second.
you hear what?
Hold on, let's see.
Yeah, take care of the kid, bro. Kid comes first.
Brian. Ryan. Ryan late last night.
How old's your kid, bro?
This
If you don't
one's the
mind
one
me.
I'm trying to get at right now, 13.
13. Wow.
Brian, you up, bud? Still sleeping. Still sleeping. Must have been Ryan late last night. All right, what were you saying?
What were we saying?
I don't know. The battery.
Oh yeah, yeah. That freaking that's freaked out, man. But you see how big it was? It was like what 30 feet tall, and I don't know how many tons
Yeah,
of sand.
it was
But
100 tons.
the part that it could stay warm for up to 3 months. So you can heat this baby up in just just before winter, and you're good.
That's
You're good
what,
for 3 months, man.
dude. That's what the Earth ships were based on. I don't know if you ever saw that guy that was building the homes. They were calling them Earth ships. They were like these sustainable, renewable kind of homes. But that's the concept on it. Is the same thing. It's thermal mass. So these homes they were building out of like, solid concrete or adobe, or they would have
Yeah,
some
those were
homes
with
would just have
air exchange. I remember that they were heating up a certain area, and then they had like vents, and it was venting it through the whole house. Yeah,
yeah, some of the homes just had, a 2,000 gallon water tank in the middle of the fucking house because that's that thermal mass that you need. because it stays forever. Like if you have two fridges, one of them's empty, the other one's full of water bottles. You open the door on both the fridges for the same amount of time and then shut them. One of the fridges is going to be colder on the inside because it's full of fucking water. And the other one, all the air, like we do heating and cooling terribly right now.
Yeah, we waste most of the energy that we have.
You shouldn't heat the air. Heating the air is a waste. Like it just, you open a door and it's just like whoosh, bye. If you heat up some thermal mass, then you got it. It's like there. People in poor countries, you'll see that they'll put a shelf on the top of the wall, and they'll just have water bottles, water containers lined up there because the heat rises, it gets up there and touches the water, and fucking you got thermal mass there. Some of those earth ships were actually getting too hot. Like shit was melting.
Yeah, the abundance of energy we have, man, around us is crazy, and they're just milking us dry. It's definitely.
If that 100, yeah. I'm definitely thinking about that 100 tons of sand, bro. Like, dude, the sand is cheap. I could probably go buy that shit at Home Depot right now. Like, I don't know if they have.
But don't forget, Jeremy, we're talking a 30-story building here, huh? Let's not forget that.
30 stories.
Yeah, I think the thing was huge, no? Was like 300 feet or something? This is not just a little box in your backyard, so I don't know how feasible it is.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
Maybe if you could do it less, not as tall and wider, I don't know.
Yeah, the power.
I thought about doing shit like that.
Yeah, the space.
I thought about
Go on, bro.
Well, I've thought about that thing where you put ice. Like, okay, it's wintertime, right? You get free ice right now, basically. I thought about, like, for the summertime, in the winter, you make a whole bunch of ice. You get 5-gallon buckets. You get water, put them outside. It freezes. You put them all in one spot, right? So you have this giant fucking area filled with 5-gallon bucket ice cubes, basically, right? You with me so far? Like dig a hole in the ground or some shit. You like dig a hole in the ground and cover it up lightly or something. That way in the summer, and then you just vent that shit in the summertime into your house. Like put a little fan on it and blow all the fucking air from your 5-gallon bucket ice cube fucking ditch to the fucking inside the house. Easy peasy.
Yeah, well, we know deep, well, not deep. If you dig like 10, 15 feet down, you got automatic air conditioning, right? It's cooler.
Kinda.
Yeah. Not kinda. You go to any basement, any garage. It's always, like, if I go down in my basement right now, it's at least 10 degrees cooler down there than it is up here. Every time, winter, summer, no matter what.
Oh yeah, I'm in a raised ranch. Yeah, it's definitely like that. But in order to heat or cool the whole house, though, like it would take a lot.
Yeah, you couldn't do it that way. Yeah. I'm just saying, though, that you can go in the basement and it's like 10 degrees cooler automatically.
Yeah, and then
like if you're in the desert, right? You're dying of heat, and you dig a hole and you go a couple of 10, 15 feet. It's gonna be like 20 degrees cooler instantly.
Yeah. There's another way to make cool air for cheap with when water evaporates, it causes coldness. Like it's how kangaroo. Come on, man. Wait.
What in the world is this conversation about this morning?
Little Sean G in the head of house.
Hey, Sean.
Oh no, that ain't Sean. Who said that?
Where do you see Sean? That's not Sean.
I thought that was Sean.
Me, Solaris. I've heard y'all confuse me with Sean G before.
Yeah, you sound like him, bro.
I don't see it, but okay.
A little bit.
So, if I was to ask you, is the Earth open, closed, or isolated? What would you say? Anybody?
I would say we're closed.
Yep. So I was going over this thing today, and I go, I gotta put this out, man. And we got Highlander here. He was the star of this particular conversation. Him and Kosho.
Yeah. They can, I don't know. Those conversations get real fucking weird. I see their point though.
How do you see their point?
Well, I mean, when you're making shit up, you can just look at it any way you want. You can say, if you just want to ignore definitions and what the meanings of words are, then yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from.
Well, I'm glad Highlander's here. It's not like I'm talking behind his back. But Highlander was saying that, well, it depends. If you have a spaceship, then it's open. If you don't have a spaceship, then it's closed. Right, Highlander? Did I get you right, or?
That's not even.
Kosho's agreeing with him.
That's not even close to correct though, because in their model they say we're losing like 100 metric tons of gas a day or some shit, which means every second there's fucking. It don't matter if you got a spaceship or not. Every second there's fucking gas.
Leaching off into space.
Yeah.
And yet, there is also metric tons of gas being produced on Earth's surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would agree with that. A lot of your Glober friends wouldn't, but
Globers would say that. I don't know why you'd say they wouldn't, but okay.
He was right. What I said.
Sorry, Highlander?
So if metric tons are being produced and metric tons are lost, then it's a pretty balanced system. Then
the part where you lose it though means it's open.
Okay.
That's matter being exchanged.
Hence, hold on. This is why I said it's situational. Yeah, because for me personally, the Earth is a closed system. So I can't leave the Earth. I can't go anywhere. Yeah, I am stuck here. Yeah.
That doesn't mean just because you can't do it doesn't mean
it's a closed system.
Yeah,
you can't go anywhere.
Yeah, no, but this is what I mean by it's situational. Because for me personally, it's a closed system. But if you're a trained astronaut for NASA and they're going to send you up there in the rocket, then no, it's not a closed system, is it?
Dude, it's not. It doesn't.
It's not even the same meaning of open and closed system. Like, I don't even know how you're coming to that conclusion.
And that's not even true what you're saying. I mean, just because you can't do it, if I put a flea, hold on. If I got a flea and the flea can jump 6 inches, and I put the flea in an open fish tank with no top that's 12 inches high. Now the flea can't jump out of the fish tank. Does that mean that fish tank is a closed system because the flea can't jump out of it?
Right, let me explain why I was saying this before, right? Because people ask me, is the Earth an open, closed, or isolated system, right? Now, my viewpoint on it is that the Earth is an open system, right? And then people were saying, well, how do you leave? And I'm like, well, me personally, I can't leave. And then they're like, well, it's not an open system then, is it?
I don't know who the fuck you been talking to. That ain't how it works, though.
Well, flat earthers, that's who I talk to. And that's the kind of shit that gets thrown at us when we're asked, is the earth an open or closed system? So we say it's an open system, right? But then people say, well, how do we leave then? Well, you can't leave, can you? Yeah? And I'm like, well, no, because I don't have a fucking space rocket. And they're like, well, it's not an open system then, is it?
No, but Highlander,
No, that
what you're
ain't.
not getting is if you say Earth is an open system, then we say, how does the gas and everything else remain in here? See, that's the question after that.
You know the answer to that one.
Yeah, I was about to say that question's been asked so many times amongst the community of discussion that I think everybody knows the answer to that.
There is no answer to that. You just make shit up.
Really?
Yeah. What are you gonna? Okay, tell me the answer.
So what? How many people have you asked that question? That are Globers. Yeah, how many people have you asked that question?
And they all give the silly same answer.
See, there you go. You're already starting off by saying it's silly.
But I can prove to you that it's silly. Well, first of all, give me the answer. Let's start with that. What's the answer?
Oh, gravity. But I'm listening. Gravity, of course, is the answer because you've received that answer probably 1,000 times before. But okay,
yeah.
Tell me
it down.
Why is it silly?
I'll explain to you why it's silly. You claim it's gravity that does this, right? That keeps the atmosphere in, right? Gravity, correct? So it becomes a closed system at that point, right?
No.
It's still an open system
at
that point. See what I mean? It's just you make no sense.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
You can't, bro. You know you can't.
Well, you still haven't described the silliness of what the answer is. I mean,
I just did. I just told you how the silliness is. You cannot contain gas in an open system. That's my rebuttal to your silliness. Show me that you can contain gas in an open system without a container. Go ahead, show it to me, and then you will prove me wrong.
Show you what?
Gas pressure without a container.
Oh.
Yeah.
Step outside.
You know you can't.
So you're wanting us to perform something here in a pressurized system, gas pressure without a container.
That's correct. You have an explanation that you claim that you can have gas pressure without a container. And I say nonsense. And then I say to you, okay, fair enough. Now show me this. But obviously you cannot, right? And you know you cannot.
But you do know for somebody like me to do this, I would actually have to leave the planet.
That's right. You believe in something that you cannot show in reality.
What you're asking, the evidence you're asking for, you know is impossible to provide, hence why you're asking for it, and then therefore you laugh and say that the answer that we gave to your first question is silly because your second question has an impossible answer to provide.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I can breathe underwater. And you go, that's silly. Show me. And I'm talking, no, well, I can't do it unless I go on an underground terrain in Mars. If I tell you that, what are you going to tell me? You're insane, right? You are insane. You're telling me that you can breathe water, and I'm telling you, okay, show me this. Show me how you can breathe water. Well, I can't do it here on Earth. Well, what kind of an explanation is that? You expect me to believe something like this? You have an idea, you have a theory that cannot be shown. So therefore, it's irrelevant. You can make up anything and say, well, I can't do it here. You expect me to show you here? I can't do it here. Well, then you have nothing, my friend. Don't you see that dichotomy where you think you have both an open and a closed system, and you can decide what matter goes through and what matter doesn't go through? I mean, that's just, this is La La Land.
Hold on. Who's deciding what matter can go through and can't go through?
Well, you are. The gas cannot go through, but your rocket can, right?
We've already told you the gas leaves the system.
Is gas matter?
Yes. And we have already told you the Earth is an open system.
So all the gas should be able to leave then. And
The
we
gas
would be
does
dead,
leave.
right?
Okay, why would you make this jump though? See, there's the thing that like always gets me. Why would you make the jump to say that all the gas, because it's an open system to space, that all the gas should just instantly be pulled out to space? Why would you say that?
That's an easy answer, because here we've seen every instance when we have a system that it has a vacuum next to another system that it's not vacuumed. When we open the door between those two systems, always and ever, the gas from one goes to the other and they equalize. That is
Right,
physics.
hold on.
You cannot change that.
Hold on a second there, right? See, when you do that experiment, right, where you have high pressure gas in one container and a vacuum in the other, and you open the seal, right? Have you created the same conditions that are here on planet Earth? Do you have a pressure gradient within those containers? Yeah. Is the gas pressure that you have in there been given
What does that
time?
have to do? What does a gradient have to do with anything?
Well, and it's part of your own argument.
Is that not what we live in? Do we not live in a pressure gradient?
That doesn't matter. Are you next to a vacuum?
But no, it's part of your own argument, though. I mean, you say that it has to be contained. Well, can you show the same question can be then thrown back at you? Can you show a gradient of pressure within a container?
That's
right?
But
see, this is why I mentioned before, like what you were talking about, where Jeremy said, we're losing 90 tons of gas out to space every day, but at the same time, I believe Jeremy did agree that gases are created every day on the surface of the Earth. So if it is completely contained and you agree that gases are produced on the surface of the Earth every day, but it is a container, then how come the pressure isn't increasing every single day?
That's a very good point. Very good point.
So
that means
it goes somewhere, right?
Oh my God, I've never thought of that before. Did you just say basically if there's this gas pressure and if there is indeed a container, we would be like a gas bomb?
He doesn't understand what he said. Yeah,
and
it's amazing.
The pressure would be continuously building because
I've never thought of it.
Every day, right?
I've never thought of it that way before. That's insane. Wouldn't that not be true?
Yeah, if we're in a close, that's why I'm not sure if there's a dome or not, because you could still have a dome with a vent or something. But anyways, yeah, if you have a closed system and you got gases being produced on the inside, it would be like the pressure would be building.
Damn.
And we know a lot of gases come out of the ocean every day.
Guys,
so.
I missed the beginning of your guys' conversation, but I jumped in a little late here. But I gotta say, I've never thought of that before.
Let's look at cows farting. I mean, that's supposed to be the new global warming argument, right? Cow farts. I mean, they're producing gas all the time, but yet the pressure at sea level doesn't increase. You have plants, plants producing gases all the time, but the pressure at sea level doesn't increase.
The thing that we would notice first is the air pressure increasing as you elevate in height. Yeah, so we would find that planes.
I'm gonna just move you to the hot mic room, Highlander.
No, sorry, my missus was phoning me. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, go ahead, E.T.
Oh no, no, someone else was making a point. I'm an observer for the most part.
I thought you said you wanted to jump in.
Oh no, that wasn't me. No, that was somebody else.
Barrel. Yeah, what I'd like to say is that on the Earth, we have a certain amount of matter, and it's here. And like they say, you can't create or destroy matter. At least humans can't. There's a certain amount of matter on the Earth. We have the plants. We're not creating new matter on the Earth. What they're doing is they're changing it. Like this is the story that we get is they take in carbon dioxide, turn it into oxygen, and then we breathe the oxygen. It's a system. It's a cycle. Everything is being cycled and recycled and changed into different forms. It's going up into the atmos, and then the oceans are absorbing carbon dioxide. So it's not like there's this pressure building. There's just a certain amount of stuff here on the Earth. It's constantly changing form. It's dynamic. It will not build up a whole lot of pressure like that. That's the way I see it.
But I mean, like natural gas geysers, from drilling natural gas. I mean, that's not getting sucked up by plants or anything in any kind of cycle. Methane out of the cows, like I mentioned before, not being sucked up by any kind of natural cycle.
Exactly. You're being sarcastic, right? Like you're being sarcastic, right?
No, this is not a joke. There's a lot of gases that are coming out that would be building up pressure in our atmosphere. And as far as the plants turning CO2 into oxygen, I mean, it's not like it takes a CO2 molecule and turns that into oxygen. Like there's a thing called the Hill reaction. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, it is shown that 50% of the oxygen you breathe, so every other breath you take, is actually oxygen that is created from diatoms in the ocean. The plants don't actually produce enough to do solely all the oxygen of the entire world. It does come from diatoms in the ocean. Every other breath is what they figure it up to be.
Most of the gases come from the ocean, yeah. Nitrogen, whatever. But yeah, you also have pockets of natural gas, Earth. There's a lot of gases that, like, I use this as my argument for the gradient. There's a fucking gradient. Where's all the gases coming from? Where do you
the ocean. You just said it. Didn't you just say it yourself? The ocean.
Yes, it's rhetorical. Where do most of the gases come from? The ground level. Ocean, in particular, the ocean, which the ocean dictates the 14.7. Ironically, it's the ocean that has the most impact. The ocean sea level where the pressure is. We get that pretty constant 14.7. But yeah, where would you find most of the gases? If I had a room and I put a fucking hose on the side of the room that had gas pumping in, and then on the right, where would you find the most gas? Probably where the gas is coming into the room at. It's where we find the most gas on Earth, where it's all being produced at.
Can you rephrase your point? Like rephrase what you just said, and change your example up a little bit?
If I put a boiling pot of water under a tube, let's say I had a giant tube on top of a boiling pot of water, you would find the most gas right above the pot. You know what I mean?
That's vapor, though. I'm not trying to screw with you at all. Wouldn't that be water vapor, though? Yeah, technically,
yeah, water vapor is gas.
Steam is water vapor.
No. Steam is not. Hold on. If you could see it, I don't know if you think you can see the steam, but that's not water vapor. Anyways,
I think it is. Yeah, I'm not trying to be weird like that at all. But I mean, yeah, I just wanted to. Yeah, go on. My bad. No, actually, not my bad, but go on.
Dude, if you have an introduction of gases into an area, you're gonna find the most gas where it's being introduced at. That's the point. And on Earth, that's the ground level, particularly the ocean.
Okay. Well, going back like 5 minutes ago, if all these cows' flatulences and just like the general biological workings of everything that's alive creates all these gases, and we're living under the dome thing, wouldn't it create like a giant bomb? Like that sounds really stupid and immature, but I mean seriously, wouldn't the pressure like become too great? How does that work?
And that was my point to SE Montreal, talking about it being a closed system. Like that would be what you would get.
You would imagine so eventually. Even like volcanoes
Unless
and stuff, that creates all sorts of crazy pressures and gases and stuff. I mean,
unless there
wouldn't
was
that
some kind of
yeah,
the
go on.
tons of gases in the earth right now. Unless you had,
Mhm.
it could be closed if you had some kind of venting or filtration system or something going on. So
Well, even a vent would then make it open.
Yeah, and then and if we're talking about a vacuum in space, it would
if you have it
suck all the
venting
air
back,
out, wouldn't it?
if you have it venting back out underneath somewhere, so let's say all the gases are coming out on top, then you like have some kind of venting thing where it manages to get back down to the bottom somehow.
But I think that is an interesting concept. I've never heard anyone say that before, but that doesn't make any sense to me. So it vents up, and then from the earth and whatnot in the ocean, and then it vents back down somehow, is what you're suggesting.
Yeah, have you ever heard the phrase "what goes up must come down"?
Yes, I have, but I've never, in any of my science learnings, heard anything about that ever happening. I could be wrong. I'm not a scientist,
Well,
but
what
I've
happens to
never
gases
heard of
when they
that.
get okay? Well, what happens to gases when they get cold?
I think it depends on the gas. I don't think there's a simple rule of thumb.
Yeah.
And
Hot.
I understand that you're trying to say, it condenses, blah, 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 but you got to remember that not all gases will condense, and even the temperatures we're referring to, right? It takes even certain colder, much, much colder temperatures. It's like what they say about Titan, for example, right? That, on Titan, it's so cold there that the gas circulation of, a type of rainfall and lakes and rivers and evaporation to condensation to back down again is actually methane because of the temperature there. But that water there at that temperature is basically rock. It's rock ice. At the temperatures of what we're talking about on Titan. So, I mean, even the methane of the world, of the Earth, would not ever reach a temperature cold enough to go back down.
Yeah, sure. For methane, you're saying? So what happens to the methane when
Because
it goes up?
in order for it to condense, like what you're saying, gases do, and then come back down, because you're saying what goes up must come down, right? It would have to reach such extreme cold temperatures that we don't get here. We have to artificially create those temperatures in order to make liquid methane.
What
So we
happens
were.
to what happens to like methane and like natural gas that goes up into the it mixes into the atmosphere? What happens to it eventually? Does it stay in that same form? You think about water and it goes up like you guys are talking about, it goes up as a gas. And then it goes and it condenses eventually and falls down to the earth. Like
Nothing.
things like natural gas, what happens to them when they're released into the atmosphere? Do they remain natural gas forever,
No,
or do they?
nothing stays in its same form.
So it is being recycled and changed. So it could, I mean, like I was saying before, it could just be recycled back into the system in another form, just like water is when it's evaporated and gone up into the clouds and then returns.
Yep.
You're saying that maybe the temperatures aren't cold enough up there, but maybe it just takes a little while for those gases to break down to where they're no longer causing any pressure anymore. I don't know. I'm not, I've never looked at, what happens to natural gas when it goes up into the atmosphere. Does anyone know what happens to natural gas? and it's released, over a period of 100 years, or what happens to that stuff? Does it
I think we
change?
have
In
a
fact,
general idea, and it doesn't take 100 years for it to happen. It takes probably a matter of days or weeks, in my opinion. Called when
Yes.
water
clearly
comes
does.
up from the ocean.
It does depend on the amount. I mean, I'm sure most of us here are old enough to remember the hairspray days where they had to change how they were making the propellant in hairspray cans because it was eating up the ozone, right? And so,
Clearly, no one in this room is familiar with the methane cycle.
what is it, Jeremy?
Methane cycle.
Yeah. What is the methane cycle?
It's when methane enters the atmosphere and combines with oxygen to form more CO2.
It changes form.
I think they say it takes like 9 years or something.
that's
12 years.
the whole global warming argument about cow farts. There's too much methane being released at a time where it's basically just increasing the CO2 amount. That's the whole argument about cow farts destroying the world.
If we kill all the cows, then eventually it will come back into balance, huh? And it'll change form up there. The methane will change form and
It'll
be
fix
recycled.
it.
Where does it
It'll
go though?
fix it.
So-
We'll be normal again.
Wouldn't
But
the excess that's up there just be bled out at like what Jeremy was saying before, at the 90 metric tons a day type thing? Wouldn't it just be bled back out as the
Who
system
measured
balances
that?
itself?
No, that's just your claim that.
that?
Yeah, that's your claim that they've never measured. Who measured that? Good question, ET or Barrel, wherever that was.
That was me.
And you
ET.
think about that ozone layer. They were spraying. They said that we're spraying in these cans of stuff that causes the ozone layer to get a tear in it. But eventually they said, oh, if we stop using it, everything will heal back up. It's like that stuff doesn't stay up there forever, like building up pressure, like you're saying, like a bomb. We really don't know. I mean, to say that all the gases on the earth are creating a bomb, unless there was some kind of venting system or we were in an open system, I don't think you can really say that, empirically. You don't really know what's going on.
You know what? We do know though that the flatulence of cows actually feed into the ecosystem of trees that grow, which we depend upon to use for a lot of things like building and construction. And it's a huge part of the ecosystem where insects come from, which have a large part to do with the animals that we interact with every day, like our pets and our food and the world that we live around. There's I don't even know how many species of animals that live on this world, but there's a lot of them. And it's an intricate, complicated ecosystem of things that live in this world. We are part of it. And to say that we need to cut out one aspect of it, like a huge aspect of it or something like that, is fucking retarded, dude, because you're going to fuck the whole thing up if you do something like that. It's stupid, and it's a New World Order plan to basically take over the planet. That's all that is. It's just the New World Order convincing stupid people, not calling you stupid or anyone who believes in that is stupid. It's just convincing uninformed people that their existence is no longer needed. Everyone knows the New World Order wants to eliminate 90% of all humans, if not more. That's what this is. That's all this is. And this has nothing to do with flat Earth. This is the New World Order trying to eliminate 90% of humans. That's what's going on here. When you're talking about that cow stuff and everything.
We were talking about how, that if let to its own, that if in a closed system that the gases would build up like a bomb.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't really say that for certain because there are all these cycles and stuff. And we don't know really, maybe the firmament, if you believe in the firmament, does have some kind of venting system. It says in the Bible that, the windows of the heavens were opened up and they allowed all this water to come in. We don't really know what's going on up there, but to conclude that this, if the earth was a closed system and there was no venting, that we would create a bomb here on earth, I don't think you can really say that with any kind of,
You're right. There's a reason why that sounds a little ridiculous. You're like, with all the humans and the cows and everyone's flatulence, would have created a giant nuclear bomb and space would have this giant explosion from Earth, right? And you're right, that sounds ridiculous. And the reason why that doesn't really make sense is because there is no container there holding in all that stuff. It doesn't make sense. There's a natural fluctuation in nature between what's happening in our world and up into the sky. It's really that simple. You're right. There is no little bomb from the gases that when we eat food and go whatever, it doesn't make
Not
sense.
with methane. Well, with methane, they say it's a cycle. They do say some of the methane escapes in the space, but they do say it sits around in the atmosphere for 10 years or so and then oxidizes and, with the CO2. So
I don't really see how that's relevant, but that's probably just because I don't understand what you're talking about. What do you mean? Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, my bad. Maybe for everyone else too. I'm not even trying to jump in here too hard. I'm just trying to.
it's fine. The methane, the guy, Solaris was saying that the methane doesn't, it doesn't get, there's no, he was acting like there was no methane cycle. I don't know.
I don't even understand why that's so important. I've heard people talk about it before. I'm like, what's the point?
That was part of the thing we were talking about with the gases building up. Remember? We're talking about the gases building up with the pressure cooker.
Oh, I get it.
You just said it.
Wouldn't condense. You're talking about it combining with oxygen and coming back down as a rain, as hitching a ride in rain.
Hitching a ride.
No, I said it comes back down.
Yeah,
it oxidizes with the CO2.
Isn't methane created by decomposing matter?
That's a good point too.
That's one way.
Decomposing matter also creates gases. Good point.
As a matter of fact, the garbage dumps that we have, they have to have ventilation
methane
on them.
Expert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not an expert.
I used to smell it at the landfill. There was a spot near me where when you got off the thruway, you could just smell the methane. It was like you could smell it from like a mile away.
Yep. We should put a giant balloon over our landfills like we do with cows now. Now they stick cylinders into cows' mouths and anuses, both attached to balloons because they're bad.
Yeah, instead of dream catchers, we should have fart catchers. That makes so much sense.
Yeah,
Yes.
You're next, dude. They did it to the cows. You are next. Don't kid yourself. Fuck, that's the plan, dude. And actually, the plan is just to get rid of you. That's what I said. That's what I was trying to say earlier. This has nothing to do with saving the planet, dude. They are trying to find any fucking crazy ass reason to kill basically all humans. That's the goal. They're trying to kill everyone. That's the real thing. Fuck this cow situation.
Kill anyone. I think they're actually trying to make us kill ourselves. Like people are procreating less.
Yeah, where do you think that came from?
Abortions,
families are bad. Feminism, all this transgenderism, it's all anti-human. It's all depopulation. That's the fucking big deal here. That's what's going on. The flat Earth somewhere works. I don't know how flat Earth got into that whole situation, but let's push that aside. But the whole deal here with that cow thing that we were talking about, and this whole methane and gas and a possible dome, it's all depopulation, man. That's what you need to everyone needs to fucking wrap their head around.
But I also think that the scenario of the globe and we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour and flying through space and all the other stuff, that's also the same kind of agenda to make us look small.
I don't understand how a globe.
Shit.
Okay, I respect your opinion. I do not understand how globe mentality works into the depopulationist agenda.
Because we're small. We're just a speck of dust. We don't mean anything. That's where that concept came from. to begin with, that we're not important, and that's why that they can go through all these agendas of you're killing the earth just by being here, just by breathing.
But that's, yeah, I know. Yeah. This is what my response to that would be that a lot of people think that, like, oh, if we're the only planet with sentient beings on it out of many thousands or millions or countless planets, we don't matter anymore. My response to that is that only further exemplifies the brilliance of a great God, and a genius thinking God that created all of us. In fact, if I was a God, just, as stupid as that is for a human to pretend like he could think like a God, he or she, why would I just stop at one? I would do an infinite amount, right?
Right. And I
So
think
why
that
is
you would
that
also do an
so
infinite
hard to
amount of possibly land on this place we live on.
Mhm.
That we're herded into a small portion, and we're not allowed
Yeah,
out. So
that's a possibility, I suppose. I just mean that idea, though, but when you look up in the sky, it looks like there's other planets, other possible galaxies out there. I've never been there, so I'm not going to pretend like I know that exists. But that idea, though, that if we're not the only special ones here, then that means, it's all chaotic and random and we're not special and there's no God. That doesn't make any sense.
right.
I've heard that
But
argument so many times and it
yeah,
doesn't make
I've
any
heard that
sense.
too.
It
And it
doesn't.
could just be when we look up, it's lights in the sky, like the
Wow.
Truman Show. You know?
Oh, well, okay. Well, so you didn't really respond to my idea about God. No offense, by the way, but
Oh,
truly no offense.
I don't think God's a strong enough word. That's just why I didn't respond, because I
Source,
mean,
creator.
yeah, whatever. I mean, there's no real description or name you could give that thing that created this place
I
because
wasn't
it's
even
genius.
trying to
It's
name it
yeah,
properly. I just thought the mind
yeah.
of a creator. Let's call it the creator. Can we call it that? It would be
No,
so.
that's fine.
Okay,
But he also but he, whatever that is that created us, or created this place, also gave everything else in this place creative their own creatability.
creativity and free will. I
Yes.
agree.
Yep.
I know, and it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, it's just that Yeah, so we're on the same page. It's just the idea that people are like, no, we're special because if space is real, that makes us nothing. And like I don't know where people get off when they think like that. I think that's a lot of what flat
I
earthers
I don't think
kind
the
of.
argument should be if this place is round or flat or anything else. I think it should move beyond that, because it really doesn't matter. We know they lie to us about pretty much everything, right? So you have to take that in consideration. And
Well, we
how
had
did
to
they
take
figure out if, this place is spinning through the galaxy or whatever? How did they figure that out?
we had to take baby steps, which is what I think just happened in the last 5 to 10 years ish, and especially on Discord and websites and blah blah blah. People were like figuring out, and it was all very geometrical, right? Or a lot of it was geometrical. I think what I would like to see is like the next phase of this argument, because I'm kind of lost on this geometry aspect of it at this point, but.
No,
What the fuck are you
I
talking
can't
about
believe
right
that
now, you
someone's
see?
going to have to plug in your shit.
Uh-oh. Anyway, she was talking about something really positive. I think we should go down more of that avenue.
Yeah, but I mean, when you bring the maths into it, it just kind of, it gives it a different gives it kind of negative context, like they've figured out everything about this world, when I don't believe that at all. That's not my opinion. That somebody can figure out everything about how this place works. It's not possible. It's too genius. And to make science the thing that figured it all out makes them just as genius and makes them basically the god. So I'm not going to give them that power.
What's your name before you go on any further? I'm trying to find you on my phone. My stupid phone here.
My name is Linda.
Linda.
Oh, you're Linda. Linda, listen. Linda. I'm
I've
sorry.
heard that so many fucking times.
So sorry. Yeah. Okay. I just wasn't sure who was talking, and the green light. I couldn't see the green light, so my bad.
Well,
yeah,
they do have everything figured out. You guys just don't understand it.
No, it's the opposite.
What
Linda said
here we
is
go. We're just too stupid.
Here's a question for you, Linda. Linda, here's a question for you. Who told you that we had everything figured out and that science figured out everything?
Who's we? Is this guy part of the establishment? Is he speaking for? Who's the we that he's speaking for?
That's a good point. Who is
when they say
He's
when they say we, they mean the scientific community. The body of science has it all figured out. That's when they say we. That's what they mean.
So he thinks he's part of the body of science.
Yes.
No, I never said that. It's Linda.
You said we.
It's Linda that said that science has figured everything out. So what I am asking is who
Okay,
told
what are you
her
asking? You said it 3 times. What are you asking? So she said what they say, which is they claim to have figured everything out. They give you an exact number. And then you said, who said we have it all figured out? Like you're part of the people she was talking about. So are you part of those people she was talking about or not?
No, I certainly am not.
Okay, so why are you asking questions for them?
I'm asking
who
I am asking who told her science had everything figured out.
The people that she was talking about. Those people.
If she's been told this, she will know who told her.
No, the people that she is talking about are the ones that told her. The answer was spoken when she said it.
Who are these people? If someone has told her, she will know who
Okay, I'll tell you.
is.
I'll tell you who those people are.
No,
okay,
I'm not
so anyone.
you. I am not asking
well, I'm
you.
telling you.
I
know the answer, but I know the answer.
You don't know the answer. How do you?
I do.
Guys, okay, hold on. I'm just gonna tempt you.
Were you there when these people told her? Were you?
Can I answer for myself? Every science article, every science book, everything that you ever read about science, they have figured everything out. That's
right.
Where I get that.
Hold on. Right. Show me one science book, one paper, anything science related that says
turn him down, please.
You're like yelling at us, Highlander. Hold on, guys.
Down to the nanoparticle, which you can't see under a microscope. So, they figured that out. Even though they
you need to relax a little bit.
You're spittling all over your microphone.
Again, I am going to ask her. Show me one scientific book, one scientific paper that says we have figured everything out.
He's having an issue with the word everything.
Thanks for not shouting.
Okay, that's his whole issue. Is the word everything. So if you just say that,
okay, maybe say it like this for him. Everything. Say it like this. Everything.
It's maybe he's looking for science has figured a lot of things out, but not everything.
All right, Willie. Listen, Willie.
Maybe
can I tell you something, Willie?
Sing a little song called Kumbaya.
Yeah, but Willie, Highlander, Willie.
When you say science has figured out a lot of things, but not everything, that's an honest statement. When she said science has figured everything out and it's in every textbook, then that's dishonesty.
No, it's not.
I never said it was in every textbook.
Why is he still shouting about it? He's still shouting about it like he's still shouting about it. Like he took offense to what she said. Like, who cares, man?
Guys, relax.
Well,
everyone relax. Please. Let's all go one at a time.
On a nerve.
Don't
Well,
you know?
Yeah, no, but you
can't
clearly
get to
offended
19
him.
and science has figured everything
Yeah.
out, and
You
then
Would you
offended.
like to
fucking back
apologize to him?
science.
Would you
Guys,
like to apologize to him for
hello,
hurting his
my man.
feelings?
I'm also offended.
No, I would not.
Hold on a second. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My feelings aren't hurt because she's
I'm trying to
dishonest.
get this shit under control.
Oh,
Hold on,
triggered.
Highlander. Guys, I'm trying to get this shit under control. Everyone stop for a second, please. Now,
Oh,
we all
God.
need to go one. Why are you talking through me? What is that? Let's all relax, and we're going to go one at a time, please. Otherwise, I'm going to make a list, and then I'll get it under control that way. But if we can't go one at a time, I'm going to have to make a list, and then we'll all take turns talking one at a time, all right?
Yes, Dad. Like speaking to his children here.
Well, I
It was
mean,
mainly
let's all go.
Highlander, so I'm not sure why you were addressing it to anyone except Highlander.
Everyone was talking over everyone else, dude. It wasn't just Highlander. It was him. He was in it, but it was everyone. So let's just all go one at a time, please.
Yeah, I know, but it would be fair to address who spoke over who first, and then obviously the person who spoke back wasn't necessarily speaking over the other person; they were just continuing to speak. You know.
Okay, enough with the Nancy stuff.
Yeah.
Let's move forward now. Come on.
Where are we moving forward to? We still have people who
Wherever
think
you're
they're on
gonna
a
bring us,
spinning
go
ball.
ahead. You seem to be in command
We
here.
still
Go
have
ahead.
we still have people who think they're on a spinning ball and who are going to shout and stamp their feet and call us stupid.
We never
Yeah.
finished that subject up against the gas inside of that supposed dome thing. That conversation never really came to an end.
What, gas
Properly.
pressure needing a container?
Basically. I mean, I
but
don't want to
wouldn't-
talk about it, but Jesus.
I was just going to
Maybe-
propose an idea for that. I mean,
Maybe you
the
could ask
ground-
Linda, because Linda said science has figured everything out.
She said they say what the hell, man? Okay, so you say she said that. I heard something different. So I don't know why you keep repeating she said science has figured out. She said they say, like, they claim to have figured everything out, which is true. She doesn't need to. I don't need to give you exact names. I can tell you anyone who claims to know the circumference of the earth claims to have figured it out.
So if somebody figures out the circumference of the Earth, that therefore means they've figured out everything.
Well, you can't figure out a circumference. You need to measure it. It's not something you just figure out in your head.
There's no such thing as the circumference of a flat Earth anyway in the first place, for fuck's sake.
Well, there is.
You can
It's the circumference of the circle.
They've figured it out.
I still don't get how figuring out the circumference of something.
That's one of the things. That's one of the. So that's one of the
everything.
So that's one of the items that add up to the everything that they claim to know. When you include anything, you can pick. So you can pick anything, like point up at any star you want, and they will tell you how far it is, how big it is, and what it's made of. Okay, so that means everything up in the sky. Point to it; they'll tell you what it is.
You know what? You're not being very helpful when you say they. There's people here with different viewpoints. When you say they, are we talking about the government? That's usually what people mean. Like
No, just science.
Or they, them.
I'm talking about science, but
they, them, he, her. What do you mean pronouns?
Why don't you just say, I don't know, people who believe in the globe Earth, people who believe in the flat Earth? Can you be more specific? People do this too often.
You talking to me, ET?
Yeah, actually. Yeah.
Oh, so no, that's just a stupid argument about they. Who are they? We all know who they are. They is the people we're talking about. So, like I just said, anyone who claims to know the circumference is part of that they. Them. Right? So them, those who claim to know.
Don't get it.
We don't.
NASA?
Anyone who claims to know. Anyone who claims to know the answer is part of the body of the people that make up the them. Very simple to understand. It's not complicated.
Actually, it's pretty complex.
If I was talking about someone specifically, I would have named them, or an organization. I would have named that organization. It's a body of people. different
I'm aware.
establishments, different organizations,
I'm aware of
different
that.
fields of science,
Yep. And
different
I'm not
fields of
gonna
everything.
ask you to list them all off or explain it all
Well,
to
you
me.
just did. You
No, I
just did.
didn't.
You asked me to be
No, I
specific about
didn't.
them.
I
Now
wasn't
you
sure
don't
if
want
you
to hear
were.
all the answers. See, now you don't want to hear all the answers. Now you don't want to hear all the answers, but you wanted me to be more specific.
I
Now,
actually
which one
told
is
you.
it?
I just told you I don't want to hear all the answers. I literally said the opposite, but that's okay.
Oh,
Anyway,
well, I don't know
them.
why we
Okay.
just derailed for no reason then.
I just okay. How really clear here? Just take me about 2 seconds to say it. I wasn't sure if you were talking about the they, like the establishment they, New World Order or whatever, NASA, or if you meant Globers. I really was just trying to figure out the difference between the
They're
two.
the same thing. They're the same thing. I just told you before. So basically, he was saying who claims to know. So anyone who says, "I know the circumference of the Earth. I know what speed it rotates at. I know how far the sun is. I know how far the moon is. I know what solar eclipses are and what lunar eclipses. I know how the tides work." Anyone who says that is the them.
I
Right.
guess
So
you could.
hold on. I'm still trying to figure out how when they figure out the circumference of the Earth, that gives them the answers to everything.
I'm sorry that you don't understand what was just said, but it's not really a valid argument. Your understanding is not a valid argument about what was just said. No one even suggested that because they claim to know the circumference, therefore they claim to know everything. That's why I try to elaborate,
You
but
just said 2
you're
minutes
still
ago.
okay. But I've just elaborated, but you still seem to not understand, and you're still telling us you don't understand. When basically I just told you, let me finish my sentence. So basically, anywhere you point, they will tell you the answer. Not just the circumference. I mean, look up at any star you want and they will tell you how far away it is from you.
Right. So if I
What
know the
it's made
circumference
of,
of the Earth, right? Hold on.
how old it is.
Right, hold on. If I know the circumference of the Earth, I'm then part of they, them, whoever.
Well, you don't.
Right?
No.
If
See, you just
any star
misrepresented
in the
it.
sky, I
You
cannot
just
tell you what
misrepresented what
that
I
star
said.
is, how far away it is, or anything
You
about
just
that star.
misrepresented what I
Right?
said. You just misrepresented what I said,
Let
though.
him talk.
I didn't
Let him
say.
talk.
I did though, but he just misrepresented what I said because
No.
you don't know. Listen, you don't know the circumference. No, nobody does. They claim to know, which is what she was talking about.
Let him represent you. Disrepresent you. Okay.
No, I've just clarified what I said. Well, I don't need him to misrepresent me again. I've just clarified so he doesn't do it
Okay.
again.
So you're saying the people that figure out the circumference of the Earth, if you point to a star, they know all about it. They know all about everything. If you ask them anything, they'll give you an answer for everything, right? But yet you say that these people cannot exist because nobody can figure out the circumference of the Earth. So
No, see, it's a
technically, they
misrepresentation of
then
it, what I just
don't
said.
exist. There is
You
no
must
they
like your own
then.
voice. I don't know. You just must like your own voice and you just deliberately like misrepresent what I just said. So the people claim to know. You had a question of who are those people. I've just explained that to you. And now you're going into a separate thing, which is, oh, you're saying they don't exist because you're saying no one can know the circumference. So people
No,
claiming
that's
to
you
know.
that said that, not me.
Oh, why are you cutting me off? So people who claim to know don't actually know. That's the argument of they claim to know everything. It doesn't mean they know everything. They don't, but they claim to. And you had a problem with understanding what was meant by that. What was meant by that was if you point at a star, they will claim to know the distance. They do not know the distance because they have no way of measuring that distance. But they will tell you, yes, we know somehow. Do you understand like now or you're still having trouble?
I don't think he's having trouble. I think he's just trying to figure out a way to word in his perspective or what he was his statement, the point he was trying to make.
Well, lucky he has you to speak for him. That's great.
Well, I just didn't think he really had a really good chance there.
Well, I'll speak for him.
Well, obviously,
he'll say something like, "So you're trying to tell me that I'm a fucking flamingo?" No, I don't think so. You're not.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
British or
That's
Australian
terrible.
too,
That's immature,
guys.
That's
and
Come
I
see,
think that he should
on.
that's
stop
not
doing
even
such
British.
things.
That's not
It's
even
terrible.
British. That's not even British. That's Scottish. He's Willie off Simpsons. What do you
Oh, you're
mean? Not
right. He is
friggin'
Scottish, right? But I mean, close. I can be from the UK or Australia too. That doesn't change anything. Come on, I'm Canadian, for fuck's sake. Like, doesn't matter. Like, I think everyone should have like 20-second time limit. Like, look, that's why this shit gets so crazy. Can everyone talk for 20 seconds at a time? That would be amazing.
But no one, you know what concessions are like. Concede, you know what I mean? Like no, people just spiral into bullshit, man. No
Well,
one really sticks to what was said. He had a problem. He was confused. Now he hasn't answered whether he understands now or not. And then you just interrupt and speak for him. He was the one that had a problem. So can he address like whether he understands now or he's still confused?
Yeah, sure. Let's go. Boom.
I'm not confused. I don't know how you're thinking that I am confused.
You said you were confused when you said you didn't understand and you were still trying to understand what we meant. Now
No,
that it's been clarified.
I understand now that they, them don't exist and they can't exist under your paradigm because
No, false.
the only people who are they them are and part of that they them group are the people that have figured out the circumference of the earth, which you then say is impossible. So
No.
therefore nobody can ever figure out the circumference of the earth. So therefore nobody is part of they them.
So you said you're not confused, but you clearly are confused, or you're deliberately misrepresenting what I said. It's one or the other.
So you're telling me. So now you're telling me people can figure out the circumference of the Earth.
No, you just keep misrepresenting what I said.
Hold no. It's either they can or they can't. You can't have it
So
both
this,
ways.
I'll tell you what you're like the fallacy, like what's going on here is the original statement was like they claim to know everything, right? Now you've misrepresented that by saying because there are people who claim to know, therefore there must be people who know. That's where your problem is.
No, I never said anything about claiming.
She did, Linda did, and you asked, and then when I had a chance to, I also like expounded on that question.
No, Linda said science knows everything. Science has found the answers to everything.
Yes, they claim to know everything.
That's what I meant by they know everything is because they
in
claim
regards to
know
the earth.
everything.
So in regards to the earth, in regards to our what we call the galaxy and the universe, the solar system, they claim to know everything in regards to that.
Right. Well, I can guarantee you, you speak to any scientist, or anybody in the field of astrology, anybody that's studying space, they will tell
How
you
ironic.
we don't know everything.
Wouldn't that be quite ironic that you had a problem with who was the they being everyone, and now you've just invoked any?
No,
You
wait,
just
hold
said
on.
any.
Let's be fair. We never fully established who they are, and nor was that
Yes,
even
we
part of the
did.
conversation.
Okay, let me say it again for you, ET. And if
You
you don't
may
understand
have.
this, you have a problem. So you have a problem.
No,
So
I don't have a
listen,
problem.
the original statement is like they claim to know everything. Okay, so the they.
I don't know who they
The
is.
they. Okay, I'm telling you who they are. Okay, so they is anybody alive, breathing, any man, woman, or child who says, "I know the circumference of the earth."
Well, so you're talking about flat earthers, or I mean global earthers, because I thought I was
What
literally
the
just trying to
hell?
decipher if you were talking about globe Earth thinking
No.
people or the Illuminati New World Order. I
What does that have to do?
literally could not fucking tell the difference.
Why
That's
does it
all.
matter? What are you trying to say? Okay, so the they is anyone. You know what anyone means?
I
like
just
as
want
far
you
as
to be
like,
more specific. That's all I'm asking.
I don't need to
Yeah,
be
but
more specific because
he's also implying that it applies to everything they think they know, like they know cow farts are destroying the earth. They know that. They claim to know that. There's no proof for it, but they claim to know that.
I still don't
It
know who
applies
they
to
is.
everything.
It's crazy.
You
You
got-
know what? I've been okay, here, give me like 10 seconds here really quick.
He
I can do
still
it in
doesn't
10
know who
seconds.
they is.
Right, hold
Exactly.
on,
And
right,
I'll tell
hold
you
on.
why,
Right,
because
Because you're
I've
really
been
bad defining
studying
it.
conspiracy
I
theories
just did
like
define
20
it.
minutes, and they always come back on people who do research and like, who is they? They're usually
right.
in a British accent.
He
And
literally
I'm just wondering,
defined it. You didn't listen to him.
in this conversation, are you
Thank you, bro.
talking about the Illuminati or
AT, you can
globe
stop. You
earthers?
can stop speaking when he has
It could
defined
be
it
a
prior to you.
science.
What you just said, he has
Right.
defined it. You didn't listen to him, obviously. That's why you're asking the question again. He has clarified what he means by saying they. Okay, so just
Right.
stop.
Right.
Can
So
you do it again? Because I
he,
missed it.
he has clarified that the
You did.
people that say they know the circumference of the Earth, which is me, because I know the circumference of the Earth, claim that we know everything, right? But yet I am sat here saying that we don't know everything. But yet he still claims that we claim we know everything. When we're sitting here saying we don't know
Two things in
everything.
one.
No, he's not
So
saying everything. You claim to know the circumference of the Earth. Where did you, how do you know the circumference of the Earth? Did you test it yourself? Did you go around and measure it for
Because I
yourself?
paid attention at school. How hard is that?
Oh, there you go. So they
Oh,
already
right. So
gave you the answer.
now we're going to go down the route of I will only know the
can we
circumference
get
of the
some
Earth.
moderation,
Just so
please? Because Highlander is acting erratic again. Please, some
And
moderation.
measure the fucking circumference.
Yeah.
What?
Can we
Everyone
get some
go one at.
moderation?
All right. I'm gonna make a. Yeah, we can get moderation. I'll make a list for you guys. So we're all gonna go one at a time now. Who wants to talk? I'm making a list right now. Give me your names, screen names, if you want to talk.
Upside down Australian.
ET.
Who else wants to talk?
I want on that list.
You're all
ET.
grilling Highlander, right? So Highlander is gonna go after everything you guys say because he's the one you're challenging, right?
Well, ET and Highlander are kind of on the same team at the moment. It's at this point, like for the last 10 minutes, it's more been me, Linda, versus ET and Highlander. And then the other guy chimed in because he had the the awareness to see what was going on too. And he wasn't just going to sit there
Why don't
quietly.
here? How about this? Why don't we let two, one person on each side have at it? That way, there's not too many people trying to get in all at once. So
I like this 2-on-2 format. This is good.
Yeah, that's good moderation. I like it too.
who wants to go against Highlander?
Me, I got Highlander.
You want to go against? Okay, who you want? ET or Highlander? Which one of you guys wants to go against Upside Down Australian?
Bring them both. Bring them both to me.
No, it gets too crazy. They can't handle it.
Yeah.
ET or Highlander, pick one.
You know what I've done to you before, ET, in the past, so think about it.
You didn't do shit to me. Nice try.
Or we can all just go one at a time. That way, it
You
doesn't
probably-
get fucking crazy.
You
I
probably
don't
can't
really
remember.
need to.
Because he
Yeah,
doesn't
you
listen.
just can't remember ET.
Oh, I can remember shit just fine. Thanks.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw
yeah.
that.
Just-
Why you just
E2, you're
completely
saying you don't want to be on the team?
Stop. This is gonna went away from the point. That's the point.
I'm still trying to figure out if it happened or not.
Okay, please stop. Can you get back to the point?
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, so I did have a point. I did define it. ET wanted to sort of stalemate with he doesn't understand. Like, So it's been defined what I mean by they. It's clearly defined. That is a they. And then hold on a sec. And then Highlander jumped in, which was sort of like didn't give me a chance to respond to ET. And he said, he knows the circumference of the earth, but he says, I don't know everything. So my point is debunked more or less, right? Now, that's not true because it's like he only claims to know. He hasn't told us how he knows. But him simply saying, I don't claim I know everything, but I can tell you if I ask him questions, he's going to come up with the answers. Like he does know everything.
You're talking about Highlander. Right?
Did I not say Highlander? Did I not say what
Jeremy
was
was
said by
asking you.
Highlander?
Jeremy was asking
Did I not say
you.
what was said by Highlander? Did I not just say what was said between me and you, and then I said Highlander said? I didn't have a chance to respond, so now I'm saying what I'm responding to Highlander. I just said that. ET, bro, you're not coherent right now.
Oh, I was listening very closely, actually. Nice try.
Well, every 2 minutes
Oh.
you're saying you don't understand, or you know, it's kind of getting annoying at this point.
Okay, what was the
Annoying.
topic? Let's get back on
Barely,
track. What's
barely
the
even
topic
talking.
here? Okay, what's the topic here?
Okay, so the topic was that the people who claim to know the circumference of the Earth pretty much claim to know everything in regards to the solar system, evolution, you know, the environment, everything around us. There's not much they'll tell you they don't know except for the ocean.
Oh, so now you've gone from they know everything to they almost know everything?
They you keep misrepresenting what I said, though. Be specific. I said they claim to know everything. I don't say they know everything, because they are two different things.
Right. Okay, so now we've gone to they claim they know everything to now they claim they almost know everything.
No, they claim to know everything. Like, for example, pick a topic and then tell me. Let's try to get to some sort of topic where you will be willing to admit that science says we don't know.
You could pretty much pick any topic, and science doesn't know everything about that topic.
So who is science? Who's science that you're talking about?
Humanity, mankind. We are still learning.
So you understand there's different fields of
everything.
science. So, for example, like chemistry, chemistry won't, you know, do you understand? Like, so when you say science, like, what are you talking about when you say like science?
I'm talking about everything. Yeah. All branches of science, they will tell you we don't know everything. In some branches of science, they may know a lot. And then in some branches of science, they may say, actually, we know very little about this subject, but we're still trying to figure it out. Right?
Okay. So we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So, okay, we're getting somewhere. So, in regards to the universe, I know, but he's kind of dragging on. So, like, because he keeps saying,
we still.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I apologize. I'll let him finish. Yep.
Let's try to be concise, Highlander, please.
I was finished ages ago. I'm sitting here silent.
Okay,
you
so
done? I thought he flipped you.
It's you two that are talking over each other.
No, it's not. So
yes, it is. I'm sitting here silent, and the two yous were talking.
I'll wait for you to finish again.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
You're like a conscious distortion. It's amazing.
Yeah.
We're talking over each other. Fine. Go ahead, Australian guy.
So you keep telling me that they'll tell you we don't know everything. So can you tell me, in regards to, you know, the solar system and the universe and Earth, can you tell me one sort of aspect of that, you know, science says we don't know? Can you tell me? Because you're the one that's saying they will happily tell you there's areas that they don't know. So could you tell me just one specifically that, like, let's say, for example, like, about the
solar system.
Oh, I gave you no. So now, okay, fine. Pick the solar system,
right?
Fine. Pick just specifically the solar system. Pick the solar system.
I would give you your
Answer the
example.
question.
Maybe you're gonna strawman him.
Maybe if you shut up, you might hear the answer.
No, you're gonna strawman him, right? You're gonna
How am I going to
misunderstand.
strawman him? He's just asked for me to give him something about the solar system that science would say they don't know, right? How about how many asteroids are in the solar system? Science would say they don't know. They could probably give you a good guess, but they would say they don't know.
Well, hold on a sec. Well, what do you mean about what do you mean by an asteroid to begin with? So you have, what I'm saying is, this is your problem. It's like there's a claim of there's a claim. Okay. Oh, we claim there is such things called asteroids. Yeah, that's already them claiming that they know asteroids exist. Everything after that begins with the fucking asteroid, doesn't it? Not about how, we happily would tell you we don't know how many asteroids. No, they claim there's asteroids to begin with. You know, that's the first claim of knowing.
Fucking hell. So
Stay strong,
now Now, you're not happy with the example I gave you because I gave the exact example you want. So now you're going to try and disprove asteroids. So therefore, the example that I gave you is no longer valid. Yeah?
No, what we're talking
No.
about here is them. I asked you for something that they will say that they don't know in regards to it.
And I gave that to you.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You chose something that they already make a claim of knowing of. So, like, I understand you could do that. You could say, oh, well, they claim that there's, we're shooting at a certain speed, but they don't claim to know which exact direction we're going in. But you didn't address the original, like they already claimed to know.
I'm very confused by your original question. It's kind of a strange question because the way that you're framing it, boxing it in, is limiting it to things that we don't know about. Hence, we couldn't talk about it. Like, I don't know if there's aliens. Okay, yeah. So, okay, I don't see aliens. So we don't know what they eat for breakfast.
Well, to be specific, you would say, "What do you mean by aliens?" And then you would say,
Aliens.
"Oh, so
we know. We all know what that is, don't we?
Yeah,
Things
yeah.
that don't live on
Therefore, so therefore, they live on Earth.
No, things that don't live on Earth. That
Oh,
spawned out.
okay. Yeah. So meaning they come from somewhere else, and the most common accepted thing is outer space, meaning external of the space that we're in. So therefore, we know they don't exist because we know nothing goes out, nothing comes in.
So we just basically can't say anything because you'll always come back to we don't know
we're dealing
something. It's ridiculous.
No, we're dealing with what we know specifically, what we know. So we know,
No, you were dealing with what
that
we
nothing
don't know.
goes out and nothing comes in. So therefore, the aliens you speak of that exist from somewhere external to us cannot exist.
See, his logic is if he doesn't know, therefore no one can possibly know. Yeah,
No,
that's
not
the logic.
Okay, Linda tried to address it before. Is like you're saying that you know the circumference. That's a claim. Now, your answer was not sufficient. You said because you paid attention in school.
Right, correct.
Okay, so someone told you.
What is wrong with that?
Okay, because hold on a sec. Listen, what's wrong with that is she asked you, how do you know? Did you do it yourself? No, you didn't. You said someone else told me they did it, and I believe them, so therefore they know. That's you don't understand.
Knowledge can be secondhand.
Okay, but the question was, how do you know? Do you know what? Oh, fuck, man, this is what I'm saying about you people. Okay, so hold on a sec. Do you think you understand science? Tell me. Could you tell me how you understand scientific? Could you stop laughing like like you're like an idiot? Listen,
it's pretty funny.
Can you tell me how you understand scientific literature if you don't understand English?
I'll look at it in my language.
Yeah, I was about to say you can just look at it in a different language.
You're not looking at it in a different language. Okay, you're not looking at it in a different language. You're not looking at it in a different language.
Are you claiming that all scientific literature is in English?
You need some moderation here because people shouldn't be able to laugh off certain points and laugh at it. Like
since this whole argument started with me.
No,
sure.
Go ahead,
I
Linda.
like this I like this 2-person thing, moderation thing. The 2-mod thing was brilliant. Only 2 people could speak. I liked that. It made sense.
One-on-one.
Fuck, you're making
but I should be able to speak since my name is
Linda.
being
Let's
brought
let
up
Linda get in.
occasionally.
Yeah, because Linda started this. So hang on for a second, upside down. Let Linda get in a little bit here, and then we'll
of course, she's on my team. It's all good.
Yeah, but I think what it comes down to is, okay, science claims to know certain things that they teach you in school, right? It's a claim. It's not proven. It's not solid evidence of anything. And then everything else is based off of that. So when they say they don't know this, but we know this, it's...
You know what your problem is? You're using too much logic. That's your problem.
Apparently.
Too much overdose.
Overdose of logic. Yeah.
I went insane because I had too much
You
logic.
can clearly tell she didn't pay attention in fucking school.
No, she did. So hold on a sec. Can I say something now? Linda, thank you for that. But I just want to only say this. It will only take like less than 2 minutes. The reason I was talking about English is because you're using the English language. We're not speaking in Chinese right now. Now, believe and know are not synonymous. Do you think that that's for a reason or someone just made a mistake? So the question was, how do you know the circumference? Not why do you believe someone else knows the circumference? It was how do you know? Know and believe are not synonymous for a reason. So the question
knowledge is just a subset of belief.
No, it's not.
Because I was taught
Absolutely.
That's false.
Yeah.
It's not.
Tell me one thing that you believe that you don't know, or one thing you know. That
I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in anything.
All right. Well, then that's good. You think
Do you know
fake.
why I don't believe? Do you know why I don't believe in anything? Would you like to ask me that? Could I at least give you the reason why
really.
I don't believe in
Not
anything?
Really. It's
Okay, so then why are you even speaking to me if you don't actually want to hear what I'm trying to say?
That's a good point. I won't speak to you. You're annoying.
Thank you. Go on mute. Go on deaf and
relax,
actually, so you don't even participate in the conversation. So I don't believe in anything simply based on the fact that believe means to accept something as true without proof. So I don't accept anything as true if I can't verify it myself or it hasn't been demonstrated to me. So I only deal with what I know. I do not believe in anything because you can't ask me to believe in something and I agree with you and say yes.
Well, that's kind of a bit wrong. You do believe in certain things. You
No, I
can't
don't.
really go. Yeah, you do. Do you go into
Tell me what I believe in then. Tell me what I believe in then.
Have you driven a train in your life yet, like as a passenger?
Have I driven in a train as a passenger?
Yeah.
Have I been on a train?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yes.
So do you believe that the train driver has a license to drive the train?
No, I do not care whether he has a license. I know the train is being driven by a driver. If there's no driver in there, then I know it's being driven autonomously. It doesn't matter. I know.
So you don't need to prove for yourself that he is actually licensed to drive the train.
No, but it was your question of whether I believe that he has a license. That I don't need to believe any of that. It doesn't matter
So
whether the
you
train
just
driver has a
know.
license or not.
Here's a better question.
So you just
Hold on 2 seconds, buddy. 2
one second. I
seconds.
was not finished yet. So you just know,
I just
right?
want to.
Let's let Clay
ask him a
finish this
question
thing
about
out.
the
Hold on,
train.
Highlander. 1 second, guys. Hey.
Yeah, shut up, Highlander.
Let's let
Why
Clay
does
finish
this
this
always
out.
happen?
Hold on, yo.
Every fucking time. It gets so
Straightening it out right now. If you
stupid.
jump in and then everyone else jumps in, it's not going to help. So let's let Clay finish this out real quick, and then Highlander, you can go next.
So the thing I just want to, I don't want to have you in any gotcha mode and whatnot, but I just want to know. So you just know you for certain 100% that the driver in the train has its license to drive the train.
No, you see, no, that's a bullshit. No, because you opened your question was, do I believe he has a license? I told you, it's not in question. It doesn't matter whether he has a license or not. I'm dealing with what I know. What I do know is that there is a man or a woman driving that train, or it's being driven autonomously. I don't know. So the answer is I don't know if he has a license or not, but I don't believe if he has a license or not because it does not matter.
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, go ahead, Highlander.
Right, let's come away from the train part for a second. Let's say you jump into a car with a friend, right? You've known this friend your whole life, and you know he's a good driver. Do you believe that when you get in that car, that you're going to get to your destination safely?
No, I know that there's just as much possibility that we don't end up in the destination safely.
This is where I miss Slick James right here. I don't know who knows Slick James, but he's perfect for this belief thing here. And he would have been on your side. Oh, you know who he is upside down?
Oh, no, I don't know him. I can just tell because I know I'm not the only one. There's people that share this same sentiment. They understand it. They get the concept that believe and know are two separate things. And there's no argument against someone who says I don't believe in anything because you see the questions that they've already tried. So try a better one.
Slick James used to kill him on this shit. I feel you. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, bro.
Oh yeah, he used to kill people.
Yeah,
That's
you know
elementary though.
you
Belief
missed like
versus knowledge. Like a child knows this. It's not
I'd
that big
like
of a
to first
deal.
off
I don't
say
understand why we're talking about that. It's so
the other thing I
simple.
had to say is that there is a bad definition of belief. Belief is not something without evidence. It's not believing, or you don't believe in something without evidence. That's faith.
Yeah,
Belief can be with
belief.
evidence.
No, but you can't believe something and know something at the same time.
Right, hold on. Right. So if I tell you that 2 + 2 is 4, do you believe me?
No, I know that
No, you
the
don't.
conceptual.
What the fuck?
No,
2
I
+
don't
2 is
believe.
4, mate. 2
No,
+ 2 is
I don't.
4. You have to believe me. 2 + 2
No, I
is
don't. Why
fucking
is he
4.
shouting? Why
Yeah?
is he shouting? Why do I have to
Right.
agree
yeah,
with
why
him?
are you shouting? That's a good question.
Because
Go
you
look
just
up the
said
Why
2
does?
+
definition of
2 is
belief. You'll
not
find
4.
out you're wrong.
What the fuck?
So Highlander, your question was if you tell me 2 + 2 is equals 4, do I believe you? No, because I don't accept what you told me is true without proof. I already know that 2 + 2 equals 4 because we've established the mathematical principles that we use. It's a
Right. So
concept,
you
and
right.
we've
So now, so
established one
because
is 1,
right.
1 + 1 equals 2. Two of those plus another 2 would equal 4. I don't need
Right.
to
So
believe
because
you.
right, hold on. So because you already know this, then when I say 2 + 2 is 4, you have no choice but to believe me because
No.
you already know that the equation is correct. So you have
No,
no
because I don't.
choice
No,
but to
because no
believe that
belief
I
is
am correct.
required.
If you are saying
No,
that I
because
am not correct,
oh
then you are saying
god,
that I am wrong.
no! What the hell? Me saying that I don't need to believe you or not. So what you're asking me is when you tell me the statement, when you make the statement to me that 2 + 2 equals 4. Now I don't know if you were specific and you said you simply made the statement or you asked me a question whether I agree with you or not. But you're sort of suggesting in this hypothetical situation that at a moment in time I had to make a choice of whether I believe you or not.
Yeah,
But that
because that
doesn't
was
happen because
the
why does that
question.
what
Right, hold
no
on.
so
Let
why in
me
your
read the question
why
for
in
you.
your
So maybe
well I
you,
wasn't
if you
finished
listen, you
but I
will
wasn't finished
Well, you did
understand
so I
take a
wasn't
the
long
finished.
pause. Hold on, I
question.
know.
Right?
Highlander, hold on a
If
second.
I
Highlander, hold
tell
on.
you,
Highlander. He did take a long pause. I'm sorry. Let's let him finish it up, and you can go next.
Yeah,
Okay. Try not to take
it's
long pauses
literally
like
just
that,
the
though.
question. Yeah, it's literally just the question that I'm asking him. Why in his hypothetical situation is there apparently this point in time where I need to decide whether I believe him or not?
but that's because listen to the question now. Listen real fucking carefully. If I tell you 2 + 2 equals 4, right? Now this part is my question. Do you believe me? Right?
No.
That's the question, right? So when you say no, right, therefore you're saying that my statement is wrong, right? When
Incorrect.
you know for a
That's not
fact that my
correct either.
statement is
2 + 2
correct,
is 4
right?
because it is what it is. It's a
Right?
established
Therefore,
thing.
you have to believe me.
No, I don't see. So this is what I'm saying. Your misunderstanding isn't a valid argument against what I'm actually saying. We've established the definition of believe. My argument is that because the definition is to accept something is true without proof, I don't believe in anything. So I only deal with what I know. Your example, which is very pitiful, you had to resort to mathematics, which is a concept anyway. You asked me, am I aware of the same established concept as you? Yes, I am. So do I believe you that 2 + 2 equals 4? No, I'm in agreement with the established conceptual principles of maths. You don't understand any of that because you
So
just
you
hyped up.
believe my answer to the question 2 + 2 equals
No,
4?
I don't
Because the answer
believe
to
your
that
answer.
question
I'm in
is
agreement with
correct.
you.
You
It's not a
believe me.
matter of belief or not or disbelief. It's not a choice of whether I believe you or not. You are in agreement with the same principles that I'm in agreement with. It's already a concept. There's no such thing to, do you believe that this is one and that's one? No, we established that. We're in agreement of that so we
Great.
can
Everyone
communicate. That's
wins.
why mathematics is a language. That's why it's a
Everyone wins.
language and we agree to communicate in that way.
Y'all win and you all agree. No one wins, no one loses. Y'all win.
Well, he lost. He lost because his argument was that I have to believe him, and that's proof that I do believe in something. No, it's not. I just debunked him on that.
Well,
right, okay, right. If you say so.
No, well, if I say so, whatever, yes, it's in my own head.
Yeah,
But at the end of the day, for the audience here, there will be people that agree with me, and maybe there's some lunatics in here that, or maybe one lunatic in here that agrees with you. I don't know.
One last question then. Do you believe that you are correct?
In regards to what the question you asked me? In regards to the question you asked me? I don't know if you thought that was like some intelligent humor or something, but it wasn't.
So, do you believe you are correct?
It's like a Scottish version of The Penguin by Burgess Meredith.
So, do you, yes or no, do you believe you are correct since you believe in
it's
nothing?
a yes or no question. I guess I've got to answer yes then. You only allowed me 2 answers, yes or no. Yes, the answer is yes.
Yeah, that's gaslighting.
So you believe in something
Exactly.
then?
Answers.
Exactly. No, I don't believe in anything, but you only gave me 2 options, so I had to bite the bullet, didn't I? Or pull the trigger, I don't know, whichever one you want to think of it.
You could have been sarcastic and said no.
How did I only give you 2 options?
You said yes or no. Answer me yes or no.
Yeah,
You said to
right,
answer you yes or no, which are 2 options.
Right.
Now you don't understand mathematics yourself.
No, but does that mean that you can't think for yourself and think that there may be other possible answers that may be acceptable?
Of course, but I've already answered you how many times.
Told you he doesn't have beliefs, and then you ask him, "Do you believe?"
Believe.
The question itself. If you were paying attention to the conversation, can you hear me?
When you go,
just mute him. He's talking over
you. If you were paying attention to the conversation, you would have known that he doesn't have beliefs. So asking him, "Do you believe?" Is a malformed, fucked up question because you already know he doesn't have beliefs. It's like asking somebody, "Hey, when did you stop beating your wife?"
Last week.
Well, especially when you state your position and then they just ignore that completely and then proceed to ask you questions based on the opposite of what you just stated, you know? So you say, I don't believe in anything, and therefore they just keep asking you, do you believe, you know?
Didn't Cher sing that song?
Do you believe in life after love?
It's like R. Kelly when he sings, I Believe I Can Fly. He tells you in the song, like, it's just like, if I just think about it, you know, yeah, you can believe you can fly. It doesn't mean you're going to fly.
See, this is the problem with their beliefs. This all started with open, closed, or isolated.
But hold on,
So
I'm glad we've come full circle here. This all had to do with the exactly what I don't know who said that, but about the closed system thing.
It's Ray Romano's brother, or he's related to him somehow. I don't know.
So that is the question: open, closed, or isolated. They want to have 2. They want to have their dialetheism, right? They believe in 2 truths when it comes to this. They believe it's closed when it suits them, and it's open when it suits them. Simple.
I knew it was you.
Yeah, it's a belief, and just for clarification, the belief and no came in. I think specifically when she asked him, "How do you know the circumference?" And then when I was talking about it, his answer was because he paid attention in school. And then I sort of just try to address the difference between believing and knowing.
Amazing how we're back literally 1 hour back from where we were. Literally about an hour ago, we were having this exact discussion.
And this is all to justify their duality, their dialetheism. They have to have a dualistic view of the world. In other words, they need a line to be both straight and curved. The system has to be both closed and open, right? They live in a dualistic world where everything and anything can be possible. And one thing could be two things, like a cat could be both dead and alive. This is the world they live in.
I disagree with you, SC Montreal. I disagree with you. I don't believe, and I might have offended someone here, and I'm sorry if I do, but I'm open to being
Just
wrong
before you
as well.
do, I gotta go. I got work in the morning. I gotta go. It's been good. I'll speak to you again. Take it easy.
Damn.
You don't believe and you just leave? You don't finish that? I mean, come on, dude.
Like James
like
would have
that.
kept that going for 8 hours. Yo,
There
I
he
don't see that
goes.
post. I don't see that post anywhere. I mean, I do see that post one time, eggshells. I scrolled up about an hour back, and I only see it once, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm doing that on purpose.
But don't spam. Don't spam.
Why?
Though, please.
Why not?
Why
They need
don't
to fucking
spam?
get this information regardless of what anyone says, man. Sorry.
Okay. No,
And I'm not
no,
spamming,
don't.
so if you do something as a punishment, it'll be on you.
I'm not going to do anything as a punishment.
Other people
Don't
can
do
Exactly,
anything
post
as
buddy.
a
it
Don't
too.
listen
punishment.
to
Just
any of
don't
these
spam.
fucks. Post what you want.
Exactly.
What? No, not exactly. Not exactly. Just please don't spam.
It's not a spam if I delete it and then post it again.
Yeah, we don't believe in spamming.
I don't. People are like, who I think SC Montreal just said that they're always like back and forth. You know, they believe in this when it's convenient for them, and then they believe it. They believe the opposing viewpoint when it is more convenient to them, in that way or whatever. I'm straight up going to make a stance here. I don't believe there's a dome over the Earth. That's my viewpoint. So, by the way, so I only said that in response to SE's comment about a minute ago. And by the way, bro, I like you. You're cool, and I'm not trying to fight you. I'm just saying not everyone's like that. You know, I can make a straight up claim what I claim to believe what I think is true. You know, I believe that. Can I prove it 100%? No.
Dude, you gotta stop.
Absolutely. I don't. Yeah. The thing is with the ballers, my beef is that I don't know myself what it is. I'm not claiming to know, but my beef is they want it both ways. They want it to be open and closed. This is my thing, and you can't have it both ways, man.
I
You
agree.
can't have a system that
You can't. But who's doing it both ways? I mean, like who's
well
doing it
they are
double
the ballers.
style?
Again,
You
here
want
we
me to
go with
explain you
the
how?
they. Who's they?
You, for example.
Me?
You. Yeah.
No, no. Actually, you've asked me this question many a time, and I've answered to you. Right? It is an open system. Yeah.
It's an open system until
It
the
is an
time
open
comes when I
system.
ask you if it's an open system next to a vacuum, why isn't the gas escaping? Now you're going to proceed to double talk. Watch.
We told you the answer to that earlier.
Which was what?
Do you really need me to say the word?
Gravity, right?
There you go. Bingo. See,
Here
so
we
you were
go
listening
again.
earlier.
So you think that
Yeah.
somehow by just saying that word, you've explained something? How can gravity make a system both open and closed, Highlander? What do you think you're talking to, bro?
Hold on. No. When did I say the system was opened and closed? I didn't. What did I say the system was?
You said it's open.
There you go.
But then when I asked you, how is the gas not escaping next to an open system next to a vacuum? You said gravity.
Bingo. So you were listening.
Yeah, but how do you think? So then now my next thing, bingo, is by you saying gravity, you think that a system can be both open and closed when need be, right? In other words, your rocket can escape as matter. Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're saying that we're saying that the system is now open and closed. Nobody's ever saying the system is open and closed. And by using the term gravity, it's not us saying that the system is now open and closed.
Well, it's gravity preventing according to you, it's gravity preventing the atmos, the gas, from escaping to the vacuum, correct?
It prevents the vast majority of it from escaping, yes.
Okay. So why doesn't it prevent then your rocket going out or the meteors coming in?
Well, if the rocket doesn't go fast enough or keep up its energy output long enough, then no, gravity won't let it escape. And
So
as
speed negates.
for meteoroids, gravity wouldn't prevent meteoroids from hitting the Earth. Gravity would make them speed up and hit the Earth faster.
So you don't see the dichotomy of your situation here?
I
You
could
don't see
explain
how
it better
sometimes...
than he just did.
Sorry?
I could explain it better than he just did. I know exactly what he's saying. I don't know why he's
Please.
explaining it so poorly. Highlander, do better. I'm backing you up here.
Can I chime in again on this?
I
Because
might
the
not be
human
the best at explaining things, but if somebody else can explain it better than me, then on you go.
Yeah,
Okay,
let Linda, the new person, talk a bit. Go ahead, Linda.
Yeah, the human body is an open and closed system. Do we not agree? Why wouldn't the Earth be?
So you're equivocating the body to an open and closed system and relating it to
Well,
the Earth?
yeah.
Okay, but the body
I
surely has mechanisms for that, right? In other
I
words,
I,
your blood
I think
system is not open,
Yes.
right? It's closed.
Right, but yet you release gas, so it's open.
Yeah, but there's a valve, right? You have your mouth, your tongue. Like you can
Yes,
put
but
your
just
tongue
because
on
we
the roof.
don't Yeah, but just because we don't know how this place exactly works, we can't rule that out.
So you're saying there's some sort of valve.
Possibly.
I
Possibly.
think
I
the
guess.
best.
I mean, who's to say? Who's to
I
say?
see.
I don't know.
I think the best way to put it when it comes to the human body is that there's a closed system within the open system.
Yeah, but what we have to say here is, without Linda brings a good point here now, but without a valve opening and closing between the two systems, you can't have it. You cannot have pressure next to a vacuum. It doesn't physically. It's not possible.
Well,
It's
think
not
about
a
it this
question.
way.
It's not. This is
Think
not debatable.
think about it this way. With Linda's example, with the body, you breathe in air, right? Air goes out, right? And you breathe in fluid. You eat foods and you drink liquid, and then solids and liquids also come out. That's how it
Yeah, but
seems to work.
there's a mechanism. You have your gut, right? You have your gut, your stomach system. You have your lungs. You're able to inhale, exhale. It's not open completely. There's an in and there's an out,
Okay,
right?
let's talk about this then. Where did this whole open and closed system idea even come from then? Do we know that even? Where did that come from?
Well, that's I guess well, it came as an argument because they claim they live on a sphere and they have an atmosphere. In other
Yep, I get
words,
that.
gas going into a sphere, and the bottom line is all that is next to a vacuum. And let's not forget the water as well.
Atmosphere isn't necessarily made out of gases, though. It's a bunch of solidified particles that are so fine that they exist in the upper areas in the sky.
But they're matter, aren't they?
They're not
Does
gas.
that
Yeah,
matter?
they're matter. They are matter. Yeah.
So if matter is next to a vacuum, what would happen?
It's not proven that it doesn't have to be a vacuum. That hasn't been proven yet.
Well, if it's not a vacuum, then we can have another discussion.
Mm-hmm.
This whole discussion is matter, i.e., gas, next to a vacuum, and that cannot happen. That is not debatable.
Okay, and I'm not going to argue on that because I don't think you're wrong. and I've never even thought about it because it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't have to be a vacuum. And when you start to break down these things that people bring up every single time about this kind of stuff, it all starts to fall apart. Space doesn't have to be a vacuum. Boom, gone. You know,
Agreed.
that's why people can't believe. That's why people can't admit that anything about space is real. No, meteorites, asteroids, satellites, basically anything space related can't exist, because if space is real, that means you're living on a giant fucking disk floating through space, which obviously doesn't make sense either. So you're wrong about the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, I say that to ballers all the time. Do not say space is not real, because you sound ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but did you hear what I just said though? Like it
Yeah.
destroys the entire fucking thing. None of it makes sense when you really fucking break it down. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, a more correct statement is the space that they claim exists is not real.
That doesn't matter. Who cares what they say? I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
Agreed. Yeah.
I'm more interested in what makes sense to me, especially when it can be broken down in a very simplified manner, just as I did right now.
Yeah, this is not complicated. Their model cannot exist, period. A ball surrounded by water and air cannot be in a vacuum. End of story, period. That's it. There's no argument.
Are you screwing with me right now?
Okay, let me ask you this. What's the air pressure in our model that's right next to the vacuum?
It doesn't matter. You're going to claim a gradual.
No, come on. You told me that you can't have gas pressure next to this vacuum. So please tell me, what is the gas pressure in our paradigm that's right next to the vacuum?
Yeah, that's simple. You say there's a gradual decrease. And it goes to zero. It goes from.
Right?
Sorry?
Right, carry on you go.
Gradient. We all know your model. You want me to say gradient. Okay, and how do you think that helps you?
Right, so here's the example, right? I'm a couple of 100 feet up this hill, right? And down at the bottom next to the ocean, it's 14.7 psi, right? When you get halfway up this hill, it goes from 14.7 to 14.6, right? There's no barrier. There's nothing there to stop the two pressures. Yeah, it doesn't equalize out. It's always like that. By the time you get to where I am, it may be 14.5. Yeah. Again, there's no barrier, there's no container, there's nothing separating these gas pressures, right?
It's almost like relative
so when you
density
get to the edge of the atmosphere and it's 0.01 psi next to 0 psi, do you still need a barrier? Do you still need something to contain it?
Yes, absolutely.
So why is there no barrier or container between the sea level and here where I am?
What does that have to do with anything, dude?
Well, yeah.
There's at the edge, right, where the pressure difference is even smaller than what it is between here and sea level, right? Why is it that you need a barrier up there for a smaller pressure difference, but yet you don't need one down here for an even bigger pressure difference?
Yeah, you're right. It's almost like relative density just answers that question. Like you don't need a container, just relative density on planes, right? Like, like oil does or something like that. You wouldn't need a container because relative density would just maintain that equilibrium. It's pretty cool when you think about it.
When you say relative density, are you saying gravity?
No, gravity. Well, gravity just means weight. Are you talking about gravitation when you say gravity?
I'm talking about the force of gravity.
Well, no. What I mean is like, right, but gravity just means weight. So are you talking about gravitation?
I'm talking about gravity. The 9.8 meters per second downward force.
Oh well, that would necessitate gravitation if it was a force. But whatever, man. I was just thinking. Actually, ET. What was cool was that you just kind of made me think about like if you make it so simple, like relative density is so simple. It's like it's profoundly throughout nature and observation, time and
Right.
time again.
Hold
So like
on.
relative density. One thing that relative density does not imply is the necessity of any kind of sphericity. So it's really kind of cool when you think about how simple it all could be explained in the idea of like
Agree.
planes of relative density.
Please.
It doesn't necessarily have to be related either, though. Like that famous picture, where it's in that drinking glass, with the oil and the water and the Coca-Cola, whatever the hell.
Well,
It
that's
doesn't
an
matter.
experiment
It doesn't really.
regarding around the phenomena. Or it's
Hold
an
on,
example,
please,
right?
hold on. Please help me understand this, right? Because I'm getting a bit confused just now, right? I asked why, when you have a really small pressure differential, that you require a containment, but yet down here on the surface, where the pressure difference is greater, that you don't need containment. And your answer to that is relative density.
Well, you're actually proving relative density, but I really don't care about convincing you.
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know how relative density lets you.
I'm not surprised because you don't even know what the word gravity really means or gravitation. So it's not surprising that you don't understand it.
Right. I'm trying to understand why relative density lets you have a much.
I don't think anyone can help you
without containment.
I don't think anyone's going to help you, Highlander.
Right.
No need to start insulting people's intelligence.
That's because he knows he doesn't have an answer for the fucking question, so he won't let me ask it.
Well, no, this just proves that you're behind on the conversation. But again, it's okay.
Go ahead, your question. Ask your question, Highlander.
He already knows what it is.
So then why were you asking it again?
I have a question for Highlander. Highlander, you said previously that gravity is a 9.8 meters per second squared force downwards. So you think gravity is a force?
For somebody of my intelligence level, yeah, I would say gravity is a force, yes.
All right. Well, maybe Issa's correct. You are a little behind on the conversation because I don't think that anybody would necessarily claim that it's a force.
That's not fair, man. That's you're forcing him to play your little game here. And that's not everyone plays your little game.
The problem is
that would be like
the problem is he's claiming things
we're defining
that
terms.
mainstream science doesn't even claim, right? So it's like, what are you battling against when you're trying to confront somebody who's making a claim that is against mainstream science, but thinks that he's promoting what the mainstream is? You know what I'm saying?
Right, hold on, right? Two things. One, I never claimed that I was promoting mainstream science. And two, you asked what I believe or what I thought, right? You never asked me what mainstream science says, right? Okay? Now, I mean, if I went to a scientist or a professor at a university and said to him, right, look, this is who I am, this is my credentials, this is, the education that I've been through, can you tell me what gravity is? He would look at me and he would go, yeah, it's a force. Yeah? Because I would be able to comprehend that and I'd walk away happy. Yeah? Maybe if it was somebody more intelligent, he might turn around and say, well, gravity is not a force. This is what we believe how gravity works and go into it in more detail. But for somebody like me, he would just turn around and say, no, it's a force.
But he'd be lying to you straight in your face.
How would he be lying? He's given me an answer that somebody at my intelligence level would be able to understand and comprehend.
Well,
so you would rather...
For real quick, I mean, no disrespect, but why should we limit our conversation to what some fucking professor might tell you to make you happy?
It's not to
Yeah,
make
we don't
me
really
happy.
need it dumb. We don't really need it dumbed down for us here.
I never said I was dumbing anything down. You asked me, did I believe gravity was a force? Yeah, and I said yes. That's what I would say. Yeah,
Because
I
that's the
think that's
dumbed
a
down version.
diversion. I think
That's
it's a
the dumbed down
diversion.
version.
But then he brought in the intelligence, and that's where it becomes about comparison of intelligence, which is a little bit like calling us dumb, or a little bit like dumbing down what your fictional professor might have said for us.
Well, you
And
know,
no,
back to the
no, I
conversation.
never said.
layman's terms.
Back
No,
to the
again,
conversation, because that's the
you're
intriguing part.
twisting. You're twisting what I said. Right? I never said that that's what the professor would say to you. I said that's what he would say to someone like me. Yeah, because I'm talking
Well,
about me.
Highlander,
Right?
could
If
you
he
agree?
spoke to you and you came across way more intelligent than me, yeah, he might go into it in way more depth and not refer to it as a force when he's talking to you. But when
Holy
he
shit!
talks
I
to
don't know
me, he
why
would refer to it
Battle
as a
Rider
Like
force.
the pronouns, I think. Yeah.
I don't care what some professor's going to treat you like, dude. My point is this: is that when you bring up gravity being that 9.8 whatever the fuck's meters squared, or I just think to myself like, that force is only a force because of properly called gravitation. So it only becomes a force when you put it into the paradigm of Kepler. So it's not a force when you look at it through any, historically, it's never, it's still not a fucking force. But like, it's only a force because of gravitation. And that's why I was trying to make the difference and parse out the distinction is that gravity just means the weight of something, the effect of something falling 9 point, you know what I mean? Like, but the reasoning for that, like the effect of it would be gravitation, not just quote unquote gravity. And
You know
that's
what?
why I'm just saying that when you get into this idea of at the very higher echelons of our atmosphere in this pressure gradient, that is explained beautifully by the concept of relative density. And you're right, we wouldn't need a container because everything would naturally go into its densest position. And that's why that explanation is a great argument for the idea of, well, for or against the container, really.
Okay,
As
and
long as there's no
finish
vacuum
up.
in the
I want to
mix.
hear the end of LSA's point there, and then therefore.
Well, no, therefore, if I were to look at, let's say, like the simplicity of relative density, like, like if like even if it was put into a jar with a spherical bottom, it's not going to align itself to the spherical bottom. It's going to plane itself out relative to its density. It's not going to have some sphericity that's going to follow its whole way up. It's still going to make itself a plane of different things.
Okay.
Therefore, that
That was
plane, therefore the microcosm of that plane can be extrapolated to continue to be a plane because sphericity is just some idea that somebody said, well, maybe it could be spherical. And it's like, well, we don't have any evidence of that. And that's why I say the relative density argument makes the case for a plane existence with relative positions for each of the elements.
That's all fine, but are you addressing the vacuum that they state is next to this?
Well, I mean, I'm not addressing it because it's not even proven. There is no vacuum. In fact, fucking the moon is in our atmosphere now.
That's what I
So
was
where's
just
the fucking
fucking
vacuum
saying.
anyway?
They don't want
Yeah,
to talk
but you
about
can
that.
say that all you want. The model states there's a vacuum there. You can say whatever you want.
No, whose model? Now, there's lots of fucking models.
Their model. There's no
Who's
lots of
their
models.
model?
There's
NASA?
a vacuum there.
I'm not talking.
Period.
I'm not asking you to define the Illuminati here. I'm just saying, what do you mean by they? People
Dude, are
who
you
believe that
serious?
we live
Are
on
you
a
serious now?
spherical. People who believe on a spherical world. That's what you mean by they, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's all I wanted. I was actually asking that about an hour ago.
Yeah, the
That's
people
okay.
that believe we live on a globe surrounded by water with an atmos next to a vacuum.
Surrounded
I'm
by
saying
water.
don't leave out the vacuum part when you talk about their fantasy.
We can. We easily can.
Well, you're doing
Don't
them a
need.
favor then if you do.
Okay, you got to start being more specific, man. Because you just said they again, and we had to define they twice now in like 10 seconds.
Oh,
I
forget it,
don't
dude.
know. I can't
Forget
follow
it.
you, dude.
Forget it.
I cannot follow you.
That's quite obvious.
Also, too, you gotta know too. It's not the people. It's not the they.
There's your attack.
Well, here's my thing. It's not the people. It's not about they. It's about a model, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, the idea is that you're just like, there's too many examples of things that would extrapolate to being a planar Earth than there is anything that would lead one to really think that there's any sphericity. You know what I mean? That's my issue.
Hold
I mean,
on.
I'm not getting into the they and the.
I said, give me a second. Was I just talking with ET now? Was that ET I was talking?
Yeah, it was me. Yep.
So, bro, you think that it's like a shocker to you when I tell you that they think that there's a vacuum there?
No, it wasn't a shock at all. I literally was trying to figure out what you meant when you say they, because I'm not sure if you were talking about NASA. Wasn't sure if you were talking about Globers. I really just legitimately did not know who you were referring to. That's all.
Well, you know now, right? The collective they is the ballers.
If you be more specific, I might know now. Yeah, if you can continue to speak specifically, I will know what you're talking about.
Okay, let me be clear. When I say they from here on in this conversation,
Do I
mean
have
the
to play that
ballers.
game now? Okay, so they equals baller. Okay. What about NASA? What do we call them?
Wow,
Sorry.
dude. I don't know why you're
baller. See, you think everyone here thinks like you, and everyone that disagrees with you is they all of a sudden or something like that. So, okay, I'll play your little game. They is baller. Got it.
Whatever, dude. You're just being confrontational. I don't know what your
No,
game
I'm
is.
not.
Whatever.
No, I didn't. I tried to make a point earlier, and then I asked you what you meant by that. Man, I like you when you talk in conversation. I know you, and I appreciate your points. They, when you say they, you're referring to people who are not flat earthers, correct?
Yeah, the collective, NASA.
Okay. I'm down with that. Oh, so it could be both. It could be NASA. Okay. See, I'm not even trying to fucking come down on you, dude.
Yeah, you are,
That's
bro.
perfect. No, I'm
You're
not.
being a
No.
Karen for some reason.
Why
I don't
would
know
I
why.
do that? I don't
know. Why are you
that.
doing that?
I'm not doing that.
Well, I mean, ET wouldn't NASA fall under the category of those that believe in the ball?
Fine. Yeah, they're they. I get it now. Now I get it. Okay, go on.
So my point was, I was trying to make, when you and Isa were talking, when you talk about their fantasy model, gas pressure, right? Maybe you shouldn't admit that there's a vacuum there. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Wait, are you talking to Isa now, or is this my kind of turn to talk now for a second?
Anybody could talk, bro. This is a free and open forum.
Okay. Well, I'll say this, which is kind of a repeat of what I said a few hours ago, and I've said it a couple years ago. No, it doesn't have to be vacuum. I mean, I don't like just because that was the idea put in. So I'll do the same thing. I'll be like, you guys. And see, it's the opposition of they. You guys all say the space is a vacuum. You know? Okay, sorry, that was a little bit arrogant and stupid and slightly aggressive. Dude, it doesn't have to be a vacuum, in my opinion. Why does it have to be? Just because you were told that doesn't mean basically jack shit.
Well, I agree with you, and I'll even go one better. I don't think it's a vacuum.
Me neither. Well, I mean, I'm okay with it being a vacuum.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. Like, and maybe it is, but I don't think anyone fucking knows. So this whole thing,
it can't be. No, bro. No, this is my whole point. There's no maybe it is. It cannot be. That's my argument. It cannot be.
Okay,
there
why?
Cannot be.
I want to hear this. Why?
Yeah, it's very simple. Physics as we know it today. There cannot be gas next to a vacuum because the gas would fill that vacuum. It's very simple.
So
it's physics. There's no argument here to be had.
I get it, but that would require a container, correct? Which is why we probably spent the last hour talking about that.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. So if what myself and Highlander were talking about, how there doesn't have to be, or I don't know what he believes in actually, but what I've been talking about for a long time, it doesn't have to be a physical container around Earth. That would be one explanation as to why Earth would have its own contained atmosphere and space could be its own special different thing. That's how that would happen, is through a very specialized gradient atmospherical situation going on, which a lot of scientists have published shitloads of science about. And I don't see the problem with that at this moment. And I could be wrong. But
no, once you eliminate the vacuum, yeah, then you can start, thinking about other stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe the whole vacuum idea was a psyop. Who put this vacuum thing in the situation in the first place? Let's get vacuum out of our fucking mind maybe for a second, hey, and just start,
Yeah, if you want to talk reality, yeah, of course, that's a different story.
But here's the problem, Essie. Can I call you Essie?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, I'll call you Essie. We could say there's no vacuum, but then we have to start eliminate other things, like who introduced vacuumous space to begin with. Probably the space agencies from like the 50s and 60s. NASA. I don't even know when the fuck NASA was created. Probably like the 50s sometime.
Well, their heliocentric model states that, yeah. Along with their gravity, with their escape velocity, with all that stuff, yeah.
But why though? Escape velocity, that has nothing to do with the vacuum, in my opinion. If you think about like a rocket, the only escape velocity you have to do, and the argument is, as far as I understand it, I'm not a rocket scientist, but as far as I understand it, and I plan on learning more about it, they go with, now you have to go kind of Glober mentality here if you're able to do that still. It's hard for me too, to go flatty. But if you have to go Glober, you go with the momentum of round Earth, and you shoot with the momentum of Earth, you shoot up into space that way. And there's nothing to do with a vacuum whatsoever.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with shape. When we talk about vacuum, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's meaningless, the shape of the Earth, when we talk about vacuum.
With all due respect, I don't feel as if you either. I don't think you listened to me. Did you understand what I said? I know you're really smart.
Me?
I'm not insulting your intelligence. Yeah, I'm just saying. Imagine globe. Get globey for just like 5 seconds. The globe's spinning around, and the rocket flies off with the same momentum of the spinning sphere out into space. I think that's how it works.
But
that's what they claim. How it works.
Escape
it has to go fast enough so that it doesn't suck down by gravity. I do understand what that is.
It has to miss the Earth in its orbit. Like it's reaching a speed where it misses the Earth as it falls.
I understand what escape velocity is.
The escape velocity is to leave the speed at which it takes to leave a particular gravity well. You are escaping a gravity well.
Right. I have a basic understanding of it. That's how they say satellites get flown out there, and then they find that perfect balance where they find escape velocity, but without getting sucked back in.
The reason they go in the direction that the Earth rotates is because you don't have to counteract that speed to get enough of it, right?
I'm aware of that, yeah. And spend more rocket fuel, which is counterintuitive.
Exactly. You just carry that speed over.
Yep, yeah, you use it in your favor. Mm-hmm.
Orbital velocity and escape velocity are not the same things.
Exactly. That was my whole point. What he was talking about was orbital and using the Earth's momentum to just get enough speed to do it, right? For missing the Earth entirely, but that's not escape velocity.
No, that's orbital velocity.
Yep, Blue is correct. One is 17.5.
Forgive me for my ignorance, by the way. I'm not an expert in this.
No need to apologize. In their fantasy model, orbital velocity is 17,500.
Not necessarily.
And escape velocity is 25,000 approximately.
I'm gonna be right back. Keep these guys on ice. Oh, Blue, you're gonna get in this. Go ahead, Blue.
Oh, I'm calm, Jeremy. Don't worry.
No, if you're
We're not
staying,
worried about
if
Blue.
you're gonna start talking, I'm staying then because I need to make sure it stays under control. Go ahead. Not because of you, just go ahead.
No, I was just interjecting that you throw we're throwing a lot of terms around very loosely. SE's picked two, perfectly identifiable velocities and said this is orbital velocity and this is escape velocity. Maybe not. Orbital velocity depends on what altitude you want to orbit at.
Exactly. I was just about to say that speed completely depends on how high up the object is.
And escape velocity, the 25,000 miles an hour that you're talking about, SC, presumes that you can instantaneously achieve that at sea level somehow or the other. But if you're already away from the Earth, the escape velocity is not 25,000 miles an hour anymore.
No, I meant from the surface, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You disagree with the 17.5 minimum for escape velocity?
That's not escape velocity. Yeah, I do disagree. That's not 17.5 is not escape velocity.
No, I said orbital velocity.
Okay, I misunderstood you.
Okay.
It's really interesting. I would actually love to hear Blue Marble Science talk more about this. Okay, I don't know if anyone else has like a direction here, but seeing as the conversation has kind of hit like a bit of a middle zone of free for all, for lack of better terms, what do you think about satellite speed, reality of satellites, and how they get pushed out into space and how they stay in orbit? If we're going to talk about escape or velocity and orbit velocity, you know what I mean? I'm basically just asking you, what do you think about satellite orbit, how it gets out there and how it stays out there? And are they attached to balloons?
Are you asking about open, closed, or isolated, or you're just negating that fact and assuming that they can go out there?
By the way, Blue Marble Science, I'm not trying to make fun of you in any ways. I'm literally legitimately asking you. I don't believe in flat Earth, just so you know. I want to know what you think about those things that I asked about the satellites going out there, how they get out there, how fast they go once they are up there, and the balloon question.
Well, we watch.
So this goes back to the claim that they can actually do this stuff.
Yeah, they're going to absolutely, good point. You spotted it, Linda. They're going to absolutely just go from forgetting about open, closed, and isolated, and they're going to go right into it. Exactly. I'm glad you spotted that.
And the very first thing immediately said is going to have issues with is when we say that satellites that are not balloons, like you were trying to also say. There are satellites on balloons, but there are also satellites in orbit. And then we say, oh, we get it up there with rockets. Well, here we go. Who's got the problem with rockets?
What's the problem with the satellite going up with a rocket? What's the problem there?
Is it matter? Is a rocket made of matter?
Two forms of velocity. According to their religion, there's two forms of speed that you have to get the rocket to reach before the satellite is reached, or satellite is released from the rocket. To obtain orbital velocity, they have to be put at a certain speed above the surface of the Earth. That's what they claim, and it's anywhere from 5,000 to 15,000 miles an hour is what they claim these satellites move at.
5,000 miles an hour? They claim a satellite moves that slow? I don't think so.
Faster than that.
5,000 to 15,000 miles an hour is what they claim satellites move at.
Really?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yes, that's what it says. Go look it up. 5,000 to 15,000 miles an hour.
I just did.
Nothing will stay in orbit at 5,000 miles an hour.
That's
what it says.
Go on, Blue Marble. I want to hear that. I want to hear
I'd
you
like to. Yeah,
talk
I'd
about
like to
this.
know where you're seeing that. Do you have a citation for that?
Why
That
don't you
would be
just go
good
look
if you
it up?
found the data. Post it. That would be good good for us. But
Yeah.
I
I'm
never heard
driving
that.
I'm driving right now. I just looked it up, man, maybe last week because I was doing some more research on it. 5,000 to 15,000 miles an hour is the
No.
velocity.
I
5,000
looked
to
it up.
15,000
It
miles
is
an hour
17.
is a
It is
fucking fact. Go look it up.
I
Stop
just
Okay.
saying no.
I just did,
Stop
Benji.
saying no. Go look it up.
I
Spend more than
haven't
2
looked it
minutes.
right now.
Spend more than 2 minutes.
I have it
Spend more
looked
than
up
2
right
minutes.
now. I had literally
Spend more than
looked
2
it up right
minutes.
now.
Spend more than 2 minutes. Don't be a butthead.
Dude, it doesn't take more than 2 minutes to look up the speed.
Again, go research, buddy. Yes, it does. You're not going to get your answer from Google for the first 3. You're going to get propaganda. Stop being dumb.
Propaganda.
When you need to provide
Nazi propaganda is Google, dude. Everything right now is all about Nazi propaganda. You got it.
Okay. So
if you have a source for that, I would really appreciate it. I don't know how to look that up.
This is where we can agree, Blue, because this is the first time I hear this.
See,
Now
no,
maybe he has something. I don't know.
I like this Blue Marble man. He seems incredibly reasonable. And I will
His
say,
live
I
stream.
actually looked up the speed of satellites last week, and they supposedly, they're fucking ripping it through. They're going really fast. Like they're fucking flying through the wood. They're going fast. Very fast.
In the lower yard.
I posted it and posted the quote there. So it's 28,000 kilometers an hour, which is 17,300 and something miles an hour.
That's the fantasy. Yep.
Right. And if you do the math, if you do the math, you find out that at fairly low Earth orbit altitude, that will be the point where the centrifugal force resulting from that orbital velocity exactly balances the gravitational force.
Wow.
That's how you always miss the Earth, as they say.
Yeah. Yeah, effectively, that's what you're doing. You're falling toward the Earth. You're just going too fast to hit it.
Imagine falling forever. That's an orbit.
That's what it does.
That's an orbit.
That's a way to describe it. It's falling around the Earth. Yeah. It's an odd sort of thing to say.
Don't forget, you can fall upwards too. Yeah, because of the globe,
it's
you
falling
can
in
fall
a
upwards.
circle forever.
You can fall sideways.
Never
It's
hits.
crazy.
Well, that's how rockets work. You go too fast, you'll keep going.
Oh, we know you believe it, buddy. We're listening.
Okay, how about this? If these things are hoisted by balloons, how do you make a little computer the size of, like, I don't know, a bedroom or whatever the hell they say, a bus, onto a balloon and get it going at that speed so consistently?
I've never
Balloons
worked with
can't
balloons or
travel
buses.
that fucking fast.
Sorry, I've never
do it
worked
with
with balloons or buses, so can't answer that.
Wait, what did you say?
I said I've never worked with balloons or buses, and
Okay,
doubt
so
you
you
have.
can't talk about it then. So why are you even bothering?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're
Yeah,
asking
but
an
again, this
irrelevant
leads back to
question. We're looking for Earth
the
curvature
fact that
data.
they made
That's
this
all. Oh, but
claim
keep
that they
talking.
can't
Yeah,
prove.
keep talking. That's fine. I wasn't talking.
So,
Well,
I'm sorry.
No, Linda was making a point. What, Linda?
I said this gets back to the claim that satellites exist, which hasn't been proven. So
Exactly.
I mean, a lot of people think meteorites don't exist either. I mean,
well,
how far?
yeah. When
Okay,
they
what's a
land
meteorite?
on
Let's hear this one.
okay. I have some information about meteorites. You know, the last lady that it went through her roof, you know, burned a hole in her roof, but landed on her My Pillow guy's pillow. There wasn't even any burn marks on it. So yeah, I believe that totally, 100%.
Mike Lindell.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just making fun of it, but it landed on her pillow. They showed the picture of the pillow. There's no hole in the pillow. It's just laying there, but it went through a roof. Yeah, bullshit.
Well, Are you being serious though? I don't really understand.
It's a real story.
Yeah, this is a story.
the
This
other
is
beds
the
weren't comfy
real
enough.
story they put out. Well, the supposed real story.
You're joking.
And
I think
people
this is some
buy
kind of
that
weird
stuff.
joke.
It's
not
not
a
a weird
joke.
joke. This was on the news.
Yeah, the belief system is the joke.
So
Well, do you guys
Exactly.
do you guys know about that meteor that came and landed in that town in Russia like 10 years ago? Like a bunch of people died and like a bunch of people got injured too. Like, so I don't know how many people. Look it up.
There's a picture of a video of that. A guy on the highway caught it.
Yeah, there's lots of videos of it, or several. Yep. Many people got injured by that from like glass exploding from their houses and shit. Like shit got fucked up.
You ever heard of I don't know if what do you call it? LSC, right? Back in the day, used to talk about mega cryomatic meteors. They're like frozen pieces of like whatever, and he used to talk about how it was like the look up mega cryomatic.
It's just mega cryometeors.
Thank you, Snack. What up, brother? Yeah, mega cryomatic. Say it again, Snacks. Fuck.
Mega cryometeors.
Mega cryometeors, which are pretty interesting, dude. I don't know if you ever heard about that, ET.
I have not. No, I haven't.
Linda, I looked up that story you just said about landing on Mike Lindell's My Pillow. Well, that's an added part of little fiction you put in there. I can't see anything about it being that, nor do they say it landed on her pillow, landed next to the pillow, and it didn't catch the house on fire. So that was another part you kind of added. Didn't catch the roof on fire or anything of the sort.
That's how good his pillows are. A meteorite can land on it, and it won't start your house on fire.
Durable.
It didn't hit the pillow though, and there's nothing saying that it was one of the My Pillows.
Like I said, I was making fun of it. That was my added part. Yes.
That's how good the pillows are. The pillow had nothing to do with it. It was just in the same room, and
the pillow has
everything was safe.
It did not burn a hole in the roof. It just knocked a hole in the roof.
So where did that meteor come from?
Who knows?
The sky. It came from the fucking sky. All of them do. That's
and
why
it went through the Atmos. Went through the Atmos, right?
Sure, if you want to talk like that, use that language, we can. It comes from this. It comes from space, and then it comes through Earth's atmosphere, and it zips through it if it's big enough, and then it crashes down on cities and people sometimes. Usually in rare occurrences.
Majority of the time, though, it lands in the ocean.
Yeah. A lot of the satellites, they lose control of satellites, and I've always noticed that they say, "Oh, it's going to land somewhere in the Pacific Ocean." Almost every time.
Well, when the vast majority of the planet is water.
Yeah, there you go.
Majority of the time, things are going to land there.
Totally makes perfect
what's this
sense.
conversation based on right now? We're just like
The
speculating
Sony
about shit.
selfie satellite landed in somebody's backyard.
People think
so.
space isn't real. That's what the conversation is about.
Oh, what do you think space is, ET?
Space isn't weird, dude. The empty void of darkness doesn't exist.
What's space, ET?
I can't tell you what space is.
Exactly.
I'm just saying it exists. Don't welcome to
So you
flat
believe
Earth,
into something that you don't even can explain. That's
okay, I'll tell you this.
Are you drunk?
Are
you drunk right now, ET?
There's no dome protecting us. I'll tell you that.
Wow.
If there is a dome, it's made out of the atmosphere. That's what it is.
Sorry, what?
Dude, that's so stupid.
How is that stupid? Explain to me why you think that's stupid.
You just said I can't explain space, but there's no dome, so what else should be? It must be space. What's that explanation, dude? Can you not even hear your own words?
Well, I'm not sure if you just caught our conversation for the last half hour. We're talking about satellites, throwing satellites. Blue Marble was
just
making
going
this
on now, right?
I think he left.
I think you should sit out of the convo if you can't identify what space is, and that's the context of the convo to begin with.
They have a definite explanation for space in the paradigm that you believe in if you believe you are on a tilted, wobbling space ball that is flying at the speed of 67,000 miles per hour, accelerating and slowing down simultaneously. So what is space, according to your paradigm that you believe in?
I could tell you what it is, but he can't.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay, Dicelo, what do you think it is? How about you go and then I'll go? Even if you sound smarter than me, I'll go after you. I'll go after you. And your idea will be way better sounding. I know who you are. Your idea will be way cooler than mine, but you go
Ridiculous.
first.
Space isn't a thing. It's the absence of a thing. It's essentially the volume between masses.
Really? So what medium is space in?
Space isn't a medium. It's the absence
Oh, so
thereof.
how is it something that you can define?
I just told you. It's
How do you
volume.
go to somewhere
All
that's
the-
not anywhere? How do you go to nowhere?
Didn't say that.
Yeah, you're saying space is nothing and nowhere, absence of something, right? So how do you go there?
Didn't say you can go there.
Oh, good. You can't. Well done.
Okay.
Well, you need to believe that not something interacts with nothing to create a new force, which is a forward motion. So you have a rocket or a propulsion system that is interacting with the nothingness of nothing, and out of the interaction with nothing, you have something which moves you forward. That makes
The rockets are
a lot
fueled
of.
by pure belief, Clay.
Oh yeah, right. Forgot.
Pure belief. Better than jet fuel.
Right.
And cheaper.
True. True. Saves world hunger every day.
Hey, just to clarify, did Blue say that satellites have to travel at 17,000 miles an hour to stay in orbit? Well, if you just go to NASA, they claim the satellites at 22,000 miles above the surface of the Earth only travel at 6,000 miles an hour.
Oh, cool.
No,
So,
just a moment. Just a moment. I said very, very clearly that the
Yeah.
lower
Oh,
the
there he
orbit.
is. There he is. Hey, buddy, 6,000
Dude,
miles
this is
an hour.
literally Bob.
I guess I'm not allowed to talk. He didn't say that. No, that
Go
was
right
somebody else that said that. That wasn't Blue Marble. That wasn't
Yeah, let him
Blue
speak, guys.
Marble.
Let Blue speak. How about that? Go
No,
ahead,
this
Blue.
guy's just going to talk over me. I say, let him go. Go ahead.
No. Please go ahead, Blue. Come on.
I said 17,500 miles an hour is about the velocity you need to be traveling at very low Earth orbit. The further out you go, the higher your altitude is. The further away from the planet you are, the slower you can go. The moon only moves at a couple of thousand miles an hour. Check it
So
out.
the less gravity, the less speed, right? That's kind of counterintuitive, isn't it?
No, it's not counterintuitive. Less
So
gravity
wait,
means
something
you.
that has
Just a
less
moment.
gravity
Can I
moves
finish
slower.
one word?
Something
Can
that
I
has
get
less
one
gravity
thought out
moves
without you
slower.
yelling and
Look at
interrupting
this
me like
texture
that?
head here. Look at this guy. This guy, Agent.
Can you stop it?
Data, come on,
It's
man.
literally
Data, come
Bob
on.
with a voice changer. Like, how can you guys not noticing that? It's Bob the
You think I'm
Science
Bob?
Guy.
And now you're going to accuse me of being Bob the Science Guy with
Yeah,
a voice
you
changer.
are, dude.
I'll tell you what. Kiss my ass.
Show
Goodbye.
some respect. Hold on, Blue. Guys, what the fuck is wrong with you guys, man? Seriously. We tell them that they're rude all the time. Now you're being rude to them. Relax,
and
man.
we lost him. He's gone.
Yeah, of course he's gone. Way to go, Data.
I don't know what was rude about it. It's just so obvious with his accent. I don't know how you guys cannot hear that.
Yeah, but you too, Clay, man. Let the guy speak, man. We got all
Funny
day,
how he was
man.
making some crazy ass points that nobody else ever brings up. I don't really think there was a voice machine changer thing there myself.
I don't know, guys, man. Practice what you preach. That's all I'm saying.
Can anyone who knows that guy is friends with him, like DM him, say we're sorry, and get him back in here? Because that was going somewhere. That guy, I could tell that guy knew some shit that people don't usually talk about. Disagree or not, you know, you could tell. I could tell.
You should go hang out with him, man.
I want to.
Yeah, go for it.
I
He's
will.
in what do you call it? Yeah. Nah, I mean, Blue Earth or Blue Marble, right? Is that what that was?
Yeah, I don't remember his name. Blue Marble or something. I can't remember. What was his
Yeah,
name?
no, he's all right to talk to with some of the shit.
Well, he seemed to be throwing down some facts, and he seemed pretty confident about it. I like that.
Yeah, I remember him talking about all the gyroscopes back in the day. He's pretty knowledgeable about the gyroscopes.
Nice.
But the thing is also, it's like, I don't know.
It just sucks. Even I know you guys don't. A lot of people in this room disagree with what he was saying. I thought he was a fairly intelligent person, and he left.
You don't even know what space is, bro. And you're a glober. You're biased. So why do we care what your opinion is, bro?
Well, what is this? A giant, just like little flat Earth circle jerk?
No, dude. It's like you coming in here because you got kicked out of one server, and you're over here trying to troll us now, dude. I'm not appreciating it.
I've actually never been kicked out of a flat Earth server once in my entire life.
Yeah, you did. Don't lie about it. You got kicked out of the fun zone.
Name it. That doesn't count, but okay.
Oh, okay.
That's not a true flat Earth server. I've never been kicked out of flat Earth server once in my life, and
That's not a true flat earther server. It's all flat earthers. You're the
nobody
only
cares about
there.
that. I've never been. That was like the second time I ever got kicked out of a Discord server, and I've been very open about my stance on Earth.
I think
you've been very biased, dude. Like, yeah, you're not a bad guy, but I mean, you're over here like just trying to like sway everyone's opinion based on how you feel about things, and you can't even identify
You
shit.
came in like 2 hours. In his defense, you came like 2 hours after I've been hanging out here like a chill ass dude. You pop in all
in ET's defense.
That's not chill. That's not chill. Telling us what your opinion is based on Globers, being a Glober yourself, isn't chill, bro.
I was being way more chill than you are right now, and I've been chilling
because
for like hours.
it's infuriating, dude. Hearing you over here trying to troll us, dude.
See, you're mad now. Now you're triggered. You're
trolling, dude. I don't like
triggered.
it. Stop trolling.
I'm not trolling. Jesus, I was chilling.
Yeah, bro.
Trying to
On to
learn,
you, dude.
Trying to learn facts. Yeah, now I'm on to you too.
How much time has Harp and all those guys spent trying to like open your mind? You're closed-minded, you're opinionated, and you're biased. Like that's all there is to it.
Wow.
Why don't you tell us about Alex Jones and Trump? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, you want to talk about how they're going to arrest Alex Jones? Donald Trump on Tuesday, perhaps?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
It's fucking insane.
Or I'm sorry, what about Alex
thinks it's
Jones?
crazy. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about that probably either, do you, Daislove?
Yeah, what's the news on Alex Jones?
I don't really think there is any. Nobody's talking about that right now. We're talking about Donald Trump and getting arrested on Tuesday.
Yeah, ET. What date is that?
Tuesday, like 2-3 days from now, on Tuesday.
March 21st, which is 321, which is the day before 322, which represents something.
You haven't been told about that, ET?
Oh my God. The 3-2-1. I'm freaking out.
Well, actually, ET, do you know about why the 322 is interesting?
No, I don't. If I did, I forgot.
It's I'll just it's nothing too crazy. Or well, I don't know. It's interesting. Like the Skull and Bones Society has this thing with.
I do know about that. Yeah.
So,
remember when George
like
Bush
March,
was?
and also too, March 21st is like the first day of the new year. You know what I mean? The vernal equinox, the fucking all that kind of shit.
Oh, really? So is it actually an important day for all you numerology people?
Well, it's not numerology. The numerology people are your people with the globe. Those are your people, dude. Fucking, we're just trying to figure out the code.
Okay, no, 322. You're right. That I've heard about that Skull and Bones thing.
Right.
322. How is March 21st?
March 21st. Check it out. It's the vernal equinox, right?
Okay.
So you're familiar with all those terms, I'm sure, right?
It's also a new moon.
So like the vernal equinox is like, that's why if I ever have a boy, I want to name him Vern. Anyway, fucking so vernal is like the beginning of the spring. It's like, that's why the bunny is for Easter. It's all about, go forth and multiply, because here comes the sun, the nice weather. But yeah, anyway, it's like I think it's, if anything, it's foreshadowing for Trump. Like if he were to get arrested, you know what I mean? Then, because I think the best part with Trump is that everything they've done to Trump, they've had to then turn around and go through 6 months later. So it's like if they arrest Trump on the 21st, like he's gonna walk, and then they're all gonna get arrested like in a month. That's what I think.
Who's they all though? Okay, you might be right.
Well,
but
like
I mean,
Nancy
what do you mean by
Pelosi,
that?
Chuck Schumer, the fucking Democratic Party that's complete
Oh, okay.
socialist Chinese fucking bought and sold for smoking crack with Hunter Biden in Ukraine. Those people.
Dude, they're both sides of the same coin.
Well, you know, I mean, I understand all that rhetoric. I'd like ideologically, we're looking at like Americana versus like Chinese globalism.
Basically, yeah.
And if you want to, and like, you know, the difference is that, and the whole difference, and this is why, I mean, even the black pillars that are like, oh, Trump's still talking about the vax, and it's like, all right, dude, you're just, you know, go back to the weeds. Like in the political like, you know, thing that we're in, you have these two philosophies, and one of them is, hey man, you can get a shot if you want to, and the other side is like, hey, everyone has to get it, and mandates and this, that, the other thing. So there is a fork in the road presenting itself. Whether or not everyone thinks like, you know, everyone's part of the Illuminati is irrelevant, but there's this societal debate of who's going to be in control. And I think I think all of this was a big psyop to draw out all of the assholes like Anthony Fauci and those guys so that they can all get arrested. It's interesting.
It is fucking interesting. Yeah. Who's going to throw who under the bus?
Right. Well, the thing is, that's the thing with the all this Epstein thing. I mean, it's like Jimmy Kimmel coming out and being like, ha ha ha, they want the list to the clients. What a bunch of fucking conspiracy theorists. Not really, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy shit actually if you think about it.
Dude, you hear about that one dude, I forget his name, the actor that just died, 60 years old.
About Trump giving the keys to the White House over to Netanyahu, bro? Did you hear about that?
Shalom, bro. Shalom.
Is that what ISA stands for? Is that Israeli Space Agency? Is that what that is?
Dude, Space Force, bro. Dude, these nerds need space. You can't take away the whole myth at one shot. These nerds need this. Like, they were just told what satellites really are this last couple months.
You know, it takes us time, you know? We grew up with Star Trek and Star Wars. We need to wean off of this shit.
Right. You guys got to have fucking, you know, galaxies far, far away that you can go to escape.
You know,
we can't go done with everything you were given.
We can't go cold turkey, you know? We got to wean off.
Right.
Nice and gently, all that shit.
I agree with that. But I do like the whole I do think just politically wise, like it's interesting that there's a fork in the road. And I would think granted like if you're going to be a conspiracy theorist and you're not going to be involved in the politics, it's like Plato said, you know, you can, you know, you may not take an interest in politics, but politics takes an interest in you. Ooh. And I think just like labeling everybody as good as one thing or the other thing is detrimental.
I think people label themselves based on what they say. Like they make claims about space and things they believe in, but when asked what is it, replies, I can't tell you that. So what is it that you really believe in?
You fucking can't either, dude. I know.
I told you what it was. I gave you a concise understanding. You said you'd go right after me and you didn't because what?
Well, I don't it's funny how you took 10 minutes to even come at me.
10 minutes?
Why that you
10
did
minutes?
That.
Really?
I don't like it.
I can repeat it. It's less than a minute. Like maybe even less than 30 seconds.
You like 10 minutes passed before and then all of a sudden you came at me again. I don't know why you did that. But.
Well, I mean, it's just odd to me, dude, that you're in here like hogging the mic, bro, on your beliefs and opinions when you don't even know what the fuck it is you believe.
If anyone's been here for the last several hours,
man. Yo, my man, hold on, bro.
Actually. Been respectful.
Christ. Yo. Fuck scared blue off. I heard Data going nuts. I muted him.
Is he crying to
5
you?
minutes. I had something to do with
Is he crying in the DMs?
5 fucking minutes, guys.
Is he crying in the DMs?
No, he's not crying in the DMs.
Just had to ask. Forgive me.
Guys, can we fucking behave, please? If we turn it into a shit show, these guys win. I don't know if you guys understand that or not.
I agree.
So calling somebody out on their bullshit is being rude or whatever? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if we're over talking or something, if we were over talking them, I don't know exactly what happened. I was trying to listen. I couldn't really listen.
He's all good, man. He got butthurt.
Coming and tell us what's up.
I think what had happened was ET was pumping him up, saying how much he likes this guy and blah blah blah, and then Data came in and just kind of rained on the parade and a little bit with his opinion, and that was that, man.
No, I heard Data spaz, and then I muted him, and then I heard some other shit break out. I don't know who was talking though, because I couldn't listen good.
No, it's just, yeah, it's
Anyways,
just that
carry on.
crybaby.
Let's all go one at a time, please, guys. Just carry on one at a time.
All right, cool. I'll go first. So if we're gonna believe in something, we have to be able to identify it, right? Have like some kind of logical understanding as to what it is you actually believe in. So if we're gonna make positive claims about space, then we should probably be able to identify what it is we're saying.
Yeah, and we were going somewhere. Blue, if you're there, come back. Data found some stuff about orbit speeds that were going slow, but Data went fucking ballistic. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, I know. I heard that and then muted him.
Yeah.
I heard that and muted him, and then something else happened with somebody else. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't
come
hear
back,
it all,
Blue,
but
if you're listening.
I do know that Data is the
I want to have that
flatter
combo
Xanax.
with what Data found. If he found that NASA is claiming that only 6,000 miles an hour orbit, that's something new here. I mean, it was always known 17.5. We should have talked about it calmly, not like a bunch of maniacs.
Which is what he was trying to do, was say that the 17.5 was the required minimum orbit for a low Earth orbit, but that as you increase in altitude, which is what he had said prior to that, you don't have to have as high of a speed. You can actually go slower and maintain orbit at a higher altitude.
Right, yeah, okay, yeah. But what we knew, right? What NASA has told us up until now, Data seems to have found some new info, was the minimum speed to achieve orbit from the ground is 17.5. This is the known accepted velocity to reach orbit, any orbit. Now, apparently, Data has found new info, but we didn't go through it because all hell broke loose.
I mean, to go into the further details of what I would assume he was going to try to talk about would really involve digging into how orbital mechanics works and how orbital speeds work.
Because what Data found,
we'd have to get the script for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
It's just counterintuitive.
George Lucas's fantasy series. We'd have to delve really deep into all of that to unpack that.
This is what they say, man. They say, in order for you to reach orbit in their fantasy model, the rocket has to reach the speed of 17,500 miles an hour. That is their model. That's what the model states. Now, if there's new information here, and especially from NASA, I would like to see it personally.
That's low Earth orbit, and that there are satellites that are in high Earth orbit that are actually going slower, but they are going slower because of the way the orbital mechanics works. It's the way you have to understand, like, this is what I was saying, it goes into a whole nother understanding of how it works, because it's less intuitive, because when you say low Earth orbit, you have to hit 17,000, but that in a high Earth orbit, you can hit 8,000 and still maintain, and it's counterintuitive. Why is it that you have to go up higher and you go slower? It's counterintuitive.
Okay, so how fast? So how fast are the satellites going that are in the Lagrange points, the geostationary ones?
The Lagrange points? They're not orbiting Earth. We were talking about satellites that orbit Earth. The Lagrange points are not orbiting Earth.
They're just floating? So they're just floating?
The Lagrange points are hypothetical fantasy spots between two orbiting bodies. Yeah.
Yeah, so are they floating, Solaris?
Well, no, they are moving. They are still moving around, but they are floating in between gravity wells type thing. It's the best layman's way of explaining it.
are most of the satellites that we call we say are the Lagrange points are actually orbiting the Lagrange point at some distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's not Earth, which is what we were talking about with satellites, and about orbital speeds. I mean, that's what we were talking
So you're
about.
saying the geostationary satellites are moving in relation to Earth and the Lagrange points? Is that a geostationary?
And Lagrange points. Those
Hold
are
on,
two different things.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. So the geostationary ones are the ones that are orbiting, but they stay in the same spot, right?
Yes.
Yes, but actually,
Okay, how
no.
fast are they going?
Well, I'll give you a hint. How fast do they say the Earth is spinning?
Isn't it
How
all
fast is
relative?
a geostationary satellite going?
I don't know. Look it up. Let's find out how fast the Himawari 8 is moving. I mean, because that's one.
Make believe miles an hour.
SE was right. It's moving at 15.04 miles or 15.04 degrees per hour.
It has to.
Degrees per hour.
Which one?
Not even
Any geostational satellites. That is the definition of geostationary.
Yeah, it would have to go that fast. Yeah.
It has to. There's no choice here, according to the model.
Yeah.
Now, if you want a linear or a tangential speed, that is sort of irrelevant, but we could figure that out depending on the height of the satellite.
So it would have to be a lot faster than 1,000 miles an hour, right?
I
So
don't know.
the lower.
Hold on. Why don't you work through the math, Essie? We know that the speed is 15.4 degrees per hour, or sorry, 15.04 degrees per hour. And why don't you do it for 1,000 kilometers and then 10,000?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it could easily be figured out according to your model.
Yeah, why don't you do it? How would you even set up that problem?
So depending on how high you are, that's going to determine how fast you need to go to. What's up?
Hold on, Jeremy. SE is going to dazzle us with his mathematical abilities. SE,
Why
how
is
would you
SE
set
going to
up?
do
When he
anything?
does the
Why
math.
do you think SE is going to do anything for you?
It won't even be a mathematical thing. It's just a mind trick to tell you that you don't know anything about the mathematical equations, where you get sidetracked into this crazy haze of mind fog of math. And then
They
you
want to go
don't
into the
know what the
math.
hell's going on anymore. And then someone else talks about something, and it's like,
I think
gotcha.
it is fascinating that none of y'all can actually even set up the problem.
I would
Who
like to see that
cares
as
about
well.
the
I would
problem,
also
dude?
like to introduce
So-
the idea that balloons cannot travel at that speed and with that perfect trajectory that they can traverse across the sky with almost perfection. That's not possible. If you can prove to me that that's possible, I would love to see that.
Prove what's possible.
You can't fly it like a giant drone
Prove
balloon.
what's possible. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, a lot of people think that satellites are nothing but machines hoisted up by balloons flying all around the world. There's no way that is possible. They could not only could they maintain that perfect trajectory, fly across the sky, given all the jet streams and everything, in a perfect line, as they almost do every time. They would get ripped and torn apart and fly all around the world, all around the sky in a weird ass way. Those
What are
aren't
you
balloons,
talking about?
dude.
I don't know.
I know nobody talks about this. It makes perfect sense, though.
Because there's no reason to
All
talk
right,
about
settle
whatever
down, bro.
nonsense you just said.
Yeah,
Balloons.
I know.
So the higher up
I
you
know.
go,
When
so
you
the
bring
higher up
up
you go,
space shit
so the
with
higher
people,
up
the
you go. I know you
conversation
guys can hear me. I know you can hear me.
Every time.
Everyone who was just talking right now, dude, that's obnoxious. Come
There was
on,
only
guys.
one
You
person,
can't
dude.
just. There was only one guy. Dude, you
Yeah.
can't just try to power through people like that. Come on, man. What the fuck?
You got that, ET? Chill out, bro.
I was just finishing my point.
Christ. All right, go ahead. Finish your point.
No, I did already. If you were listening, I did.
Okay, if two people are talking, this goes for everyone. If two people are talking and you're one of them, you need to stop talking. I don't care what's happening. All right? Thank you. Public service announcement. Now, the higher we go, the slower you can go to orbit, right? Is that how it works?
Apparently.
The higher you get, the slower you can go to orbit Earth.
Yeah, and I was just doing the math for the Himawari 8. It's 6,710 10.4 miles an hour.
Okay, so how high up do we
Actually-
got to get? Oh, that was nice work. Go
Can
ahead.
I jump in one more time really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I actually believe that the higher you go up in orbit, the faster you have to go. And an analogy that we've all known as kids, if you're on a merry-go-round, when you're on the outside, that's why you have that crazy feeling when you're on the outside, because you're actually having to travel faster when you're on the outside versus when you're on the inside of the merry-go-round. That's all.
Okay, great.
This is why I said it was
Good point.
counterintuitive.
So how high up? So how high up do we got to go before we can go 0 in orbit?
I don't know.
Well, let's crunch some numbers. I'll get Kosho on it later. Don't worry. I'll remember this part. There must be a point where you can go up high enough to where you're going 0 and orbiting, right? Because if it's a gradient like that, no? 1 mile an hour and you're orbiting?
I don't know, Jeremy. I mean, these guys think the magnetic field extends on to infinity. I mean, there's no stopping the logicalness
Buzz
from
Lightyear
their
shit.
nature.
That's that Buzz Lightyear shit. Infinity and beyond, motherfuckers.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you guys are gonna sit here and go on with like infinity being a thing, I mean, can we even really like take you guys serious? Like, we got Zanuck over here saying we got infinite forces and energies. Like, magnetism goes on to infinity. I mean,
Yeah, I
just
got
like,
a question
where's
about infinity.
Infinite
So,
excuses for why
who
the
got-
model makes no sense.
Right. So who got the direct measurement of infinity to even know that there's an infinity out there to be not
well,
explored?
they sum it up with these like little two-dimensional geometric expressions like circles and figure eights, and they say, see, you know, like they create these little fantasies where this could possibly exist, but never in reality.
Could possibly, but they haven't gotten the measurement yet. Because to know if something's infinite or not, that's still a measurement that you said you got.
Well, again, like that goes back to measurement versus calculation, and
Presumption.
yeah, all they have is calculable fantasy, nothing in tangible reality, i.e., measurement.
Correct.
So this is what brings us to the fantasy land of space and time and the merging of the two to create the fourth dimension, and just all this fantasy talk, dude, that can never be demonstrated, replicated, or constituted with validity.
They can't even reproduce an orbit in a lab.
They don't need to. They're
Why
just
is that?
fanboy-
Why not?
I'll explain. They're just fanboys. So all they have to do is suspend disbelief and everything's good.
That's true.
I mean, are you guys not curious how high up you got to go before we can just go like 1 mile an hour and just be orbiting?
I would love to know that.
That's fucking awesome. Yeah, man. Let's go. Does it hit
How much
0?
fuel
Can I
would
go
we save?
one?
Yeah, let's get all the planes, everything up into that spot, then we could save so much fuel. Jeez.
I think it'd be a morbid type of curiosity, Jeremy. Kind of same way you're fascinated at the guy falling down the stairs.
That is ignorant towards aviation. They have a damn good reason why they go up as high as they do.
Shut up, E.T.
And you know that
True.
reason.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of things people claim, a lot of things and they don't know the answers to. Form
That's why we're
opinions
here.
about.
Stop
We're here to
talking.
help
You're
you.
just
Yeah,
making
I love
noises
it.
that
Me
don't
too.
contribute to the conversation.
No, it was funny. It was funny, those noises you made.
Right, so find that curvature yet, kiddos? Let us know.
Several weeks ago, approximately 3 weeks ago, I opened up
ET.
my microphone and asked how high you would have to go. And Elijah Savvy, the very same person who's talking with me right now, I said there's this Japanese company who later this year is going to be raising.
Stuff up.
No, there's this Japanese company. It's going to
No,
be
you're making
putting
stuff
this.
up. Why are you invoking my name when I
Let him finish his
haven't
point,
spoken to you?
Elijah. Let him finish his point. You can address him
I'm
after.
not
Come
gonna
on.
let him finish his point. He's making stories up, bringing my name into it when I hadn't even finished speaking. I was addressing.
Oh,
Okay,
what
sorry.
the fuck, man? Yo, it ain't a debate when I'm modding. Like, we're not about to get into a fucking debate over my modding. If you got a problem with my modding, talk to Geo. Okay. In the meantime, we're gonna let everyone finish their sentence. Go ahead, ET.
Okay. I can drop the article. In fact, I will just now, just in case anyone's curious. There's this Japanese company it's actually pretty amazing, regardless of what you believe about the Earth. There's this company that's gonna make this balloon thing that's gonna hold up this little glass sphere where two people can sit inside, and it's supposedly gonna go like 15 miles up into the atmosphere, and it's pretty amazing. And then I came in here that day. I read the article and asked this group, "How high do you have to go up to see the sphere?" And Elijah Savvy said, "It doesn't matter how high you go up because something about the Terminator line, you won't even be able to see it anyway." I've always been confused by that response, and I'm done.
Well, you're definitely just making stuff up again.
No, you said that like a few weeks.
Hold
Dude,
on,
you
let
are
him finish. Let him respond. Hold on, ET. Hold on, let him respond, ET. I can't like micromanage this and mute you guys on mute. So just go one at a time, please.
It's incoherent, raising my name for no good reason. Anyway, back to my question for you, Jeremy. Given their proposition of the higher you go, the slower you need to maintain orbit, or however it is they suggested. The question would then be, what are they going to do if they first they have to demonstrate that, right? They have to explain that away with their maths, but then they have to address the rest of the forces and the rest of the speeds and the velocities. Because if they're just gonna invoke orbit around the Earth, okay, but Earth, according to them, isn't just standing there just floating in nothingness. It's spinning in nothingness, and then that's spinning and that's spinning. So they have to justify all that and then explain away somehow that these things aren't experiencing any other forces and aren't having to maintain for that.
Not when you're only talking about the orbit of Earth, like orbiting Earth itself, and we're not talking about anything else. That's just compounding down the line. I mean, we were specifically speaking of orbits around Earth.
Did you just miss the point?
Well, I mean, you
Was
want
I-
to
and was I hold on? Did you miss the point? And was I speaking to you?
You're moving the goalposts is all you're doing.
I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm bringing up the rest of the problem with all this nonsense that you're suggesting.
Moving the goalpost.
You're trying to isolate your model as if you can just turn other bits off of it. I'm not moving any goalposts. You're the one who set the goalposts in this model of crazy fantasy. That's your fault, or the people who you're defending, or the idea that you're defending. That's not my fault. You can't shift the burden onto me for bringing it up. So anyway.
Yeah, I'm about to.
What say you, Jeremy? If you feel like responding.
I don't know. What was the question even?
Well, it's what comes next. They're invoking something that they have to then deal with, right? We're still waiting on the results for that one. But then they're only invoking it. They're kind of basically cheating. They're isolating two portions or one portion of a whole system that they're asserting, right? The model of the universe. But they're only zeroing down on one thing and one linear thing within a 3D system.
So, did you have a question for me, or?
Well, the question is, what then do they do to explain the lack of effects, or do they have a mathematical justification for why things are or aren't happening with the rest of the forces that would be involved in something spinning around a giant, massive ball, etc.? They're presenting it like a 2D problem, but it's not a 2D problem. It's not a two-body problem. It's more than that. That's my point.
All right.
But I think Witzel wanted to say something.
What up? What's it?
What up?
How'd it go? How'd your thing go?
It was fire, bro. It was super cool.
No doubt.
Yeah, I was just screen sharing Walter Bisland's model. Yeah, this is like a death blow to the globe. I was wondering if any glober could get past a bendy light ray part of the conversation with any competence. I didn't know. Just to give everyone a recap, right? So all observations in the sky can be mapped out perfectly on a flat Earth. Perfectly. With an azimuthal grid of vision. So the globers say the person that made the model himself said it doesn't work. It would require light to bend impossibly.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you,
thanks,
Walter.
Yeah.
So
so they say that it requires light to bend impossibly, right? And they all repeat it just nonstop. But the light's not physically bending. It's just an optical effect. Just like in their own model, crepuscular rays or anti-crepuscular rays. So unless they want to deny their own model, they cannot deny azimuthal grid of vision. And they never can even use their little brains to get past that part. They literally can't. They can't.
So,
I've never had one glober get past it.
You don't have to bully them now. What's it? Come on.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Just not be working very well. Go ahead.
With it, you are completely correct. I recently had the Walter Bisland model explained to me in depth and shown to me how it would work for celestial navigation. And it works from any one position. Where the Walter Bisland model falls apart is the distance over the ground needed to travel changes depending where you are on the surface.
Wow, I got kicked.
Sorry, what's the problem? Yo, what?
I got kicked.
Not because of
somebody
the mods, right?
responded to you. I think it's just an error. But whoever said that thing, you're gonna have to repeat it. He didn't
I
hear.
repeat it. What's the home run?
No, sorry. Wits, are you with us? I apologize. You get kicked. I didn't.
I'm back. Yeah.
All right. So I will give you from any position on the Walter Bisland model, the celestial dome is correct and would work as it is used every day for celestial navigation. Where I don't see the model working is the distance required you to travel to change the astronomical bodies will vary depending on where you are on the Earth.
No. What are you talking about? All the distances work with the position of the stars in the sky on the model.
They do, but they don't work in relation to each other and the amount of deviation in the sky. The length of a nautical mile on the Walter Bisland model would vary 1.5. So it'd be 1.5 times longer in the south than it is in the north, where in reality it's the same length.
No, it wouldn't actually. Like in the south, just the optical appearance of the sky is relative to the azimuthal grid. So, like I have stellarium shared now. I think it'd be beneficial that the globers look at my screen share. Okay, so this is stellarium, right? This is inside an azimuthal grid of vision. Like you see, this is a dome. This is the glober's go-to explain where stuff is in the sky. This is an azimuthal grid of vision. That's what used in stellarium. That's what time and date uses. That's what celestial navigation uses. Because you take an azimuth and an like a altitude reading. That gives you an azimuthal grid of vision. So that's what you use as well to navigate.
No, right. Nobody's arguing any of these facts. What I'm talking about is the distance that you actually have to travel. The amount of ground that it makes up a nautical mile would vary on the Walter Bisland model, where in reality the nautical mile remains a fixed constant.
What? Dude, you're just saying that. You're just saying it because you think the South is bigger on a flat. Yeah, you're not
Because
understanding.
it's true. If you look at the Walter Bislin model and you see how far you have to move your cursor in order for the stars to change, that is because the length of a nautical mile is changing on that model.
No. First of all, Walter Bislin arbitrarily put fake mock stars on there, then drew really bendy light rays just to try to figure out a way to say it doesn't work. Those aren't real stars. You can
That's
take
not the point.
No, the point is that the way the stars are viewed is relative to the observer's position within the sky. So your distance wouldn't change. It's just how you view it, how long you view that star relative to distance.
That's not the point with it. So if
Oh my
you look at
God.
the Walter Bislin, no, listen to me and just try to respond to what I'm saying. Look at the Walter Bislin model. On the southern half, you have to move your mouse cursor further in order to get the same degree change as if when your mouse cursor is in the northern hemisphere.
Okay, but
What's
the
it have to do with reality?
observation remains accurate.
What that has to do with reality is the length of a nautical mile does not change.
Because
a nautical
you made
mile.
the cursor move
I
at
don't think he
different
gets.
pace.
I don't think he gets it, bro. Like,
I
I don't.
apologize. Say that again.
I don't think you get it. Like, I don't think you understand that. Literally, if it's showing the sky,
I couldn't hear me. I couldn't hear your question while you were talking over me. Could you ask it again?
Am I delayed?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
So
Okay. We're just not going to respond to the fact that a nautical mile doesn't change length.
Dude was literally
Dude,
trying
literally
to respond
trying to respond. I was just making sure I wasn't lagging.
By talking
You made
over
it
me
sound
and
as-
then not
Now you're talking
answering the
over me.
question. And when I asked him, yeah. So what was the response? Nautical miles don't change distance in reality.
Buddy, for one, you've already conceded that all celestial phenomena can be mapped out on a flat Earth. This is a moment of mourning for you, okay? So don't get so cocky. Now we're gonna take your little ball away even further if you'll stop interrupting.
I'm not interrupting. Could someone please address the fact that nautical miles remain a fixed distance here on the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, I already did respond, and it seems that you're not understanding what I'm saying. So Napalm was going to jump in and try and rephrase it for you, but you kind of freaked out.
Yeah, I was just going to say that on Bislin's
I'm asking
model.
for anyone to address the issue.
Maybe shut up then. Every time he starts to talk, you keep interrupting him. Just shut up a sec.
Napalm's going to address it. Just hold on, Eggshells. It's coming up right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to say,
Is someone talking I can't hear?
Wow.
Oh my God! You
Wow.
have okay,
Well,
Eggshells.
hold on,
Eggshells,
hold on.
You have a technical issue. Hold
It's
on,
not
man.
Eggshells.
I can't hear.
Don't tell me to
anything.
hold on. Whoever's telling me to hold on, you hold on. A technical difficulty. Either restart and rejoin or do something because you're having a technical issue.
Or
Somebody
make sure
asking if he
Napalm's
has
not
to be
muted.
Yeah, make sure Napalm isn't muted. That might
You might have Napalm muted. Something's going on. Figure it out.
Hold up.
Wait. This is
makes
a
more sense.
sad day for the globe, bro. Like
Oh, he left.
it's drink
So
of Kool-Aid. It's not
Oh, I thought that was. All right.
I apologize. I didn't hear you, Napalm. That's my bad. I couldn't hear you at all. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so yeah, what you're not understanding is that within Walter Bislin's model, if you put yourself, the observer, in the middle of that little bubble, a little dome that perfectly maps the sun, moon, and stars, what you're going to see within that dome is exactly what you see in reality. So as you move, it's going to update exactly the way that it does in reality. So if that is taking place, what are you talking about? That the issue with Walter Bislin's model is the 69 degrees per nautical mile. If every movement within that model that he's put forth accurately predicts what you will see when you move within that model.
Because you said it exactly. Every movement you make in there will accurately predict what it would be on Earth. the amount of movement of your cursor required in the southern hemisphere is larger than the amount of movement required in the northern hemisphere, i.e., the nautical mile has changed physical length.
No.
What?
There's just more nautical miles. That's what you're not getting. But either
He's
way.
putting an assumption in there. I don't know if he's
What,
aware of that.
what do you mean there's more nautical miles? How do you have
Yeah,
more
that's a good
nautical
point,
miles?
Napalm. Yeah, you need to drive that home.
Nautical mile is a ratio. You can't have more.
Only on your model. Only on your model.
Only in reality.
Oh
No, sorry.
man, that was crazy. That's
There's
what
the
we got
There's the
to.
assumption.
This is gonna be a rough year, man. You know.
Could anyone in this room explain what a nautical mile is?
Did we just
Really?
explain that you were wrong and you're trying to avoid it, or am I tripping?
No, I don't.
I don't
You
think
said
you
there's
understand.
more nautical miles than 24,000. That's not possible.
Oh, so now we have a baseless begging the question as the foundation for your nonsense straw man.
No, definition of nautical mile.
Oh my god, dude. The definition of nautical mile has we have to have a globe. That's your argument?
What is it nautical mile?
Answer my question.
Yes, in order for the
Oh,
nautical
you're
mile
crushing.
to,
Okay. Any other Glovers?
in order for
Told
the
you, the
nautical mile
assumption
to
was there.
work, in order for the nautical mile to work, we need a globe, because the definition of a nautical mile is the distance required to travel to move the astronomical body 1 minute of angle.
And that is the assumption.
Buddy, nautical
which
mile
your
means we
error
are
is
measuring the distance in the sea, bro. That's it.
No, it doesn't. I can measure
what-
nautical miles on land. I can measure nautical miles in the air. I can measure nautical
air,
miles.
yeah.
Yeah, I can do.
Okay, so
I can measure
we
nautical
can.
miles anywhere I go.
Can I just get a test? Because I was unable to hear Napalm also. I left and came back. Napalm, if you could just
Napalm, say
speak for
something.
a second.
Napalm, you've
I
been
mean,
blacklisted by Discord.
Hold
Drink
on,
a Kool-Aid
Napalm.
should
Hold
be able
on,
to
guys.
steel man
It, it kind of seemed like before he could hear Napalm talking because he was saying that he was talking
Lou
over him.
just said he had the same problem. Lou, Napalm, can you say something?
Yeah, I can say something. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. I hear you now. I left and came back. I got you. And then,
Okay, so when we're talking about
so you guys. Also, I just want to just real. I thought nautical miles had to do with like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just speed in knots, but isn't it like knots tied in? Every so often in a rope, they throw it into the water, see how fast you're going, and like, isn't that kind of the same thing with nautical miles?
Well, it's not just water. It's not just water, but he was talking about celestial navigation in the water. So in this context, it literally is that. And no, they use the meridian and like latitude. So basically what he's saying is if we use the globe model, then only the globe works.
You can only use celestial navigation anywhere. I can do a sighting right now standing in my front yard, or I can go out on the boat and do a sighting.
I just
It
said
doesn't
that.
matter. So why do you keep saying it's only over water? That's incorrect.
I didn't. Oh my God. I just
Wow.
said that. I just now said it's not just over water. They use the meridian and the latitude. But we were talking about celestial navigation in the water.
Can you define what a nautical mile is?
I just did.
No,
It's a
you
distance.
didn't.
It's just a distance. We know
a
that
distance
because
of
one
what?
nautical mile equals
It's
X
slightly
amount of
longer
regular
than a
miles.
mile.
Today, the
1.15.
International Nautical Mile is defined as exactly 1852 meters.
Okay, so
Where
it's
does it
just
come
a distance. We can just transfer it into miles, and it's just a distance. Now what?
Where does it come from? What is the? How do we get that measurement?
I already
What is
said
that
how. You use the meridian and the latitude.
The meridian and the latitude.
So you don't even know.
Okay.
I thought you were a sailor. Drink a Kool-Aid. You don't know this yourself?
I'm very interested when he says the meridian. Do you know much about celestial navigation?
Yeah, it uses the meridian arc with the latitude.
The meridian arc. Okay. Could you do a position fix?
What?
Can you do a position fix?
Dude, okay, see, you're just completely devolved. We get it that all you're capable of talking about is that you You get on boats, okay? But we don't care.
No,
So we're
you guys
talking about
can't
how
define a
all
nautical mile.
celestial phenomena can be explained and mapped on a flat Earth, okay? And
Yes, and
that
the distances required to travel over the ground must change on the Walter Bislin model. But in reality, they do not change.
because we're using the positions of the stars in the sky, and you're assuming a globe with the meridian arc based on the latitude. Was that better for you? Did I say it slow enough?
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's funny.
See, now you're projecting because you're uncomfortable with the fact that you don't even really know how we get nautical miles.
Okay. I don't know
Give
how
us-
we get nautical miles.
Give us your definition of a nautical mile. Since you asked it, we gave it to you. Go
I've
ahead.
done it twice.
Go ahead.
No,
It
I
is
already
the
defined it. So what did I say that was wrong?
You didn't say anything correct.
So they don't use the meridian arc
Use a
corresponding to the
meridian arc.
latitude.
Is this a Zanuck?
It equals
straight
1
up?
minute of arc.
You're wrong. You don't understand.
It literally
go.
uses the meridian arc corresponding to latitude.
So what is it, Kool-Aid? Tell us.
Somebody, I'm sorry, I didn't catch who it was. Somebody else just said it exactly, but it wasn't Austin.
I
Tell us,
said
Kool-Aid.
what you said earlier, but you don't realize that arc was right, and it's measured from the meridian. It's 1 minute of arc.
Yeah, 1 minute
What
arc.
kind of
angle,
arc?
right?
What kind of arc?
A spherical arc.
Oh, a meridian arc. Actually, that's what it's a meridian arc.
It's a sphere.
Spherical arc. So he's
It's a
admitting that he's just going in this presumption.
No,
Isn't that redundant?
It's a meridian arc, dude.
It's
That's
an
what
arc.
it
The whole
is.
problem with this
Or-
conversation, he's assuming.
You have to be able to move north-south and east-west and any direction in between, thereby making it a sphere. It's the
Wait, do
only
you know what a
shape that
meridian
works.
arc is?
What is he doing?
I
Why
am
are you
trying to
making problems
define
for
what a
yourself? Can you just
nautical mile.
concede that your whole argument with what Witsit was presenting was based on an assumption? Could you at least
Was
concede
based on
that?
the fact that a nautical mile works.
Let
A
me help
nautical
you out. Do
mile
you not
works.
know what a
Define it.
meridian arc is?
Yes, I know what a
Define
meridian
Define
arc
it.
is.
the nautical mile, dude.
Can we
Or a nautical.
look? It's pretty obvious that you guys don't know how celestial navigation works.
Okay, now you're just gaslighting.
Projection.
Yeah.
He's trying
So
to.
Can you
meridian, the
define
meridian
it?
arc. Do you not know how to
If-
define it?
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go hang out with 18-year-olds because
Later.
they're
No.
better.
Define it. Define it.
No,
Define it.
I'm not. I'm literally cannot get a sentence out. It's not worth it. You guys have no idea.
Run.
You can't.
Run
You can't
away,
even
bro.
define the basic concept and construct used to get the nautical mile.
You can't define a nautical mile.
Yes,
Goodbye.
it's the Okay, it's the corresponding distance between a meridian arc and the latitude. Of course, now that he's gone, a meridian arc is pretty simple, right? It's like the longitudinal curve. It's like if I have one position and another position and I connect them on a globe and it curves, that's the arc, the meridian arc. Meridian flights would be from north to south or vice versa, which also debunked the globe, right? So he's basically just saying if we use the globe construct and we reify it to get the meridian arc with their longitude and latitude of their globe model, then the distances have to be on a globe. It's like, you don't say.
Yeah, it's conflation because they use their system to map over an already logical way of navigating, right? So they set it up on purpose so that people like that will conflate the two and imagine as if they're both the same, and that one requires the globe, but it never did. Because
Dude, no glober can rebut this. It's so funny. He's like, he just conceded that all this stuff in the sky works.
It's strange.
Dude, it's bad for them, bro. Be like, all you're gonna ever hear from him. The maker of the model himself said that it doesn't work because bendy light rays. And then you just explain, no, the light's not physically bending. It's just an optical effect. And then they'll say, no, it's not. you're an idiot. That doesn't work. They'll deny azimuthal grid of vision. You can just show them stellarium literally is inside the dome, and then Walter Bisland's model just showing the dome from the outside. So for your model to map it out, they also use the same thing because they take an azimuth direction and they take altitude angle, and that gives you a dome effectively. And that's how we view the sky, and that's how we map it out for time and date. That's how we map it out for stellarium and everything in their own paradigm. And then they'll keep saying the physically bending light ray thing. And you're like, no, the light ray is not actually physically bending. It's just an optical effect, just like in your own model with crepuscular rays. You guys claim that the light rays are parallel for intents and purposes because, of course, a sphere can't have parallel rays. So it's actually diverging away from the sun. But since the radius of the light's so big, by the time it gets to the Earth and it's just a small percentage of the light, then it's basically parallel. So you guys claim that the sun's light rays are parallel. What they look like they're divergent because of perspective. So it's an optical effect. And then you also have anti-crepuscular rays on the globe model being explained by the same thing. So if we have a perspective effect in front of us and behind us from where the sun is, 180 degrees, right? Anti-crepuscular rays, their own model invokes an azimuthal grid of vision or perspective to explain why, even though the light's really parallel and doing one thing, it appears to be doing something else based on your position. So the globe model requires them acknowledge the azimuthal grid of vision changes where it looks like the light is, right? So I know that was a lot, but I have to step away. But their whole model, like uses the same construct, so they can't deny it. So it's
it doesn't
literally a
change
death blow.
where things are. For you
What?
to end up with parallel lines converging, you don't have to change where things are.
That was totally relevant.
A perspective. Well, I'm counting on what you just said.
No.
Okay, well, repeat what you said about the crepuscular rays.
Okay, how does your model explain anti-crepuscular rays?
Hey, what's the radius of a photon?
Bacon, how does your model explain anti-crepuscular rays?
The same way it explains corpuscular rays. That's how parallel lines end up when you project them into a 2D image.
A 2D image? Okay, so when we're on the Earth and we're looking at the sun, it looks like there are crepuscular rays. You guys claim the light rays are parallel, right?
Yeah, nearly, yeah.
So it's just a perspective issue.
Yeah, like railroad tracks.
So it's an optical effect.
It's an effect of a projection. I'm not sure
No,
if
it's an
you'd call that
optical
an
effect.
optical. But you can say that.
What do you mean you
As
can't
long as
say
you-
that?
as-
Wiki.
As long as the meaning isn't lost with that sentence, then yes.
We look at the light rays and they look different than you claim they really are. That's an optical effect. The railroad
They looking different.
the
That's how
railroad tracks are
parallel-
parallel. They look like they're converging. It's an optical
in the
effect.
picture. Yeah, they form converging lines in the picture.
It's not in a picture. It's in real life when you go look at it.
Yeah, in your view, which is a projection of 3D space.
So it's an
That is
optical
not real
effect.
life. It's an effect of the projection. If you want to call that an optical effect, that's fine. As long as
it's an
it's
effect
clear.
of the optics.
It's literally
As long as it's
optical
clear.
phenomena. What's the problem?
As long as
What's a projection, Bacon? What do you mean by projection?
Oh, it's simple. You have 3D space and you have a 2D vision. So the space that is 3D gets mapped into a 2D version of it. That's a projection. You get a mapping of a space and you lose one dimension.
Okay, this is the facts of the matter. The railroad tracks are parallel. They appear to converge. In your paradigm, the sun's light rays are parallel. They appear to converge. And also, if we turn 180, it'll look like they're coming up from underneath the Earth in your paradigm, anti-crepuscular rays, right? So you guys claim that that's just an optical effect based on perspective. When we look at the parallel light rays, they look like they're in a different position than they actually are.
No, it doesn't look like you're in a different position. That's what I'm exactly countering before. And you
See,
said
I
wasn't
think you guys
countering
are
what you're saying.
actually just slow. Like I don't.
He's playing subjective semantics, is what he's doing.
No, this is what they have to do because once you rip
why
because
are
they
you diverting
can't let
from
this
the
go. If they
claim?
say there's not bendy light rays, they have nothing. They have to
Why are you diverting from
redefine.
my
They have to say that
point?
yeah. So okay, how about this? Bacon, answer this question. If we saw the
No,
actual light rays,
I already
as
answered
they,
the question, and now you're
all right,
asking something
I told
else.
you I have to go, and I'm not doing this like you make conversations take 17 hours long and just run around with semantics all day. So
Well, I counter a specific point, and you're just not making a different one without acknowledging what I said. Just ignoring
Yeah,
what
but
I
it's
said and making a
subjective. Your
different
point was subjective, Bacon.
I
No,
was
no one agrees with
specifically
you.
acknowledging your point, actually.
Your own
I
model
don't care
doesn't
if you
agree with you.
It's good that you don't agree because what you're saying is incompatible to how we deal with perspective. So if you would agree with me, then I would also be wrong.
No one cares what you're
It's a
talking
good
about.
thing
Not
that you
even
don't
what
agree
he
with me.
said. You're not even listening, Bacon. He said your
I
own model
was.
doesn't agree with you.
I don't think so.
Well, we
And
don't care what you
the
Exactly
claim
think.
what he
was-
said. I'm quoting him verbatim. You're not
Yeah,
paying
no.
attention.
When I said I don't think so. I'm not saying I don't think he said it. I don't think what he said is true. That I'm going
doesn't
against
matter,
the
but you
model. And
misquoted him.
don't interrupt me. Don't
What do you
interrupt
mean,
me.
don't interrupt?
No,
If you're not
I,
going
no,
to pay enough
I
attention and I have to
Elijah,
correct
hold
you.
on, man. I got it. Elijah, just let him finish, man.
Yeah, I just rephrased. I just repeated his last sentence and said that I disagree with that. I can't possibly be misrepresenting him. I just repeated his last sentence, and I said that that's not true.
Okay.
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 I'll go.
Bacon,
I'll
if
go
you had
to
to
the
just let
last
me finish, then I was going to ask you a question to clarify your position. But you knew I was about to destroy you. That's why you interrupted. Okay, you can
Yeah, of
laugh,
course.
but like this
Go
is
ahead,
like
ask your
5th
question.
grade. This is not even when we see the parallel ray, okay, and they look like they're diverging. If we were able to see what they actually were, would they look like they were in a different position?
No.
Oh my God. See what I'm saying? This is what they have to do, bro. They have to. Dude, if you
Can you
say that
address
this is
my
so
answer?
funny. This is so, if we could see the actual parallel railroad tracks, then it would look different than what we actually see, which is convergence.
If you look for them from above, for example, you see them parallel, right?
Oh my God. No,
Yeah,
actually, even from above, if you
seeing.
look into the distance, then they are no longer
Can I elaborate?
parallel.
Yeah, and if you're seeing the light rays from below, then they should still be parallel on both sides. How come on one side you see a point and the other side they splay out? Answer the fucking question.
I'm trying to. Seeing
You're
requires
not.
you.
You're
You
fucking
can't
gish
see
galloping
something
over the
without.
last fucking 5 minutes, wasting everybody's time.
We're not even allowing me to answer any of the questions you guys are answering. Oh, sorry, you guys are asking. Seeing requires a position. You can't see from no position. Wherever you put the observer, if you put the observer above the railroad tracks, you're not going to see them converging or diverging. If you're looking at them from above. So when you're saying see how they actually are, that still requires. I still have to be somewhere to look at the railroad tracks.
Yeah, you're just incorrect again. I already
doesn't
rebutted
require-
that. If you okay, see, Bacon, you want to talk really slow and make everyone
That's
sit here and
what
listen
you're doing
to
right now.
you not get to the point.
Your talk is slow right now.
No, I'm getting concisely to the point. So it's
Yeah,
very
I'm
simple.
elaborating.
In your own model, okay, you have an azimuthal grid of vision. Do you agree?
I don't understand what that means.
Okay, see what I'm saying? But please teach us more.
Sure. If you have railroad tracks,
oh my God, I'm leaving.
in 3D
I gotta go
space,
do something.
they being
Like,
parallel.
Bacon
Once
is like
you map
torture
them,
to me, dude. It's like it's weird. I don't know why.
of course, if you're wrong and you don't want to be
No, it's
corrected,
because
that
you
sounds like
make
torture. That could be like
conversations
torture.
take so long, dude.
I haven't been here for more than 10 minutes.
I know, and it's
For
like
how long are you speaking?
a point that takes maybe
Feels like an
20
hour.
seconds is just now going to take another hour.
I mean, I could
Oh,
put the
how
timer
long it
on him if
takes-
you want. Like we could do the
How-
time thing.
Yeah, how long it
probably.
takes doesn't depend on me. If you're committed not to agree or if you have a very different point of view and the conversation isn't finished in 30 seconds, that's not necessarily my fault.
That's great. That's great. Look, you said yourself, if you're above the train tracks, then they look parallel, right?
Yeah, if you look at
We're
them from
below
above, yeah.
the light rays in the sky. How come they do not look parallel on both sides?
Because they're not going.
They're
They're not in
going
the same
parallel.
position.
They're
Sorry?
not in the same position?
Yeah,
They're not going
they're
parallel.
not going.
Pick one.
Yeah, if they're going above your head, parallel to your position on the parallel to the surface, and you look up, you also see them parallel. That's not usually the setup of libraries. There's a specific setup in which you can see parallels being parallel, parallel lines being parallel. And if you're not in that setup, you're not going to see them parallel.
Wow. Okay. Thanks, man.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Fully educated. Thank you.
Yeah, the whole thing, for example, renders treat the light as straight lines. So where you see something is where it actually is. And guess what happens when you render railroad tracks? They also converge in the rendering. Does that mean those things aren't in their actual position? No. Every point on the railroad track is being rendered in their actual position. Those, each pixel of those aren't bending, aren't in different directions than where you see them. It's exactly where they are. You don't have to change the direction of things to make parallel lines look like they're diverging. All you need is a projection, which goes against what Witty was saying.
No, it doesn't go against what Wiz was saying. Why are you
Oh,
invoking
I
projection?
gotta go to the live stream.
Why are you invoking projection in this? It's just an optical
Because
phenomenon.
that's what
Why do you
perspective
why do you
is.
What's your point? You're objecting to something that he said without actually making a coherent point.
Well, what am I objecting to then? Show that you're listening to what I'm saying.
You tell me.
See, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just saying stuff. You're saying that I did not disagree with him when I repeated back his sentence and said I disagree with that sentence.
What's your point? He's talking. He's
already did
gone
it 3
now.
times.
He's talking. He's gone now. But he was talking about that it's an optical phenomenon, and you want to disagree with that. You want to invoke projection for what?
I didn't say I disagreed with that.
And bullshit.
You just okay.
I try to do something nice and you be a fucking jerk.
Yo, you're hot micing, my guy.
Fuck off. I ain't gonna mess around. Stop doing shit that's disrespectful.
Somebody's got to mute him.
I don't give a fuck. You won't get anything. I won't buy you nothing.
Hey guys, mute him, dude. What are you doing? Don't let him carry on like that. Cell phone. I know. I was trying to move him to the hot mic room. I couldn't find it.
It's alright. He's gone.
Jesus, Jeremy, you sloppy, bro.
Relax, everyone. Relax. Okay, go ahead. Where were we?
Perspective, I guess.
Yeah, what's your problem with perspective?
I don't have a problem with perspective. I have a problem with some specific claims that I heard.
Okay, which one?
Like that.
Which were?
Like that, because the railroad tracks are converging, then things aren't in their actual position or something like that.
That's not even.
And I disagreed with that. Things are exactly where they are when you look at railroad tracks.
Not in their actual position.
Oh my god! You weren't listening to it?
No, I'm paying enough attention to know that nobody
No,
said
everything I say, Witty said you said it. Witty didn't say that, and you're just not paying attention.
Oh no, the first time I objected is another gentleman. I don't know who it was, but he was speaking, and you literally misquoted him.
You're not worth listening to, dude.
Okay, barring refraction, you're saying because they're going left to right so much that they are in their actual position, barring any refraction.
What is the word you said before refraction? Any refraction? Barring?
Forget refraction. Let's pretend there's no refraction, and we were looking at the railroad tracks and they're converging. You're saying they're in their actual position?
Yeah.
I mean, I would tend to agree with that if you shoot a bullet at it.
Yeah, the each pixel of the picture.
Hold on, the bullet's only like dropping up and down. Well, I mean, you might get a little left to right, but I'd have to imagine that, if you shoot a laser or a bullet or something, you're gonna hit the track or whatever, right?
Exactly. There's no change in position required for the railroad tracks to appear to converge. That's a point I'm making.
So what? Yeah. Okay. Now what?
Yeah, that which it said otherwise. That's why I was objecting.
We'll have to catch his response when he comes back then.
Fair enough.
So if that's the case, what you say, I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I want to ask you a question. If that's the actual position, then when you guys say when you look out into the distance, like let's take the Chicago thing for example, are you saying what you're seeing is the actual position of those buildings?
No, that wasn't the
See,
point.
I knew you were going to change it now here. See, this is
No,
where
I'm not changing that.
double
That's
take
just a
comes in.
different point. The whole point is that you don't have to change the positions to end up with the railroad tracks converging. There could be zero refraction, and that would still gonna happen. I'm not claiming that therefore there's refraction doesn't exist, or things are always in their actual position. That was never the point.
Despite refraction, barring any refraction, right? We don't think the railroad tracks are converging because of refraction, right? I mean, I don't.
Exactly, that's the whole point. So I'm not changing anything when I'm acknowledging that there's refraction in observations.
So when you guys claim then that the buildings we see them, you're still sticking to the refraction made the buildings rise up. How many miles it is, I forget, or feet. You're still hanging on to that.
Yes, they're still gonna still hang on to that one. Yes, they can't let that one go.
Yeah, refraction is definitely a thing. The point I'm making now is not that there is no refraction or that things are always in their actual position, but if they were, you would still get the railroad tracks to converge. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, refraction is not causing the railroad tracks to converge. I would tend to agree with that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But it makes you think about their, when they talk about the Chicago thing and its refraction making the whole city rise up. Rise up, rise up. There's a song, no? Yeah.
I mean, I don't agree with some of the shit these guys say about perspective either. So, yeah, but if somebody's talking, their mic's mad low or they're hot micing.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Jeremy.
What's up? Yo, Nate,
don't
you're hot
answer.
micing. Hold on a second. Let me move this guy to the hot mic room. Sloppy right here, Nate. Sloppy.
My hot mic.
Oh, too late, man. Just missed him. What's up?
Okay, don't answer right away. Think about it for a while before you answer. Unless the answer is obvious. Can you have? Let's say I have a hula hoop, right?
And yo, hold on, my AirPod's dying. Fuck.
Why would they move? Hello?
Hey.
Say it again. My AirPod. I'm good. Say it again.
Yeah, but why? Who moved me and why?
Because you were hot micing.
Because you were hot micing.
I wasn't hot micing. Was I really?
Yeah. I think it's TV
Sloppy,
or something.
Nate. It's sloppy. Go ahead, Bacon.
Right. Say you have a hula hoop. Can the entire hula hoop be accelerating inwards without the hula hoop shrinking in size?
Can the hula hoop do what?
Be accelerating inwards without the hula hoop shrinking in size.
Can the hula hoop be accelerating inward?
Yeah, all of it. All of the hula hoop is accelerating inwards. Can that happen without it changing in size?
I wouldn't think so. Pretty obvious. The hula hoop would have to get if the whole outer ring of the hula hoop was accelerating towards the inside, the hula hoop would have to get smaller, no?
You would think so. There's a way it can happen without any of the relativities, like without any of going to Einstein or anything like that. Just simple physics.
What do you think acceleration means?
A change in velocity.
Okay, what do you think velocity is?
Change in position per unit time.
Okay, we could go with that. So we've got it. So we've got this whole hula hoop, and it's moving over time towards the inside, and it's not getting smaller. All right, let's hear it.
No, it's not moving towards the inside.
You just told me it was accelerating towards the inside.
Yes, so that's the
And
direction.
acceleration
the
is
velocity
velocity. Yeah.
No.
Velocity
It's
is a change in position over time.
No, acceleration is not velocity. It's the change in velocity. So the change in velocity points inwards, not the velocity itself.
Sorry. Say that again.
This is the
Yeah,
world
you
you're
can
dealing with,
have
Jeremy.
you can have a velocity changing in the direction of inwards without the velocity being pointing inwards.
I don't even know. Does anyone else want to field this?
No, apparently you can have a change in velocity without movement, I guess.
I didn't say
don't
that.
know.
That you have no movement. I said that's not the direction of the movement.
Well,
it's the
you stopped
direction of
him.
the acceleration.
You came in and rebutted that he
This
said it
is
was
like,
moving. So.
remember the jump up antipodal, but the Earth is not expanding. This is one of those. I can feel it.
Give them a break, Essie. They're coping right now. They have to concede that all
Right,
solar
Bacon?
phenomena can be mapped out on a flat Earth right now. They're going through it. Tough times.
Oh, what's that, Essie?
I said this is like one of those. Remember two guys jumping antipodal?
No, it's actually much simpler than that. It has nothing to do with relativity or anything like that. We can completely throw off relativity. And you
So
can
the
still
direction of the acceleration is towards the inside of the hula hoop, right? That's the direction that it's accelerating.
Yes.
And that is it. So it's changing its position inward over time.
No, that would require the velocity to be inwards, not the acceleration.
The acceleration is velocity over time. Acceleration is velocity.
No.
Change in velocity.
A change in velocity. Okay,
Change
acceleration.
in velocity.
Change in velocity. Okay.
Change
so
in
it's
velocity.
changing its velocity towards the inside.
Mm-hmm.
It's changing its velocity towards the inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Change in velocity.
Yeah, it's changing its velocity. It's having a change of velocity towards the inside.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Change in velocity. Yep.
And the velocity is a change in position. So its
Mm-hmm.
change in position is changing towards the inside over time.
Yes, exactly.
But it's not. And you can have this happening without the hula hoop getting smaller.
Change in class.
You want to know how?
I'd love to hear this magic trick. Go for
It's
it.
actually pretty simple. You'll be
Let's hear
surprised. You simply
I'm gonna be
spin.
shocked. Yeah. Go ahead.
You spin the hula hoop. That's it.
Spin it.
Yes, the velocity is always tangential to the hula hoop, and it's constantly changing towards the inside of the hula hoop, which is exactly what the centripetal acceleration is. Everything that rotates has a centripetal acceleration, which describes how the tangential speed is changing. So the tangential speed, even though it's always tangential to the hula hoop, it's
I don't
always
know
changing
about that.
towards
I
the
don't know
inside.
if the speed's changing or if the pathway's shortening, appearing that the speed's changing. You're just once
Not the
again
speed,
getting lost in
or
the
velocity.
sauce.
The velocity is changing inwards.
No,
Yes, the direction of the
it's just the pathway that's shortening. It's not the speed
No.
that's changing.
No, the speed isn't changing. The velocity is.
No.
As pick any point in the hula hoop and follow that point. The velocity is always tangential to the hula hoop. It's always perpendicular to inwards. But in the next moment, it's no longer in that direction. Now it tilted. So there was a change in velocity because the direction of velocity changed, and the direction of the change was actually inward. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, if you spin a hula hoop, right, you need to have. So now this is going to cause the position of the hula hoop to change over time towards the inside. So it would be getting closer to the inside over time.
No, the velocity is never pointing inwards. The
You just
velocity is
told
always
us that the velocity is a change of position over time. You said, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it has to change its position over time inwards.
No, that would be the velocity is inwards. It has to change that change inwards. The change in the change of position. Yes, that's what acceleration is. Change in position over time, or change in velocity. Yes.
Why are we saying the word change twice?
Because acceleration is the change in velocity, and velocity is the change in position. So acceleration is the change in the change of position, or the change in velocity.
So it definitely has to be changing position towards the inside.
No, that would be the velocity is pointing inside, towards the inside.
Yeah, I don't think you have the velocity word defined correctly. Well, let me pull up a definition real quick.
Bacon, what does this relate to? Because I mean, the original point was about corpuscular and anticorpuscular rays and the azimuthal grid.
Thank you, Joe.
And so on. How did
he left?
All right, you're interrupting me now, but that didn't really get completed, and then now we're in this kind of fabricated thing. Is this going anywhere? The point you're bringing, and what?
Well, if you were here the whole time, Witted left, and so no one was talking about that anymore, and then the room was silent, and then I asked Jeremy this question because I thought of this, and I thought Jeremy, that was a question of my interest, Jeremy, since no one was saying anything.
Dude, they're trying to say that the azimuthal grid of vision in Stellarium is not the same as Walter Bisland's model. It is literally the exact same dome. That's where it came from. It's literally where it came from.
They who?
The people in the chat. So, Bacon, when you said that you didn't know if you have an azimuthal grid of vision.
So it was just like I said, Bacon, but in reverse. Before we had the sphere, we had two people antipodal. The Earth was accelerating towards the not falling body. But somehow the Earth wasn't getting bigger. Now you have it in reverse. If I get this straight.
That was relativity shit. What I'm saying right now is not related to relativity. It's something that should make sense under basic Newtonian mechanics.
You defined the word velocity wrong. That was the issue we were having.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, velocity is the speed of something in a given direction.
That's completely compatible with my definition.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. Did you? I mean, SC, can you hear Witsit? Because he was like in the middle of this azimuthal grid thing. You guys can carry on with that.
Man, no, I can't hear him at all.
Maybe.
Apologies. Let me come out. Sorry about that.
That's all good.
Go ahead, Witsit.
Oh, I don't care. I did step away. So if you guys are wanting to talk about hula hoops or whatever, I just think it's funny, dude. The azimuthal grid of vision, just so everyone knows, of course, you have your azimuth and you have your altitude. That's how we look at stuff in the sky on the Earth. Globe, flat, doesn't matter. The way we look at stuff in the sky is we take altitude and we have azimuth directions, right?
That's one coordinate system for that.
Well, yeah, you've got your declination, your azimuth. Yep, your cardinal direction within an XYZ axis. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So then that gives us an azimuthal grid. That's why it's called that on Stellarium. It's called azimuthal grid on Stellarium because that's what it is. That's what it gives.
Yeah, that's a metric for directions.
Yeah. So if I'm sitting in a position and I make angle measurements all around me, I get an azimuthal grid. Walter if you go to Stellarium, you're looking inside of the azimuthal grid, the dome, right? You're looking inside that personal dome. The Globers think that it's just a celestial sphere over the whole Earth or something. I don't know what they think, but that's what it is, dude. When you look at Stellarium, you're inside of it. I just screenshot it on my phone on a mobile app. Okay. All he did was show an outside view of that dome. on a plane. So the fact that you guys like deny it is in your own model is weird. I wonder why you would be. Well, I asked you point blank, and you said that you didn't know. You didn't know if you used it in your model for Stellarium.
Like the question didn't make a lot of sense to me, but yeah, Stellarium definitely has an azimuthal grid, which is just a coordinate system for directions.
Yeah, but you can place yourself at any position on the Earth with Stellarium, and it will create a planar surface with a dome over you of stars. Whether you want to call that a dome or a personal viewpoint or a personal dome, any name you want to use, it's essentially a hemispherical field around a planar surface.
Well, what is a planar surface that you're referring to?
You see, this is why I was getting frustrated with you, right? You do this every time, right? Like
you just get an answer to the question.
Yeah, but you never want to address the heart of what the person's saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what the person's saying. That's why I'm asking a question.
Okay. I know for a fact that you are smart and you know what you're doing. So.
Yes, trying to clarify what the point is so I can address it.
The point is there's an azimuthal grid of vision even in your own paradigm for time and day and for Stellarium. They use an azimuthal grid of vision. That's why it literally is called azimuthal grid on Stellarium. It's based on the individual observer, the limit in which they can see, and then the angles they take in the sky. That's what we use in your own model.
Yo, what do you mean the limit in which they can see? Like so far, I'm not objecting to what you said before because so far it sounds like I can understand what you're saying and it makes sense. That's why I'm not objecting to the rest of what you're saying.
Don't go in there.
The first thing you said,
Wait
first thing you said I might have an objection to is the limit to what you can see. That's why I'm asking this question.
Yeah, so when we take angles to the sky, we're only able to take angles to the stuff in the sky that we can see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so the limit to what we can see is the only thing that we can take angles to.
Okay, so the limit you mean things are not behind other things?
Bacon plays dumb, so he's not caught. He doesn't want to be caught.
No, I thought maybe he could be referring to the distance, like a distance limit or something like that. Apparently,
he just told you what it is. Just told you what it is.
Oh, he said that we can't see. I forgot his words. Yeah, I'm just making sure I understood his point. So if you're talking about the limit in the sense that we can't see through things, then sure.
Are you scared of this or something?
No.
Sorry, I was also just addressing this troll dude in the chat. Because the amount of lying narratives that's been brought up in response to this, it's kind of baffling. When you look up the term on Google, nothing pops up. There's what pops up, a literal Stellarium explanation video, and Stellarium's own website ends up popping up. And immediately you see the same azimuthal grid of vision on Wikipedia. As soon as you type the words in Google, nothing pops up on Google. There's an azimuthal grid. That's the very term they use in Stellarium. Oh, it's not in Stellarium. It's just so weird. You guys are scared of the truth, dude. There's no other reason to drag us through the weeds and make it take hours and hours, right? So whether or not you think that we can see forever. Okay, you run around in that fairy tale, dude. Whatever, bro. I'm not debating you about that. I want you to acknowledge that the azimuthal grid is in your own model's depiction of what we see in the sky. That's what I want you to acknowledge.
Yeah, as a coordinate system of directions, like not as it won't explain anything. It's just a coordinate system you're attributing to the direction of things you can see. It has no causal power or explanation.
No one asked.
No explanation power.
Why do you do this, Bacon? Why are you pretending I said something about causal power?
I'm just making that clear because that appears to be the whole point of this azimuthal field grid.
No, maybe you just pump the brakes on like assuming what people are saying. How about
but I didn't
maybe,
say that. I just made it clear in case that's what you were saying. I mean, if it's not what you're saying, that's fine.
No, what I'm saying is
Then
you
we are on
originally
the same
denied it,
page.
and now you just admit what I'm saying instead of always responding with a different point, Bacon. This is why I
What did
get
I deny?
frustrated with you.
Well, what did I deny?
Just okay. When you say it's just a coordinate system, that's based on the angles we take to the stuff in the sky, right?
Not necessarily. It's an angle to anything
See what
you
I'm
can
saying?
see. No, if you're in your
Bacon,
room.
why do you have to be so
You're in your room.
disingenuous, dude? You're just obviously disingenuous when you're asked simple questions, man.
I'm answering them.
Exactly.
If you're in your room.
No, dude, you're disingenuous. Like you realize we can hear it in your voice, we can hear it in your delivery, right? Now you don't obviously care enough to change, but you're outed for it, dude.
All right, let's not.
Why am I getting personal?
Hold on. Yeah, let's not go into some personal dumpster fire thing. So, what was the point? Why don't you get back? Try to say what your point was. What was the point here?
Right. Yeah, I was saying the question was if the azimuthal grid is like based on things we can see in the sky, and it's not actually dependent on that. If you're in your room and you can see things around you, every one of those things you can see have an altitude and an azimuth from your eye. You can attribute an azimuthal grid of vision wherever you are, looking to wherever. You doesn't have to be related to things in the sky. It's something much more
Quit talking to your
fundamental
friends.
than that.
You can talk later. Here's some stuff you can put away.
Yo.
Put your friend on hold. Call them back in an hour. You have responsibilities to take care of.
Yo, Bandy Light, just turn your phone off. What's wrong?
Yeah, I
with you?
know. I've moved.
Yo, all I know is this is just getting weird at this point, and the reason is because all the Globers have a certain script to try to debunk this position, and they just repeat Walter Bislin. So they have a few things they do. One, they deny the azimuthal grid, and they do stuff like this. It doesn't say of vision. Okay, it's listed as a viewing option. How do we view things? Vision. Okay, it's an azimuthal grid of vision. How do we take angles in the sky? We observe them optically. Okay, then we map them out. So it is an azimuthal grid of vision. No, it doesn't say vision on Google. Oh, wow, Earth's a globe. Earth's a globe because you just did this weirdo little tactic to dismiss the conversation. Okay, azimuthal grid of vision. It's used in time and date. It's used in stellarium. It's literally the azimuth and the declination or the actual altitude of the positions that we view, right? Right. That's how we get the azimuthal grid is with the actual data we go out into the world and we take. In your own model, you guys put that same thing there. Okay. So now we took that same thing, we put it on a plane. So now we transfer to the next Glober script. Walter Bislin himself said that doesn't work. Oh, that would require light to bend the way it physically can't. Wrong. The light doesn't actually physically bend. It's just an optical effect relative to the observer's position, just like in your own model with crepuscular rays, anti-crepuscular rays. No, that's just a matter of perspective. Yeah, perspective is relative to the observer and how they view something. That's what perspective means, okay? So in your own paradigm, railroad tracks converge, but not really, parallel light rays from the sun converge, but not really, right? It's just an optical effect. It's not an optical effect, it's just perspective. Okay, perspective is optics. Okay, but if you want to call it like that, but really it's just perspective, that's what it is. No projection, no 2D on 3D, anything you can do to dilute the conversation instead of just being honest and saying, yes, this is how it works in our own model. Light looks like it does things that it isn't actually doing. Light looks like it's in a different path than it actually is because of how we view it, right? Because the implications are that you have to acknowledge that the azimuthal grid of vision is what you invoke to actually explain stuff like anti-crepuscular rays. That there's something in front of us and behind us, and there's a limit to how far we see. There's effectively a circle around us, right? An optical convergence based on our limit of what we can see. Now, it doesn't matter if you claim that the limit is caused by the Earth or whatever. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. So, it's getting really frustrating. It's getting to the point where, I don't even want to talk about this with anti-flat earthers because it's pointless. Because they will die and stop breathing before they let go of the sky doesn't work on flat Earth. So they're just going to drag you through the mud. Why can't we just have a good faith, honest conversation? It should take less than 2 minutes. It should just be like, oh yeah, of course. Okay, yeah, we use it too. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, cool. Why? I think we know why.
I see where the problem is. If you're open to get there, I can try to spot where I think there's a disagreement on your whole explanation.
Sure.
Right. So I might not be able to rephrase exactly how you said it, but if I understood correctly, if you put the azimuths and the elevations that we observe on Walter Bislin's model they don't point at the targets, right? They don't intersect where the sun will be, for example. And you said it, if I understood correctly, that's due to perspective. If perspective can change railroad tracks to not be parallel, then they can change where we see the sun, for example. Is that the claim?
Your own model claims that the crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays are akin to railroad tracks.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I agree with that.
Okay. Yeah, so it looks like the railroad tracks are converging, but if we could see what was happening in tangible reality, they would not look like that. They would be in a different position. They would stay out, away from each other. It's just an optical effect. We see it look like it's somewhere that it's not because of optics.
No, that's where we disagree. You don't need any change in position for railroad tracks to converge. You can have that whole effect happening with light traveling straight lines, no change in position. Everything you see is where it is. You can still see railroad tracks converging with all those givens.
Do you see how desperate this is? You see how desperate
Can you address
they get?
what I said?
Yeah, it's so stupid. So if I go higher in the air, say I put a drone on the railroad track and I'm taping out and I see the railroad tracks converging, right? And then I lift the drone up, what's going to happen to the railroad tracks?
Depends on where you're pointing the camera of the drone.
I just told you where I was pointing them. I just told you where I was pointing them, looking out.
You mean horizontally or something?
Yeah, just looking at the railroad tracks, looking at the railroad tracks, and then I start to lift the drone and I keep looking at the railroad tracks. What's going to happen to the railroad tracks?
They're going to get a little lower in the view of the drone.
They're going to start to look like they're spreading apart and becoming closer and closer to parallel.
No, they're not. Not if you're looking in the same direction. No.
The higher you go, you mean? Do you mean the higher you go, if you point the camera down?
Yes,
if you point the camera lower and lower, then yes. But that's the whole point I was making.
It doesn't matter whether you point the camera lower. It will appear to open up anyway the higher you go. You can do this with a piece of fucking tape on the ground.
No, if you move the drone up without changing the direction in which the drone is looking at, the railroad track's still going to converge.
Listen, take a piece of tape and lay it on the floor. Put your camera to the surface of the floor where the tape is at a distance away. Raise the camera, you're going to start to see the tape get wider due to a foreshortening effect. So yeah, you will see it appear to converge a point. It's an optical illusion, right, Bacon?
I thought you were saying otherwise.
It's just weird. It's weird because in your own paradigm, you have to claim that we see things that aren't actually there. Like the anti-crepuscular rays behind us 180 away from the sun, that's just an optical illusion. And then you're like, no, it's not an optical illusion. Illusion means it's something somewhere that's not really there. And we're like, okay, yeah, that's what you're claiming. It's all this semantic diversion.
That's a problem. That's not what we're claiming.
Oh my God.
No one claims that the railroad tracks are in different. That when you're looking to the railroad tracks, they're in different position. No one claims that. That's not required for them to converge.
Oh my God.
That's a whole problem. That's
Dude,
where
that's why I just walked you
Can I
through
ask Bacon a question? I just want to ask Bacon another question. Bacon, if the Earth isn't planar, how does stereographic projection work?
Hold on, dude. That's a different point. I think they were trying to complete that point that they were on.
Yeah, I may be losing service though. Like it's very simple. That's why I just walk you through the 5-year-old point of lifting the drone up. The railroad tracks will begin to spread apart optically. That means change position. That means it changes position.
No, relative to where it is. Like relative.
Oh my God.
They only converge when you're looking like they converge when they're
misrepresenting everything he hears.
Can I finish my answer?
Maybe, but just let me finish real quick. So I'm just saying they only converge when you're looking down the pipe. Bacon, sometimes you gotta just pull back, dude. It's all good for a second. I do it all the time. Just chill. So I was just saying real quick that when you're looking at train tracks going like down the pipeline, like when you're looking down, that's when they converge. But if you go up in a drone or something, you're looking down, they're not going to do that anymore. Now, I think that is interesting to think about with the sun, because the sun's quote unquote light rays and crepuscular rays are shining above you. So anyways, I don't know if that was your point as to why, like on a globe, that they should actually look parallel, and that instead they're actually forming in an azimuthal, kind of dome, basically, of perspective. Is that what?
Well, what they have to do now is they have to claim that the optical effects doesn't actually make it look like it changes position, because if they admit that, then they admit that the stars can look different relative to the observer than from their actual position, right? And they don't want to acknowledge that. So they're trying to avoid the obvious fact that perspective makes it look like it's somewhere that it's not in their own paradigm. They're trying to spin it around and drown it in semantics without admitting that it changes position optically. Because if they do that, they have to admit that it also would do that on a flat Earth with azimuth grid of vision, and then every single celestial phenomena can be explained on a flat Earth perfectly.
Yeah, we're not avoiding that because any of the what you think are the implications. We avoid it because it's wrong. Like the way you pick any render, that none of those change the positions or anything are, and you still have the exact same perspective that we describe and that we observe. I'm not sure if Jeremy is listening here, but he conceded earlier on that you don't need anything to change the position of anything to get the railroad tracks to look like they're converging.
Dude, that's the. How do you not understand it? What is it that you guys don't? Okay, is there a difference in position and parallel and converging?
Like, I'm not sure if I understand.
It's a yes or no question. If I have parallel,
I know it's a yes or no question.
If I have parallel lines drawn beside converging lines, are they in different positions?
Like, if you're drawing them on a paper, for example.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Different lines.
Okay. So there's differences in parallel and converging when it comes to position.
Sure.
Okay, so now in tangible reality, we know they're parallel, but they appear to converge, which means that there's a difference in position based on optics.
No, and they're converging on a 2D. No, I was answering your question. They converge on a 2D mapping of that 3D space. In that 3D space, they are still parallel. When you take a picture of it, or when you look at it, you're mapping that into a 2D surface. You lose one dimension. The projection of that ends up converging. But none of the direction of each point on the railroad track is still exactly where you see it. Can be still exactly where you see it. Without that changing the fact that they're going to converge when you look at them. There's no need to change directions to get something that is parallel to converge once you're projecting it.
I'm not sure what you mean by 2D or 3D. I wouldn't really use those terms. I mean, I would say like first person and third person. Like there's something about being in the first person position, as it were, and looking at something and the way the perspective works versus like being outside of it and like a third person. There's something about that.
Hey, can we see parallel in our 2D projection that is our vision? Can we see parallel?
Yeah.
Well, that's what's interesting. Like if you look at buildings from this, like a city skyline, they'll all be parallel. But if you go walk into the buildings in the middle of the city and you look up, the buildings can look like they're converging.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a difference of direction.
He's basically trying to say the difference in 2D and 3D projection is why it looks like it's converging. But like we look in 2D projection and we can see parallel railroad tracks. It's just actually once they get further away, they appear to converge because we have a limit to our perspective. It's actually curved visual space. As it reaches that limit, it begins to converge. They can't acknowledge that it's a freaking decapitation of the globe model. And every refutation they have for flat Earth is based on the sky and straw man's of flat Earth. So they have to start trying to drown you in semantics. No, it's just based on the difference in 3D and 2D projection. Oh, that doesn't. No. There's an optical effect that makes it look like it changes position from its actual position. So we have an apparent position and an actual position, and they're different based on optics.
No, not really.
See what I'm saying?
If you take a picture, yeah, I'm trying to explain you why that's incorrect. If you take a picture of the railroad tracks from exactly above, you can then map those two parallel lines one to one in your picture. So you're like one of the three dimensions of the railroad tracks is, let's say, depth when you're looking from at the road tracks from above. So you eliminate that dimension. So you're looking at the railroad tracks pretty much how they are. So if you take a picture of them from above, they won't converge or diverge. They'll be parallel on the picture.
So they
as
will
well.
converge.
Now,
they will converge as well. Bacon, that's not true. Again, if you're looking at a bird's eye view and you get a farther a distance away, eventually those railroad tracks will appear to converge. Same from a bird's eye view, it is. All objects, as you move away from it, will converge into a point. You can't escape this optical illusion. That's why you have what's called apparent size changes. Apparent. They're not actually changing in 3D Euclidean space. They're just changing optically based on the spatial position between the object and the observer. Thanks again.
Yeah, it's crazy that they try to
Thanks for your
deny
input. I wasn't finished. Yeah, and a bird's eye view isn't looking down the railroad track. If you look down on railroad tracks and you take a picture of it, they're not going to converge or diverge. They're going to look pretty much parallel, because the mapping of the 3D space of the railroad tracks, because railroad tracks are 3D, into your picture, which is 2D, becomes 1-to-1, and there's no converging or diverging. Now, if you're pointing your camera not perpendicular to railroad tracks, but at a different angle, that mapping is no longer going to match. Now you're mapping something that is 3D, and you're not losing the dimension of depth. You're not losing any of those dimensions that are perpendicular to the railroad tracks. So that mapping is not going to be 1-to-1. You're going to get them to converge or diverge if you do that.
Does anybody here know what the hell Bacon is talking about? Anybody?
It's called perspective. If you Google perspective.
Wait, hang on a second. Just test the. Does anybody in the room know what Bacon is talking about? That railroad tracks will not converge as you go away from them.
Yeah, if you look up, he's saying if you look down them, if you're standing on the railroad track and you look down them, yeah, they look like they're converging. I think then he's saying, but if you go up in a helicopter and look straight down on them, they don't look like they're converging anymore. They
Yeah,
just
but
look
that's
parallel.
my point.
Again, that's false as well.
Nah, that's right.
How do you? Why do
You
people
can't
not
escape.
understand
You
this?
can't escape the convergence. You can't escape it. It's known in early science. It was a major issue. This railroad conversation is not new when it comes to modern science. Go research the beginnings of how to understand convergence and what they did. If you don't do it, then you don't know the history. You're full of it.
I'll just simplify it real quick. I'll just simplify it. The human eye has limitations. And with that being said, even if you were from a top-down perspective, you still have limitations once you start looking past that perpendicular view. Once you start adding extreme angles, yeah, you run into limitations.
Let me say this, Bacon. Can you answer this question point blank? Is there a difference in the actual parent position?
No. On the case of
There you go.
railroad tracks, no.
Flat Eartherism summarized 2023. That's all there is to it. That's just the question I'm going to start asking. This is the only thing that benefits me here is that I now get to narrow it down to a point blank question and watch you guys just deny reality.
Why is this denying reality?
We all heard it.
Can we do an example? So let's get some values for the length and the position of railroad tracks from an observer, and let's say they are taking a picture of the railroad tracks, and let's try to map the position of every point on the railroad track into the picture, and see if they can be the positions where the railroad tracks actually are, or if you have to bend them or point them in a different direction for them to end up converging. Can we do that? Because what I just described is exactly how renderers work, and they don't bend light or do any change in directions, and you still get parallel things converging and diverging in renderings without changing in actual positions. So unless people accidentally did what you said they did, trying to do otherwise in renderings, or you're just completely wrong.
This dude just claimed that there's no difference in actual and apparent positions. And now he's schooling us.
For railroad tracks, there's not.
Yeah, please teach us more with your profundity. Why are they called different things then?
Because sometimes there's something we will call refraction, which is what actually changes the position of things, which is not required for railroad tracks to appear like they're converging.
But
they might or might not be the same, but for railroad tracks to converge, they can very well be the same. There's no need for any refraction for railroad tracks to converge.
What do you think causes the convergence, Bacon?
The good old refraction trick.
I wasn't listening, Bacon. Can you give me a rundown what causes the optical illusion of convergence?
Sure. When you're mapping a 3D space into a 2D image, you lose one dimension. That projection can cause things like parallel lines to end up like they're converging.
But they're
It's
not,
because
right?
of it's an effect of projection. Yes, they are not converging in 3D space, but a 2D
it's an effect
projection of it.
projection. So what's being projected and what's being absorbed through the projection?
Yeah,
This
what's
is what
being
you don't
projected is the
understand. That's the whole argument, Bacon. That's the whole argument, dude. Is that how we view the sky is different than the sky actually is, buddy.
not the positions. That's the thing.
Exactly.
But that's
so if you
that's
have
where
listen,
this
if
is.
you have listen, if the sky and ground are parallel to each other, okay, and there's an apparent optical convergence due to perspective, it's not really happening in reality. It would indicate, on that philosophy alone of understanding convergence, that the ground and sky are parallel to one another as far as the eye can see.
Okay, the difference in perspective doesn't require any change in position from actual to non-actual. So when we're talking about things in the sky, we don't have to change their position of anything. Yes, if you take a picture of it, if you look through your own eyes, if you're using different cameras, you're going to get different images. But the actual position of those points aren't changing because of that. They might change because of refraction. They're not changing because of perspective. Perspective
First of
doesn't
all, actual
change position.
So again, angular
refraction. It's like
angular limitation doesn't end, right? Angular relationship between you and the object does not end. Wherever you are, whether you are higher or lower to the surface of the Earth, your spatial relationship gives an apparent angular size change. It's not actually changing. We've established that. So it's not actually changing. And your deduction, or induction, pardon me, is that you're going to infer that the convergence is at a limitation due to sphericity. You would have to first prove that it's not due to optics, which we can prove that we have various sizes of this radius due to optics and environmental changes. Even in your own math, you claim to vary the radius, okay? That what's not being addressed in your conversation or realized over and over is simply this. The sky and ground have to be parallel to one another to have convergence due to an angular relationship to light through a circular aperture. That is what's been taught. That's what has been addressed. Mathematically, I can deduce a Barron circumference from this optical illusion called diffraction. There's these refraction calculations, which apparently calculate the slope, the apparent rising of the ground, which is not actually rising. So these things we keep reiterating over and over to you, Bacon, and you keep ignoring it. The sky and ground are parallel to each other to cause convergence. Without that, you cannot get a vanishing point. Sorry.
Well, it's not even about, okay, I have to go do Glowbusters, Bacon, so I'm letting you respond. I have to go do Glowbusters, so this is the simple part of it, okay? So we have an azimuthal grid of vision. The same exact construct is used in your paradigm. I know you don't like it. I know you want to try to confuse
No, I said I have
people
nothing against it.
Okay, well then, if we have an azimuthal grid of vision placed over top of a plane Earth, the equinoxes, the eclipses, the declination, the inclination, every single aspect of the sunrise and the moonrise and the sunset and the moonset and the southern star trails, the positions of the stars, all of it can be perfectly mapped out on a flat Earth with an azimuthal grid of vision relative to the observer. Period.
Not only could it be perfectly mapped out, in fact, here is direct evidence you're dealing with a planar surface. Is stereographic projection. Is literally projecting on a 2D plane surface. So if the Earth wasn't...
projections
let me finish. If the Earth didn't present itself as with distance and elevation information, there's no way that you could actually take a celestial body and transport to a 2D body, which you're doing, admitting directly that you can function the Earth as a flat plane because you have a 2D grid system with a stereographic projection.
All right, Bacon, from what Witsa just said, he said he had to go in a minute. So with what he just said, are you confirming and agreeing with what he said, or are you going to refute it? Do you have any way to actually refute it?
Yeah, of course you can.
You're gonna keep swinging at this.
I'd like to answer to his claim. I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, I interrupted you. Sorry. Just go ahead. You're going to keep trying to rebut that? All right, go ahead. See if you can do it.
Okay, well, as far as he says, if you place an azimuthal grid on flat Earth, it allows you to map the whole sky on flat Earth. I mean, of course you can map the whole sky on flat Earth. The problem is the mapping gives you...
So then you agree. Sorry, I interrupted you, but you agree then.
I agree you can map, But the problem is that mapping gives you contradictory directions. That's what Walter Bisland's model shows. That's the whole thing.
No, it doesn't. Walter Bisland's model, what he does, doesn't show contradictory positions. You just made that up. What he said was that light would have to bend the way that it's not physically possible. That's what he said. But good thing we don't claim that the light is physically bending. It's an optical effect. So, in conclusion, because I have to go, do you agree that if the light doesn't have to physically bend and it's just an optical effect with the azimuthal grid of vision, and it actually is a limit to your perspective? I don't want to argue with you about whether or not you think that's real. No one cares. Do you agree that if that's the case and it doesn't physically bend, it's just an optical effect, that we can explain all positions on the flat Earth, view in the sky, as perfectly mapped?
No, not if it does. If it doesn't bend, no.
See what I'm saying? Even if it's an optical effect and it's not physically bending, would it explain it? Yes or no?
No.
See, he can't do it. So
You're ingenuous.
Because it's wrong.
Even a hypothetical preface of an intellectual honesty test, they can't do it. That's all you need to know. This isn't about having honest conversation. I didn't ask you to concede that that's the case. I asked you if it wasn't physically bending, it's just an optical effect. If it doesn't have to physically bend, like Walter Bisland says, like you guys all repeat ad nauseum, like a cult, right? If it doesn't have to physically bend and it's just an optical effect, if that's the case, do you agree that it would explain all the observations on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
I already said no. That's a third no now.
Yeah, but why?
Because if it's not bending, then it's moving in straight lines. If it's moving in straight lines and the directions don't intersect in the same point, you get contradictory directions. If it's not bending, you're not solving that.
Bro, are you not listening or are you not following?
He's on robot mode, bro.
Yeah, he's not even responding to your question, dude.
I kind of think of it.
Watch. Let me ask him a question.
Well,
bacon. Why do we call bacon bacon and cookies cookies if we bake cookies and cook bacon?
Well, ask a native speaker.
Wait, I gotta say one more time.
I want to hear his answer, dude.
Bacon.
I just want to hear him robot.
That's a
I'm
riddle.
so confused. Bacon. Why is it bacon? What are we not understanding? I said if it isn't physically bending, it just looks like it's bending because it's an optical effect. Would it explain it? And you said no, which means you deny Walter Bisland's conclusion. You deny what every other anti-flat earther says.
How am I denying his conclusions? First of all, that's the first time you mentioned.
Need it to bend, but we're saying it doesn't physically bend. It's just an optical effect. So if it's an optical effect that causes the same illusion of the same rate of bending that you say is needed for the model to work, then you're claiming that the model works if it is just an optical effect. You just can't even say the words out loud and be honest.
Yeah, I think of it as like the way that things constellate. Like if you're a tiny person, like a small human that can only see a very little small section of this massive planar surface with a massive sky, you're not going to be able just to see the whole thing. Like you're not in God mode, like in a video game where you can zoom out and see the whole thing. You're not in that mode. You're in the person mode. You're all the way down there in a tiny little person with a field of view. So I think of it as like how the stars actually constellate to you in that position. There's a perspective component to that in terms of like how the massive sky above you is, because if you just have a massive planar sky and a massive planar Earth, you're going to still see like a dome of stars because you can't just see forever. You're not in that God mode where you can see the whole thing. So it's going to have to constellate within that field of view or that field of vision.
They can't even pass the intellectual honesty test, right? I mean, like, it's like you guys say, well, yeah, it would work, but light would have to bend in a way that's physically impossible. And so if we say, okay, so do you agree that if the light's not physically bending, it just appears that way because of an optical effect, would it also work? And then they say, no, they're just now double speaking. So it's like, whatever, we'll just talk to people that are open to the conversation.
So
it doesn't make sense.
But I think there's still more we have to discover about all this, though. I mean, I think, we need to get like the correct map of the Earth and then see how it all matches to stellarium. And then Kool-Aid brought up the southern regions, distances, and so on. So, I mean, would you agree with it? There's still more to this puzzle to really get it all, modeled out right.
You're not going to get it all modeled out right ever. So
I'm just saying, I don't know.
I don't even know why this even brought up. If the globe particular maps are incorrect after all this time, and there's issues with latitudes and so forth, then why would you want to bring up the idea that we need a flat one when all the maps are actually 2D anyway? So
Cannot compute. Mental overload.
Beebity boop. System error.
I mean, the thing about Walter Bislam's model, I'm not convinced that the land layout he has correct. It's not like he has the exact map of the Earth and therefore has the exact map of the sky. Like, I definitely don't think his model is 100% complete. Although, as a general outlining thing, I think it does show like the azimuthal grid and how that can be mapped and how the stars. I mean, even Stellarium that has the azimuthal grid. So there's definitely something to that, like being correlative. But I don't think he's got the exact map of the Earth or anything. So therefore, he wouldn't have the exact map of the Earth and sky all correct. I think as a general thing, it does show
no one does. No one does. There's video after video showing that how the maps are all wrong. What's wrong with them? Political nonsense. Da, da, da. So, and then it goes back to the idea that we grew up thinking that man pretty much had discovered everything about Earth, right? That's really the crux of this conversation. And the impression that every globe and every classroom is the ultimate discovery of, and has every answer to every question.
Well, this is why some of these globe guys can hang on to the globe. Like someone like Bacon, who obviously he's an intelligent guy and he's looked into this. You know, yeah, people might want to throw ad homs at him or whatever, but I'm just saying he does have a pretty good amount of information about this. So I'm just saying the reason that the deception is effective is because they've been given the map of the soil in their globe model and then how that maps to the sky. And then they think that that's like wrapped up with a bow on top, like a little Christmas present. They think it's all good. But they haven't really opened up the present in this analogy and actually kind of unpacked the whole thing to really see what's going on. I think someone like Bacon knows that it's not necessarily all wrapped up, which is why he's here and he's interested and he's kind of poking and prodding, trying to figure it all out. So I'm just saying that there's just more, I think, for all of us, all of humanity, as it were, to discover or rediscover in terms of what the Earth actually is, how the soil actually is laid out, and then how that actually maps to the sky. There's a way, I think, in which with the globe model, they've kind of they've had the money and resources and the, ability to be able to take what the Earth actually is and what the sky actually is and modify it as they have needed to fit it into their model and then have GPS and then sell it to the world. So it's like
that's not entirely true, Gio. You have to address the paradox first, because that's what's addressed in the discovery of the globe, if you will, or the model building. Ptolemy said himself that he had to assume what the horizon was. He had to have a presupposition, which he called a tangent to the plane. So if you're going to build a model, the whole crux again would come down to the intellectual honesty of being asked what the paradox is, because the paradox was written in the beginning of the days of developing the spherical model, because the Earth apparently appears stationary and horizontal and planar everywhere, hence stereographic projection. So the idea would be, how do you figure out what you're on if you're so tiny and everything around you appears stationary and planar? So
well, I guess
you have a development. Hold on, you have a development now, which you can see in succession, whether it's formulation or calculation, assumptions, as early as 1547 that I've seen, right? That maps and calculations from polar point to equator, the distance. They've had all these mathematical descriptions worked out for their model based on an assumption of an angular movement of celestial bodies and the relationship to the distance they saw that from. If you look at how they founded the model, it's not inherently evil. It's just still under the paradox. How does an Earth appear stationary and planar, but yet be on a ball at the same time? So that duality there is where when we should ask the glober, the intellectual honesty, is there a paradox? Yes or no? Because there should be, because it's addressed in the beginning of the model, beginning of the creation of the model.
I just want to, I guess we pushed it back to 3:15, 12:15 or whatever Pacific, but this is what I'm saying. I wasn't even asking for you to concede anything other than just, be honest and acknowledge it, right? Like the whole argument against this being what happens on a flat Earth is that, and of course we're using the Gleason map, like Gio said, right? I mean, we're just starting with that kind of the best assumption we're going to work with or whatever. But like, whenever you guys say this wouldn't work, just like Walter Bislin says in his own model, that light would have to bend. And he specifically says he can't come up with a gradient that would cause strong enough refraction to make the light bend like that, right? So that light would have to bend in a way that's not physically possible. Bendy light rays. That's why this model is impossible. This debunks flat Earth. Okay, and then the response from us is, no, it's not physically bending, like how you guys say that light physically bends and lifts things up that should be blocked from hundreds of miles away. We're not claiming that. We're saying, no, the light's not physically bending. You're perceiving the light in the sky through an azimuthal grid of vision, a personal dome, an observational limit. And it's just an optical effect relative to what you can see in curved visual space when you look out at the stars. So point blank, you say, this can't work on a flat Earth because the light would have to bend in a way that's physically impossible. And I say, no, the light's not physically bending. It's just an optical effect. And do you agree that if that's the case, it would work? There's no honest answer other than, sure, in that scenario, it would work. But I disagree that that's what's happening or whatever.
So you're saying, like, similar to the way the train tracks converge, that's an optical effect. Obviously, that they're not actually doing that; they're parallel. So you're just suggesting that, like, because that's kind of the way I think of it too. It's like it's how like the transform goes from, like, let's just say the sky is a huge planar surface for the moment, the Earth is a huge planar Earth, and you see only in a limited field of view. Then that whole planar field of stars above you has to somehow constellate and orchestrate in your perspectival view, just like the train tracks do. So is that what you're suggesting in terms of that? Yeah.
Yes, and then it gets even more interesting when you look at, like, okay, they claim that the sun's light rays are parallel and that they compare them to railroad tracks, right? So it's like, okay, we have anti-crepuscular rays also. So that means that if I'm looking at the sun and I see crepuscular rays, I can turn 180 degrees and see anti-crepuscular rays. So they basically say it's like if you stand in the middle of a railroad track, if I look in one way, they converge. If I turn and look in the other way, they converge, right? Now, they also claim it goes over your head. And we see the anti-crepuscular rays like at the horizon, right? So if I see crepuscular rays at the horizon, I turn 180 and I see anti-crepuscular rays at the horizon. And they claim it's going over my head. Okay, so if I'm on a sphere and I take a point and I draw a line going over my head and then connecting it to the horizon on the other side of me, what do you get? You get a dome, dude. Okay, so in their own paradigm, they're claiming that there's this like optical wraparound convergence based on like a circular limit of how far we can see, of what we can see. Now, whether they claim it's because the Earth is curving, blocking, doesn't know that matters. They invoke the same vision limit to explain anti-crepuscular rays, 180 degrees behind the viewer looking at the sun, right? So it's like their own paradigm to explain anti-crepuscular rays invokes this circular limit behind us. And they say it goes over your head.
Right, like it's still using the kind of, for lack of a better term, just like the dome above you, basically. Like the globe still uses that. They just are trying to say, well, look, the surface is curving, the stars are light years away, so they do a little geometry trick there to try to flip those, making the stars infinite distance away, makes them parallel, which then uses a planar geometry, and then they transfer the actual kind of dome field of view into the sphere that you're standing on. Basically, they swap those.
Yeah, and they use a celestial sphere, right? Like, so they use a celestial sphere to map it out and then claim the Earth is a sphere. And like what they were saying in the chat is like, no, it's different because that's not relative to each observer. It literally is, though, right? Like if you go to Stellarium, the little dome you're seeing within is based on your position. And if you change positions, you now have a new dome. Okay? It's not even complicated. It's like, it's just objective that their own paradigm uses the same construct. So it just gets weird that they deny it.
It's not entirely true. That's not entirely true either, because if you look at the birth, like I said, the birth of the globe, you have what's called the armillary sphere. And there's two styles of them, one for the north, one for the south, right? So as a Greek and as a person trying to figure out where you're living, and you have this armillary sphere that you've created, which puts you at the center position of the universe, and you make it spherical because you have a spherical dome, you have to still address how these two armillary spheres can operate with the presupposition that the Earth's a sphere. That's the issue.
Yo, let me point another thing out too. When I was debating the Mark Reed dude, he's like, yeah, in the South, it's a little bit lower. Like it's closer to the the convergence around a single point, the circumpolar stars, right? That it's closer to the horizon in the South than in the North. That doesn't make any sense on a globe. They should be exactly the same. It should be symmetrical. You're on a globe, right? So now on the flat Earth, if you apply the azimuthal grid of vision and go towards the outside, they would be lower in the sky. So it actually works better on a flat Earth. See,
Yeah,
I don't know what the map is. I don't know exactly what's going on, but what I have discovered is not only does this explain all the phenomena, it works better than the globe.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like it's not equal. It should be equal. Like if you go from the equator 10 degrees north or you go from the equator 10 degrees south, if it really were a celestial pole on the south of a sphere, it would be the same declination
Exactly.
in the north and south.
Be
Right. But
perfectly symmetrical.
right. So I mean, how do they even explain that? What pear
No one's
shaped
even
Earth?
responded. No
Right.
one's
There's
responded to
nothing
that.
for it.
Yeah, sorry.
That alone debunks the southern pole as being on a sphere.
It
What is
backfires
not
on them, yeah.
symmetrical?
What?
What is the claim that is not symmetrical?
Yeah, the circumpolar stars in the south are closer to the horizon than they are in the north. It's not symmetrical to the corresponding latitude.
What are the circumpolar stars?
Huh, where it looks like all the stars go around a point.
What they call Sigma Octantis.
Okay, what about it?
I mean, you know that, right? I mean, it's not like you don't know that.
Sure. Yeah. So the circumpolar stars is the polar stars, did it?
It's the north and south pole point of convergence of the stars going around a single point in the sky.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, the celestial poles, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
what is not
okay.
symmetrical about it?
In the south, that circumpolar point is lower and closer to the horizon than it is in the corresponding latitude of the north. On a globe, they should be symmetrical.
Why are you getting the information that they're not?
Well, this is what the Glober told me, so I haven't even I don't even actually know all the specifics. This is what the Glober told me in the debate, and then so maybe he's wrong. That's definitely possible. I don't know, but like when I responded, what?
Yeah, probably because I took some measurements here, and if that was off, the elevation of the celestial pole is different than what my latitude would indicate. My measurements should be off, and they weren't. So I'll be very confident saying he's
You're
wrong.
using the model that mapped it out on the globe. Like I don't know why you guys don't understand. Why is there this big block in front of you guys?
Well, if you're saying it's lower, is reference to what? Because if you're not referencing latitude, then what are you referencing to say that it's lower or that it should
according
actually
to him, if you go far enough south, the circumpolar stars are a little bit lower in the sky than in the north. That's what he said.
Citation is somebody told you?
Yeah, that's why I said I haven't looked into it, but it's like a globe earther in the debate that was his primary introduction argument was circumpolar stars on modern day debate. And when he brought that up, I said, wait, that doesn't make that's evidence against the globe. It should be symmetrical, and he just avoided it. So I don't actually know the specifics of why he even said that. I would have to look into it. I've been very
I
busy.
agree. It should be symmetrical.
So right, okay, that's all I'm saying. So you agree that if what he said is true, then that would be a problem for the globe. I don't even know why he would say that.
Yeah, if it's any significant difference, then yeah.
Yeah, he also showed like some picture of a laser supposedly going up from the South Pole to the middle of the stars, but it wasn't the middle of the circumpolar point. It wasn't even in the middle. He said it was a laser they shot up from the south, and it's like not in the middle. So that dude was just, I mean, I guess I won't straw man you guys with him. What?
They pointed the laser up from the South Pole, you mean?
Allegedly, yeah, but the laser wasn't in the middle of the circles. The convergence.
How did they determine that they were in the South Pole then?
I don't know. You know, you guys have all kinds of stories, Bacon. You know, you guys make all kinds of stories up about the South Pole. You know, like for me, the fact we don't have like a perfect zenith measurement of the North and South Pole with the stars is how I know you guys are lying. All right, I got Globebusters. I'll talk to you later.
Is Glowbusters having a YouTube live? Is that where he's going?
Yeah, they do their show on Sundays.
Is it still on YouTube, or they do Odysee or something else?
I think they do it on Jaronism's channel now. From what I've seen, I don't think they run it on the Glowbusters channel anymore. I'm not sure why. I think maybe Bob is not on it anymore, or at least hasn't been on there in some months, I believe. So I think they do it on Jaron's channel.
That whole conversation Bacon was having earlier reminded me of the Star Trail thing when we were talking about you have the 3D thing and you project it on the 2D thing. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the whole like. I'm pretty sure you'll get this at some point. You're smart enough. You'll get it.
Well, I'm conflicted because I agree with both of you guys simultaneously, which is kind of weird. Because I do think the train tracks are in their actual position, but they're appearing to converge due to an optical effect.
Yeah, it's kind of a problem calling that an optical effect.
All right, so why wouldn't the stars do the same thing?
But they do. Like,
right. So the converging point, the way, that can be viewed that way as well. Like if you were to look at the North Pole rotation and the South Pole rotation, you can think of that as like train tracks going to the north, train tracks going to the south, and you're getting that perspectival view of because the stars are all moving east to west. So you're going to get that sort of dome or that azimuthal grid with a dome, and the stars are all going to be moving within your dome. So they have to constellate to you in that position. I know that speaking of Jaronism, I remember he's brought up that idea where sort of like if you take a basketball court, you take a bunch of little cups and put water in them, and then you put a little like an ant or an observer in the cup, and then you have a bunch of like stars or something above them. Like each one of those little ants in the cup is only going to see like one section of those stars, and those stars above them, even if they're all in a planar structure above all those cups on the basketball court, all those planar stars, they have to constellate to you in essentially a little dome of vision, a field of view, whatever you want to call it. So it's not that they're necessarily bending and warping, but that's why I use that word constellating. They're constellating to you in their correlative positions, but in the grid at which you can view them by, which is your field of view, which is part of perspective.
That won't give you a second point of rotation.
It will if everything's going east to west. Now, I don't think that fully explains with the southern stars. So some people do say that. I don't think that's actually the full explanation for it, but I think it's part of the picture of it. It's part of this situation, but I don't think it's the only. Some people will try to explain southern stars only with that. I don't think that's sufficient to fully explain it, but it is part of how that functions when you have like it's sort of like Walter Bislin's thing where he's got a sphere. And then the hemisphere part, like a sphere of vision, and the hemisphere part that you can see is above the Earth. The bottom of the sphere is, the theoretical would be under the Earth, but that's not, it's just and then as you take that planar field of stars and move them above that little sphere that you can actually see, you're going to get the transform. Sorry, Jeremy, if I took it back. If you wanted to go on that other point, unless anyone else wants to respond to that, but I know you guys were going on a different point.
Well, no, I mean I agree with both of these guys. Like Bacon saying that the railroad tracks are in their actual position. I agree with that, but then Widget says they appear to converge because of an optical effect. I also agree with that. I mean, how could you disagree with that? I don't even understand. Like, what's the contention with that though? Because you made like a big deal out of that earlier, Bacon.
Yeah, what is the contention? Like, I'm a little confused. Like, is
armbar is confused. That's a shocker.
No,
it's like you've got.
Just came in. That's why, for the most part.
I think I think of it as like third person versus first person. Like if you were to look at a hallway, a massively long hallway with lights in it and all that, from a third person view, like a God view, then yeah, you can zoom in, zoom out, you can see it all, like the lights are all at an equal elevation above the ground, etc. But if you go into a first-person view, or you're now like a dude in that hallway, then the lights are going to look like they're setting. You know, they're falling down. They're not actually going down. They're equal elevation. So I think it has to do with like the first-person viewpoint, how perspective works. Once you're in that position, you're going to get, you know, whatever term we want to use, perspective warping. It's not really warping, but it is. I mean, I know Rakia refers to it as like a optical illusion. I understand why he uses that term. I'm not knocking him using that term, but I find the only thing is that illusion, that word is more used for when things, I don't know, that term optical illusion, although it does fit when you look up the terminology, but I just think that term is associated with other ideas, which I don't know if, in my view, if it fits it precisely, but it could be called that. It's you know, it's like a repositioning of the physical world to fit your perspective, the way that perspective works, the way that it was created or designed to work that way.
Parallel lines that lie in a plane that are perpendicular or parallel to your projection plane, they don't appear to converge. But what Bacon was describing was when you're at high altitude looking down on the railroad tracks, then they don't appear to converge in any direction.
Even when you are looking straight down on them, though, you know what? I was thinking about that earlier because somebody objected to it. But even if you do go straight up and look straight down at the railroad tracks, on your peripherals, as they get farther away to the left or the right, the distance increases, and they would have to appear to start converging and diverging with distance. No,
with your human eye, that's actually possible because your human eye, the projection surface is not a flat plane.
With our eyes, yes.
Yeah, for the camera, definitely not. They will never appear to converge in any direction. Unless it's a
Are you sure?
wide-angle lens. It has to be rectilinear in order for that to not be, or in order for that to be true.
And why do we use the rectilinear lens? To copy what our eyes see the best, or?
Well, no picture is going to match your eyes because your pictures are flat and your retina is curved. None of them are going to match what you see.
Right.
You're telling me when I take a picture of my family at Christmas and I'm looking at it, and then I look at my family, I look at the camera, that doesn't match?
No, of course it does. In that case, yes, because that picture is being projected into the back of your retina, which is curved, and it's coming from the same direction as if you didn't have the picture that, but was actually looking to that scene. The light would come from the same direction as if you're putting a picture in front of you, or if you're looking to the scene itself. You're going to see the same thing, but the image in the back of your eye is still a curved image.
Okay, so when we look at the picture, I don't know. Go ahead. My bad.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So when we look at the picture, I take a picture of my family at Christmas. I look at them. I look at the picture. I look at them. I look at the picture. It looks the same in both instances, right? Nothing looks different.
Right. You're using your eye in both cases.
Yes, we're always using our eye. Even if we take a picture of it, we're then to view the picture. We're looking at our through our eyeballs. So I don't know what the point of this whole thing is.
Well, the perspective. Yeah, the perspective thing is relevant with a camera too. Like obviously, if you take a picture of train tracks, they're also converging. So it's not just your eyeball doing it.
I think we missed a critical.
This is how
point here.
Go ahead, Nancy.
No, go ahead if you want. I'll go after you.
One last thing. This is how they tried getting out of the thing with the star trails, because they put it onto this camera thing. Oh, it's only because the camera or a 2D thing, or I don't know. Anyways, go ahead.
I was just gonna say with the train track thing, right? I think we omitted one crucial thing, because when you're down on the ground, train tracks appear to be converging, right? But without changing your distance, if you just go up in altitude, what's gonna happen to the tracks? How are they gonna appear?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Yeah, they're gonna be parallel.
Right. The convergence is going to go away, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to do with distance. Angle has a big role to play here as well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think of it as like there was a term I used to use. What was it? Like perspective. What was the term I used to use? Like a perspective plane. So, for example, like if you're looking at buildings on a city skyline from that position, from horizontal, they're all going to look parallel. But if you walk into the city and you go in the middle of the buildings and you look directly up, the buildings are going to converge to a point.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's like a different perspective plane or something. It's like the horizontal view versus the vertical view, which plays into corpuscular rays because they say in the globe model, the reason they're splaying out like that is because the sun is 93 million miles away and they're coming at you like the train tracks. That's the way they try to describe. However, if the sun is local and close and you're looking, you're on a beach or something, you're looking out over the land and the corpuscular rays are going from the sky down, then that's more like looking at the buildings from that perspective, which means the sun would be local because it's not 93 million miles away that you're looking down the pipeline. It's actually above a surface. You know what I'm saying? It's just that same difference. It's like there's like two different perspective planes, or there was a slightly different term I used to use. I'll probably think of it again. That I felt fit that because there is a difference with this. It's interesting.
Yeah, it has to do with angle of view. Like that's a big deal. Because easily you can see it with the train tracks, right? On the ground, they're converging. If you go up, you're going to see them get parallel again more and more as you rise. So, I mean, the angle plays a crucial role there. Now, but where they're going to start flailing is now, how are they going to explain the Chicago thing when they say that things rise? What happens there? Something different, right? When all of a sudden something rises 300 feet or 400 feet from its location?
By the way, I just posted two little images there. One of them shows, how the buildings converge when you're looking down the pipeline of them, looking up. Whereas if you look at them from, a horizontal position, everything's parallel. Even those little light rays are, parallel too. So, sorry, I didn't know. I couldn't respond to the Chicago. I didn't quite know what you meant by that, but I was just tapping. Yeah, so there is something to this. Yeah, the difference between these. It's interesting. It's like different planes of view.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they understand this when it comes to this particular issue, but then it changes completely when when they start talking about their magic. Like last time they were saying you can target line of sight. They get all that mixed up. This they could understand line of sight, but that somehow it just doesn't work in their mind. Somehow they were telling me that they can target a mirage, for example. You remember the line of sight, Jeremy, convos we had?
What about it?
You don't remember when they were saying that they can target a non-actual thing?
With the laser beam, yeah. Because they said if the light's bending towards you, and then you shoot a laser beam at it, the light's going to be bending down towards the thing.
Yeah, they said it's going to hit the mirage, but the missile is actually going to go to the target.
No, you're shooting. Okay, so you're aiming the laser beam at the mirage. Yeah. But they say that the laser beam's bending down, just like the mirage is bending down. The laser beam bends down to actually hit the thing you're pointing at in the mirage.
No, bro. No, they're not saying that.
That's what I thought. That's what they were saying with that.
No, they're saying that you can actually target a mirage.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy, you're right. At least that's what I was saying. I don't know about other Globers.
That's what you were saying? Okay. So let's get this straight now. Something is 300 miles below the horizon. Not 300 miles, sorry. Let's say 300 feet below the horizon. You have a line of sight target acquisition. pencil beam radar, and you're saying that it goes around the curve and hits the target.
Wait, what was the question? I was just doing a thing. What'd you say?
We have a
Bart
target.
lost again.
No, I'm like half listening. I'm sorry. I'm
amazing.
sorry.
It's hard to believe, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. So what were you saying?
We have a target. The target is beyond the horizon.
Yeah.
According to your model, it's 300 feet below the target.
Okay.
We have a line of sight pencil radar. Think of it as laser if you want, but it's really radar. Are you saying that that radar follows the curve of the Earth to acquire that target? Line of sight? Target acquisition?
I'm not sure. I don't know too much. I agree with the one thing, the light thing. Like if you if you point like the light, whatever, towards the refracted, thing, then it should technically like hit because both things are being refracted, both the image of the thing and your light as well. So that should line up. I don't know about unless you're saying the exact same thing with different, whatever, then I don't know. But what the other guy said though, I do agree with the whole light thing.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can you target a mirage? Let's start with that.
Well,
Can a military targeting system, pencil radar or laser, can you target a mirage with it?
I mean, with the light, like a little light thingy, like it putting like a little dot thingy, like like those guns have like a little fucking little light.
Yeah, like if you have a line of sight, yeah. Think of it like when you're pointing a laser on a cat on the floor, and the cat follows it. Can you point one of those and acquire a target on a mirage?
I guess in theory, maybe. I mean, I don't know once again too much, but that sounds about right. I think, yeah.
You want to rethink that? Is that your final answer?
I mean,
we're gonna get into Dialithia.
Yeah. Thank you for saying it and not me. Yeah.
Oh boy. I mean, he was
Hey,
saying
Arma.
that. What's up?
Never mind. I don't want to start the conversation.
Oh well. Anyway, I mean, so long as, I mean, I imagine it's gonna bend the same amount. I guess. I mean, if it's just the one gradient or whatever, and then light is passing from one side, and then you're on the other, you're on the opposite side, and you shoot your light or whatever, then I feel like it should bend the same amount. So I feel like you should be able to target, a thing. Like you should be able to, get your, little dot or whatever, the light dot thing, and then target the mirage. I think so.
Yeah, but it's a mirage. How are you going to target a mirage?
Oh, you can see it.
What? Sorry?
You can see it, and if you follow what you see, eventually you're gonna get there. As the more you get closer, the less it will be refracted. So you end up reaching the target if you're following what you see.
Yeah, but according to you guys, the Chicago skyline is not there. It's hundreds of feet below. So by your own thing, we're looking at refracted light, right? So you're saying
Sure,
that
but
you can target refracted light?
yeah, if you're following what you see, like are you talking about those guided missiles that you point a laser and see and they follow it?
Just answer what he just asked you, Bacon.
trying to
He
get some
said
context.
that the Chicago skyline.
I heard
You're
the
not
question.
seeing physicality. You're seeing bending light of physicality.
I heard
In
the
other
question.
words, he's asking you again. You never answer. So I just want to reiterate: when you're looking at that object, am I firing at a physical object or not?
Yeah, you're not firing at a physical location. No, if it's refracted, of course you're firing at a different location. But that's not what the question was. He asked if I can target it. So I asked it from our context. Are you talking about those missiles, like point the laser or something, and they follow the laser? They spot the
Yes.
laser.
Yes, I already explained that to whoever it was. Yeah.
Right. So then my previous answer still applies. If you're following what you see, even if that's refracted, the closer you get to it, the less refracted it gets. At some point, you're going to reach the physical target.
Yeah, but
Even
you
though
understand what line of sight is? Line of sight?
line of sight means you can see it, right?
Line of sight. That means you can see the actual target.
If it's
That
refracted, it's
means
not
you
line of
have a.
sight.
Sorry?
Are you saying that if it's refracted, then it's not line of sight?
It's not a
Well, yeah,
real position, right?
yeah.
Because it's
Line of
refracted, right?
sight means an unobstructed view between you and the target.
Yeah, but that means that the view isn't obstructed, right? That's not. There's no physical obstruction.
Right. If you're
Yeah, well,
targeting
if you have.
if your targeting system is using a laser to bring something to that destination, if the object in the distance is refracted, the laser is going to follow the same refracted path. The thing that's following that laser will end up at its destination, the thing that you're pointing the laser to.
That's not line of sight technology, dude. Try again.
Exactly. That is not line of sight.
How not?
What do you mean, how not?
Targeting
You
system is
just
using
you
a
just
laser
said.
if the targeting system is using a laser to key in on where the object that you're targeting is supposed to go, then the thing that you're setting up that laser for will follow where that laser goes. If the thing in the distance
Wrong.
is refracted, the laser will follow
Wrong
that path.
again. If it has a particular position in 3D space, it's going to get that position, which means it's not a refracted position, but a physical location. You're telling me that this object and this missile is going to hit a parent position based on refraction. It's going to know that. That's full of shit. That's why it's called line of sight technology. Direct line of sight in 3D space. Do you understand that?
I prefaced the entire thing with, if the
You
targeting
didn't.
system is using
And
a
you're
laser,
lying.
thanks for the interruption.
You're
Thank you,
if
Data,
you're
for the
lying,
interruption.
if
Thank
you're
you for the
lying for
interruption.
the
Thank you for the
military,
interruption.
it's
Thank
pathetic.
you. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah,
All right,
line of sight technology
I preface the entire
requires the object to be a physical
Let him
location
respond, Data. Let him
This is how this
in
respond.
works in this
spatial
room. This is
relationship
how
to
this
the
works.
observer
This
in
is
a
what he
sight
does.
that's a
This is
straight
the
line.
only thing he does, and nobody's going to stop it.
Yes, they will. Trust me.
All right. Yeah, I prefaced the whole thing with, if the targeting system is using the laser as a source for targeting the thing that you're trying to get to the destination. The laser is light. The object that you see in the distance, light reflected off of it in order for you to see it. The light coming from it and the light you send to it are following the same path. So therefore, the object that you're using the laser for to get that to its destination will follow where the laser ends up, regardless of whether or not it's refracted.
Again, that's false because there is no rate of curve that these laser lines follow. That's why it's called line of sight. It requires a hypotenuse calculation. Do you understand that? It is no curved line that you described. Line of sight technology is straight in 3D space from position to position. This is why lasers are used, in fact, because they are the most accurate in shooting a straight line. Do you understand?
You're telling me lasers cannot be subject to refraction?
Oh, over a longer distance, absolutely they can, but there would be a compensation for that calculation, and it wouldn't be line of sight now, would it? It would have a refraction calculation that would add for the distance. But in this particular case, there's many frequencies that aren't subjected to this visual refraction that you're referring to. So another bullshit, false, fake bullshit argument coming from you guys. Line of sight technology doesn't refract like optics do. Try again.
Can you tell me what calculations you need to perform in order to point a laser at a distant object you can see in order to account for that refraction?
So again, depends on the distance you're going in the atmosphere, but if it's directly line of sight, you're going to shoot a straight path between the two positions. That's how it works.
Okay, the answer was no, you can't tell me. Thank you.
The answer is that you cannot locate a apparent position and fire a straight line to it. That's made up nonsense.
Okay. Can
It's
you give
either
me a
straight.
demonstration where laser light does not
So
follow
I'll
the
give
same
I'll
refractive
give you an
path?
example. 2 walkie-talkies with a 5-watt transmitter and a 6 radio frequency EMF, buddy. It's the same thing. EMF frequency is the same as a laser. It's all going to go travel in a field straight path, right? That's why we have refraction calculation.
They have different rates of refraction. You just told me that.
Different frequencies do, correct. Same with different visible lights, invisible and visible lights. They have different refraction rates. That's correct. So to equate,
So
to
why are you
equate,
bringing up walkie-talkies if it's not the same thing?
because it's line of sight technology, and how it's described is that if there is nothing in between the two observers of a distance of 6 miles, this is 5 watts. This is well-known information. Just to give you a simple explanation of line of sight technology, to refute the idea that you can invoke refraction as a cause. When you have two walkie-talkies, 5-watt transmitters at 6 feet high, it will be a distance of 6 miles between the two of them, meaning there is no horizon to obscure the signal between the two, hence why they can go 6 miles in a line of sight. Now, what they do say for the technology, and this is well known, by the way, I already chewed out a Flight to Flat Earth for this shit. He went on a big tirade over simple, well-known, repeatable, testable information due to line of sight technology, is that between the 2 points of the observer, the Earth has to be flat. Why? Because the undulations, buildings, and trees will impede part of the signal and won't follow through. That's right in the manuals using these walkie-talkies, and this is well-known information. So to invoke curvature at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer when you can use line-of-sight technology to debunk that radius, that's been done over and over and over again, and you can go fact-check it and try it out yourself.
Okay, I'm still looking for an example of when a laser is not able to follow the same path as the refracted light.
EMF signals are the same.
I understand that you want to talk before somebody's done talking.
You didn't listen to what I said, did
you? The only
you?
way that somebody can
You didn't listen to what I said, did you?
Is if somebody mutes.
You went off into your own conversation,
the only way
didn't you?
that somebody could actually finish what they're
Address the walkie-talkies, dude. 6 miles
I
between two
understand that
observers,
you're
6
still
feet tall.
talking while I was trying to finish what
Line
I
of
was
sight.
saying.
Line of sight
So,
technology, 6
let me
miles
go ahead
between
and
two
finish what I was
observers.
saying. Right. I need an example of where a laser is able to point at a distant object and it is not able to follow the same refracted path as the light from the distant object came to reach you. I need an example of that.
Yeah, so you want to talk about line of sight technology. That's the point, correct? I'm giving you a practical, repeatable, demonstratable, simple example with 2 walkie-talkies. You can go fact check this to give you an example of line of sight technology so that you don't get to invoke refraction. Do you follow me now?
Right.
But that wasn't the original example, though.
No, I don't care what the original example is. You want to invoke refraction, claiming that a visual optics, if I point at the visual optics with my eyes, that the laser's going to follow the visual optics of the eyes. Again,
Yeah,
it's line
because
of
the
sight.
original
So listen,
example was a
it's line of
target
sight.
over the horizon that's being
Yeah.
refracted.
No, again, it's line of sight.
That
So what it
was
means
the
is,
original example that SC was talking about.
it's a physical object. It's not refracted. It's line of sight. And I wanted to give you an example of a practical demonstration that's well known of line of sight technology. So you don't invoke refraction or this bending laser bullshit. So in other words, the point is when you see the skyline, you see 50 miles away, you're actually seeing the building. You understand? It's physically there. In other words, if I had a way to shoot a bullet 50 miles that distance and not have drop, I would be able to fire at that particular location and shoot it.
But that's so like paradoxical, though. I mean,
because you don't see the building every day, so what's it moving away?
It's not paradoxical. It's line of sight technology. It's line of sight.
No, but like,
it's just
paradoxical is that you're a tiny little person on a massive Earth. How did you turn it into a sphere? Massive planar Earth. How did you turn it into a sphere? That's the paradox.
No, but this whole thing about like, seeing the skyline, whatever, it's paradoxical because like, I mean, from what I've seen, like, these skylines or whatever, they're like, cut off from the bottom, right? So
line of sights, yeah. Foreshortening and the foreground effects, you're going to have a tighter angle of limitation to the surface than you will have the sky. The sky is not having anything impeding the light. So again, you see farther.
When does a bullet care about refraction? Tell me, when does a bullet care about refraction? Never.
It's line of sight.
Missile, not a bullet.
Doesn't matter. Line of sight. So if I shoot line of sight and there's no wind and I have the exact velocity of that bullet. If I have no wind, I have no wind.
Just free falling bullets. Right? We're talking about
line of sight.
missiles. The original example was about missiles that follow laser guidance.
Line of sight. As simple as to get you as a rifle, just so I can blow your bullshit out of the water. Just with a simple fucking rifle example.
Hold on, yeah, the rifle example. So you're saying, where you point on that building or whatever the fuck is where you shoot, right? Is that what you're saying?
Line of sight technology works the same way. So just like two observers on the surface of the Earth using two walkie-talkies, they can have a range of 6 miles between the two of them.
Okay.
Only if the surface between the two of them is flat.
Okay, so
Not perfectly flat, but you know what I mean, like pretty level.
Yeah, so where you see is where you shoot is, I think, what you were kind of getting at, right?
So listen, it's not me who says this. It's line of sight technology that says that.
Okay, you agree with that. Okay, so once again, this is where the paradox comes in, right? Because if you
There's no paradox, buddy. Take a rifle, shoot at something. If you have that right velocity, the distance between the bullet and you fire, you'll get a line of sight to it using a scope, using optics, right?
Okay, yeah.
So in other words, when you're shooting a physical object and it's in your line of sight, then it's in your line of sight. It's not a refracted position.
Well, okay, let's just make this quick though, because Doofus does have a point. We're kind of changing the topic, but I just want to make this real quick though, because I want to point out what I think is a paradox, right? Whether it is or isn't, let me just point it out, okay? So what I think is a paradox is you're saying, yeah, where you point, is where you're going to hit, basically. Where you shoot is where you hit. So the thing is, if you set up your gun, right? Bullets are in line of sight. Okay, fair enough. But let's just work with this guy's logic here, right? So if I set up my gun, it's leveled, whatever, right? And we've, with most cameras or whatever it is with your gun or whatever, right? If you level it, right, notice that the horizon pretty much comes up to eye level, right? If I level my, gun or whatever, right, whatever the fuck it is, right, you're going to notice that the horizon is going to be more or less, at eye level, okay? And right where the horizon is, where the building's sort of getting, cut off kind of, right? Obviously you can explain it with perspective or whatever the fuck, right? But nonetheless, there is missing building, right? So if I shoot my gun that's leveled, right, you're saying I should hit where I see, where I pretty much aim it at. And that is, let's say, a good, I don't know, 50, 100 feet up on that building. The thing is, my gun is situated maybe like 3 feet above the ground. So how does that work? How can I aim? How can I aim and hit where I see? Like, how can I hit where I aim if, you know what I'm saying?
So if you're going to be shooting a building at a distance, you're not going to be parallel to the surface. You're going to be aimed upward, right? If you're going to hit a building, that's because it's not going to come down to the lower level of where you're looking at.
Yeah,
150 feet.
Yeah, there's no, hold on. So when you set up a camera,
you won't be parallel. You'll have to angle up because you'll have to be above the horizon. You wouldn't be able to aim something directly at the horizon because if you're looking at a telephoto zoom lens, you're going to be opening up the angle, right? So we have to look at optics. We have to look at the telephoto that you're using for optics and deduce what it is, because you're going to have a position where if you have a straight line to an object in a scope, and you have a telephoto zoom lens in it, most likely, give or take, you have enough velocity to get that line of sight, you're going to get it. But that's just an example of a bullet creating a line of sight. I'm talking about technology that's actually specifically designed for line of sight due to the frequency they use, right? So if you're going to talk to me about line of sight technology, it's not my claim. You're trying to refute line of sight technology with a refraction example.
No,
that's it.
I'm just trying to figure out this nonsense of aiming and then hitting where you aim, because that's nonsense. If we're actually gonna
look, if I wanted to shoot a deer at this just above the around the lung area, and I wanted to aim my gun there, I could shoot it, no problem.
Okay,
now you're going to tell me that at a certain threshold that refraction will play a factor. Sure, I agree with that, absolutely. But your claim is that the whole entire image of the buildings are a mirage. In other words, if I was to aim at it with a bullet versus a laser, the bullet wouldn't actually hit it, but the laser would, which is a bullshit. Ad hominem bullshit, or strong. It's just a bullshit argument, dude. It's a complete fallacy, because if I looked at a bullet and I fired at it versus a laser, it should hit the same position if it was true line of sight.
All right, I guess we could change it back, because now it's back to the now it's back to the line of sight thing.
A bullet and a line of sight technology works on the same principle. You take optics, you point it at a position, it fires. A bullet is not subjected to refraction. The optical optical device you're using is, absolutely. But again, if you're opening up that refraction, that limitation, and you have a point of position, it's a physical point of position. It isn't refracted at that amount where it's an apparition or a fucking complete hologram. It's not. It's a physical location.
Now this car. Holy crap, Jed, bro. You're walking the dog again, huh?
Indeed.
We can't hear you, bro.
He said indeed, but yeah, his shit is kind of fucked.
So again, you want to evoke refraction, a laser bending over the surface. I'll use a bullet. A bullet will. I go shoot a deer. It's not bending to the curve of the earth. If I want to fire it at a location, I can do that. How do I do that? It's because I use straight lines to do it.
Well, but once again, it depends on the distance, though. It's like what you just said. It's the distance that matters, obviously.
Well, how much refraction is taking place, but that's going to be not like the refraction you're invoking for your sphere model, where it's a complete hologram that's being refracted. We know that's a physical location we can see with our eyes because the light that is coming back to our eye isn't bending to the rate of curvature.
But it's not a physical
nonsense.
But it's not a physical position, because if it was, that's where the paradox comes in. That's why I keep telling you.
It is a physical location. We can see it. Because fundamentally, light travels in straight lines on Earth, right? We can prove that light travels in straight lines, and we can also prove that we can travel in straight lines on this Earth.
Okay.
We can also prove that we can do curved lines on this Earth. We have the technology to do either one.
Okay.
So if our interest is to shoot in a straight line for the most accurate, concise calculation, we're going to want to travel in a straight path.
Okay.
That is the most efficient, less resistance.
But that's why I'm trying to bring up this, paradox. All right. The idea is that if we're seeing if that building is physically where it is, right? It's not, moving up and down because of refraction or whatever, right? Then you have an issue, because if I level the gun, right, or whatever, right? Where do you personally think that the site is going to be? Do you think it's going to be at the horizon? Do you think it's going to be below the horizon? I want to know first.
So if you're looking at a 6-foot observer and you're looking off into the distance, most of the observations you're talking about are telephoto zoom lens. Quit trying to equate your standard 50 mil vision for the images you're trying to compare in your mind. Let's look apples to apples. You're trying to compare an apple to an orange, right? Which means you're using telephoto. Well, we're using optics at the end of the day. So these images of long distance ranges over 50 miles is not with the human eye. It's with the telephoto zoom lens, correct?
I guess. I mean,
I guess.
I don't get.
Know?
All I'm saying is we level. Like, you're adding so many other variables. I'm just saying level. You level the gun. All right. Where does the horizon rise up to eye level or not? I mean, I'm trying to figure that out. All right.
So it's an optical illusion. It's an optical illusion. So the apparent well, first of all, if you're going to be 6 feet and you're going to shoot distance of 50 miles, most likely the foreshortening effect and the limitation to your angular resolution, if you're just like, we have to talk optics at this point, because we're that's what it's based on, because at the end of the day, you're going to have frequency of waves. They're going to block the 6-foot gun if it's shot parallel over the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
So you're going to have that effect as well. That's not taken into consideration. So you're going to have this apparent convergence effect due to the optical position. So to change that, to get a more accurate position, what do? We use telephoto zoom lens. Now, if you're shooting over a body of water, you're going to have it appear to rise and fall. But essentially, you're not going to have a whole building be an optical illusion. You might see it raise a little bit, might see it fall a little bit, but it isn't going to appear 50 miles over a curve as a fake building, a complete apparition.
All right,
that's nonsense.
Just answer me this, right? So, I zoom in, whatever the fuck, or I got my gun, whatever, I'm zooming in, all right, at the horizon. It's also leveled, all right? Am I going to see the bottom of that building, yes or no? That's all I want to fucking know, all right?
Yeah, if you're looking at a perfectly flat surface, which you won't have that over 50 miles, you'll have something 6 feet for sure between you and an observer. You're not going to see. You can put your thumb in front of your eye and block the bottom of boats. So why can't a 6-foot wave 20 miles out do the same thing? It will do the same thing.
It won't, unless it needs to be.
It will do the same thing. Draw it on a piece of paper.
Agree to disagree. But anyway, go on though.
Draw it on a piece of paper.
Agree to disagree.
Draw it on a piece of paper.
Agree to disagree.
Draw on a piece of paper.
Agree to disagree.
And you'll draw on a piece of paper. You will see the drawing on a piece of paper. You will see the apparent.
Drawing. I just told you I agree to disagree. All right, I'm not doing that. Go on.
Don't care. So the apparent convergence is what you have to take into play. There is an angular relationship to the foreshortening effect of the angle of light when you're lower to the surface of the Earth. You're going to have a convergence closer. As you raise up, you're going to have that angle open up. You're going to see farther. That's how it works. So if you're going to be 6 foot on the ground, you're going to have waves converge into the lower part of your vision due to the foreshortening effect of light. So it means it's all distorted over a distance of 3 miles, compressed into a point. You're not going to be able to distinguish exactly what. Hold on, you're not going to be able to distinguish exactly the height of all those objects in the distance. But I can tell you that those objects in the distance can block the bottom of the boats past that point of refraction. So that is something you can demonstrate using a few examples with the understanding that there's a convergence optically.
Okay, so I won't be seeing the bottom of that building. All right, that's not happening. Is that fair to say?
Dude, a 1 foot wave that apparently rises to your eye level will block the bottom of that.
So I'm not seeing the bottom of the building, right?
It's a foreshortening effect due to perspective. Yeah.
So I'm not seeing the bottom of the building, right?
Due to where you are and how far away the object is, it will be obscured by the foreground. Correct.
All right. So I guess then, all right, because I'm really trying to figure this out. All right. If I level my gun, right? And remember, it's leveled now, right? So when I look through the scope,
can a gun fire 50 miles? No. So let's use a practical example using a gun. I wanted to use a line of sight technology to show you.
50 miles, dude. Stop
We're still talking about the Chicago skyline, buddy. That's what we're talking about. So you shut the fuck up.
About a gun that's level.
No, dude. Again, he doesn't understand why you need the gun level. No, again, he was talking about shooting the buildings 50 miles away. That's what we're talking about. That's what he went to. And I said, can we use a practical example where the limitation of the gun, where there's an acknowledgement of limitation of the gun? I was just using a gun for line of sight. In other words, if I pointed at an animal, I want to shoot at a location of the lung, I'm going to get that. I'm going to get that in a straight line.
Just give you a straight answer about your.
I just gave you a straight answer. Many of them.
They're always going to obfuscate and make up this nonsense.
This guy's still hung up on the parallel gun, not understanding why. Again, I told you, if you're shooting a gun 6 foot above the surface of the earth and you're trying to fire 50 miles away, you're going to have a 6 foot wave, 7 foot wave between the two distances. I already told you that. So try to use a practical example with a gun and its distance. The whole point I said over using a gun was to show you line of sight, which a line of sight would match if I was to use 2 walkie-talkies or a rifle. I could send a signal, a straight path with my rifle and that line of sight technology within a certain threshold. That's a fact.
Okay, hold on.
Proving you can get straight line of sight technology.
Okay. How about this? All right. How about this? But you need to literally grant me this, all right? Because I'm trying to, deconstruct this whole
some illusionary bullshit story.
Let me finish, please, man. You talk too much. All right. Anyway, so I need you to grant me this, all right? That whatever we're shooting, right, can make the full distance, all right? Like it doesn't. It's not going to drop, all right? Just grant me that because I'm trying to deconstruct this, this thing, this logic of yours, all right?
What kind of optics are you using? Because it's all going to come down to optics now, because you're not going to be able to see it with the human eye and measure a rifle with it. You have to say you're going to put iron sights on it. What are you going to use for optics?
Yeah,
because once you zoom in, once you zoom in for optics, you're going to have it peaked at a certain elevation to it, right? But then again, you're talking about a distance of 50 miles.
Okay. 50 miles away.
Is there going to be an illusion there when you use telephoto zooms over water 50 miles? Absolutely.
Okay, let me real fast look up something real fast. Let me see something. I want to real fast get an actual example that you can't,
But is the whole building an illusion where it's not actually physically there when you zoom in using a camera? No, it's physically there. The foreground is being obscured due to the obstructions of the surface to the limitation of the observer's angle to the surface of the earth.
All right. Does anyone have that GIF where it's like someone's like rising in elevation and lowering elevation, and you can see like the bridge?
Yes, brother, I've seen it. Of course, there's going to be refraction effects over a distance, but then you're using telephoto zoom lens. So the point is there's a physical object still there, and the amount of refraction that you're invoking is not comparison to the 50-mile observation. You're talking about a whole city skyline being not there. As versus to another example of a day change between morning and afternoon of the actual physical moisture change of the earth, showing a swelling and sinking effect.
Okay, so things aren't actually where they are then. There you go.
No,
Well, if they're moving up and down, then it's not where it physically is. I mean, that goes without saying.
Dude. Again, you're trying to invoke that over 50 miles of a building not being there. The buildings we can see are there, and that we can see the displacement of where the building should be. The difference is it's not going to be the level that you're trying to evoke over 50 miles. In other words, it's not actually there at all. It's not actually, in your claim, it's not actually there at all. My claim is it's actually there. It might be slightly out of position, but it's actually still physically there. In other words,
that's such a weird.
In other words,
so who cares? Though?
At 100 feet. In other words, at 150 feet, there's actually going to be not very much refraction, and you're actually going to see the physical building there. But closer to the surface of the Earth, where these other observations have been done with telephoto zooms lens showing the expansion and contraction, is not 150 feet in the air. It's 10 feet, 15 feet, which means you're going to have tons more of this effect.
Okay.
So the idea is that you can actually see the building. 150 feet building is with optics, and it's a straight line of sight because there actually would be less refraction higher you go. Do you understand that?
Okay, but who cares? Because you're still agreeing that refraction does move its visually. It's
less at 100, less at 150
Who cares,
feet,
though?
according to your model, than the surface of the Earth, right?
But who cares if it can move? I mean,
what do you mean? Who cares?
Who puts the limit on how much it moves?
There would be okay. So if I wanted to hit
not you, obviously.
If I wanted to hit the top of a building, I could hit the top of a building if I had the telephoto zoom lens and the optics to do it, and line of sight technology. Yes, I could absolutely.
No, it might not be where it is. It might be lower. It might be lower. It might be higher. Well, it might be
not at all, dude. Because it's high, 150 feet in the air. Now, if it was to the surface of the Earth, you might have some of that distortion. But here's the thing. We know the distortion exists. In other words, we can shoot through the refraction knowing that the bending is not actually happening. Do you understand the difference?
Say the last part again. You said what now?
So because we understand how refraction works, so if I saw a house on the horizon and that it seemed to be lifted up or whatever, there's actually a point of where the refraction shows a horizontal line between, there's actually two horizontal lines that will show you a position of this refraction effect, which would indicate the house would be right on that position and not in the position that's being refracted.
Oh, so you're kind of
make
calculating where it is. I mean, you're not really seeing where it is, though.
But here's the difference. When you're looking at a building 150 feet up in the sky, there's not that much refraction to it compared to the surface of the Earth, right? We can agree on that, meaning the position isn't going to be so changed. What your model is invoking is a whole complete mirage of the buildings, which means that it has to be completely fake and shifted up, which is not possible. You understand?
Why isn't that possible,
though? Because it's higher in the sky. There's less refraction. Do you understand that?
Oh, well, I mean, first off, I mean, on the ball model, I mean, I don't know if this is 1-to-1 exactly, but the higher you go, the more, things kind of.
Listen, buddy, they did laser tests higher between mountain to mountain because there's less refraction. So spare me. In other words, when they were testing the speed of light with a candle and a circular device, they had like 2 mountaintops they were trying to measure the speed of light using, right? That was only possible if the light would travel in a straight path. So spare me your fucking bullshit.
Well, anyway,
you're not going to get a straight answer, Arma. It's just not going to happen.
Jace, I've given you many straight answers. Again, line of sight is better higher you go. Why? Less refraction. So a building that's 50 miles away and I can see the top of it is probably due to the fact that it's less refracted, not more, as everything in your globe model is 180 of reality. Ignore your senses. It's something else.
Well, I mean, I guess I kind of got my answer out of you because my whole thing was just because, you were kind of on about like, oh, like where we see is where we shoot. You technically already kind of answered my question where, you kind of don't exactly shoot where you see because you said it yourself that there is
the surface of the Earth. We're going to see that, yeah.
I'm pretty much good now.
But we're going to have less refraction at a higher elevation. In other words, we don't have to compensate for refraction the higher we go. Why? There's been many experiments between 2 mountaintops. One is actually testing the velocity of light. Why did they go to the mountaintops? It's because they wanted to have less refraction. So if we're seeing buildings that are higher in the sky and we can see them, it's not most likely not going to be due to refraction because it's at a higher elevation. Due to the surface, we already know that there's much more refraction, but we can compensate for that because we know it's the actual house is right where it is, but the distortion due to the energy exchange of the atmosphere is causing the issue of disturbance. It's not actually changing its physical location, right? So we actually see through that. So just like when we see up above, we know it's not changing physical location, so we can shoot at it.
They're coming in low.
You're really low, whoever's talking.
Yeah, chirality, however you pronounce your name, you're like super low.
Chirality. Nate, you're very low.
You guys,
Almost. You're almost. Hold on, go back. We'll go back to what you were doing before. You were louder. You were louder. Hold on. Go back to what you were doing before.
yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Yeah.
Alright.
What were you saying?
I wasn't saying anything, man. I don't even know how like.
Oh,
I was hopping.
Oh.
Oh, maybe it was just background noise.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
he's
can
like
we
watching show.
target a mirage, guys? Yes or no? Blue says we can.
I guess it depends on the
And the
context,
rest
I
of the
guess.
boys. How about the new guys, Chirality and
Montreal, do I explain it
Fish?
clearly for these guys? Did I explain it clearly to
Yes.
them or no?
Yeah, you did. Yep.
Oh my god.
Line of sight, man. Line of sight. I mean,
Hey, Jace, if it's not line of sight, why are they using a hypotenuse to calculate the distance?
It is line of sight, you goon.
Yeah, why?
No one's
I know it's
saying
line of sight. They're
not
using a
line of
hypotenuse
sight.
to calculate the distance, a straight line, dude. They don't use a curved line in the math.
Good grief, man. Good grief.
listen to what Blue just typed. It's unbelievable, Blue. Are you serious? Is this how you think it works? Like a bullet? You got to be kidding me, bro. We're talking line of sight here, Blue. Line of sight. The laser or the pencil beam radar more actually has to be illuminating the target. It ain't gonna curve around no curve, bro. Why? Because there's water there or land obstructing it.
Yeah, but
Look,
you're
if it was
completely
true,
ignoring the
if
nature of the radar wave.
yeah, if
in
they were
that
telling the
statement.
truth about line of sight, dude, then they wouldn't make these transponders require pencil beam straight lines to them. You'd be able to bend around houses and bend around corners, right? There wouldn't be no reason to have these transponders line of sight
No,
to each
man,
other.
they
Then.
don't just magically bend around
Hey,
houses.
why? That's what you're saying.
and
Hey,
corners.
I can calculate the curve around this corner because I can bend light at a distance, right? So if it can be bent by refraction, and I can do the calculation. Well, why can't I put the transponder at a certain distance to cause it bend to that other transponder? I don't do that though, do I?
Because that's just straw man, laughable, silly.
That's not straw man stuff, but again, dude, transponding to transponder to transponder. When it comes to 5G, they need line of sight technology to it. In other words, when you have a transponder, two visual transponders, they can see each other. If they can't see each other, there's no way to communicate. Right? For the most part, I mean, yeah, 5G can go through walls and shit, but for the idea is that you need a line of sight for quick transmission information. You want no impedance.
Once again, you guys are having a problem understanding a basic concept. It's unbelievable.
That's just hilarious.
Yeah, it is.
The arrogance is.
There's no arrogance, bro.
It's
Line
quite
of sight.
funny.
A child
quite
could
funny.
understand that.
You tell. Oh,
So
man.
line of sight. What's the difference between the line of sight that I'm talking about and the line of sight that you're talking about? What's the difference?
I don't know. I don't think you know what line of sight means.
You
to
don't
be
think you know,
honest.
but then you have an argument. You say it's ridiculous, but then you don't
No, I
know.
said
Like
I
that
don't
doesn't make
think
sense.
you know what line
Well,
of
I
sight
asked you
means.
what was the difference. No, I was asking you what's the difference between my opinion on it was and yours, and you said you tried to attack me that I didn't know. No. Again, what's the difference? I just stated my opinion on line of sight. It needs to see each other, right? It has to be visually in its line of
Yeah,
sight.
no
Communicate,
shit.
right? Well, there you go.
No
So
shit.
what am I wrong? What am I wrong about?
Oh, these other obfuscating details that you tried to
Bring one
add
up.
in instead
Yeah,
of
you're not saying it yet. You're not
just
saying it yet.
answering Arma's question directly.
Beast and sync. Beast and sync. Come on, I'm asked to beast and sync. Beast and sync. Which one?
Oh yeah, you were very succinct, Data. You're very succinct. Should I play it back for you the last 20 minutes?
Very easy to understand. Line of sight technology requires to see it, to be in its line
It
of
is
sight.
quite easy to understand, which is astonishing how you guys don't understand it. But I do get why you have
Is
to
that the straw man
distort
you're building
how
up again?
reality
Distort
works.
reality. So two transponders using 5G in a city. The
You talk over
transponders
me.
do not bend. The city is 4 miles long, and a transponder has to see each other 4 miles. We have 5G transmission between over 5 miles, right, between 2 points, right? Are you saying that this line of sight technology is bending now between the two transponders over 5 miles? Is what you're saying?
No, when did I say that?
Oh, there you go. At least you're honest. Thank you kindly.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna just straw man me.
No, dude. Again, you're trying to straw man me, bring up some bullshit thing with whether bacon, didn't address what it is, then tried to tell me that I didn't have an argument when you didn't know my argument. Okay, buddy.
I don't know, man. You spent 20 minutes obfuscating rather than just answering a simple question Arma was asking you. That's on you. That's not my problem. That's a you problem.
Yeah, again, he didn't ask a realistic question. He was talking about taking a gun 6 foot above the surface of the earth and shooting it 50 miles away. And I said, if you had the power to do it, you'd be using optics. You'd be using a level of optics, which would change your angled position to the distant object.
No, I was just trying to figure out, like, 'cause, like, there's this whole, thing on, like, perspective, and I was just trying to see if you were also on about that, but it seems like you kind of weren't, because you already answered my question with, like, there is a bit of refraction, so I'll accept that. But
Yeah, but at the higher altitudes, there is less refraction, so it doesn't serve your argument to have the visibility of the buildings at that altitude, 150 feet tall, and claim that it's a mirage.
What is my argument again? I'm pretty sure.
And if it's a mirage,
Arma, you got something going on with your mic.
Oh, hold on.
Hey guys.
anyway,
you got it.
GP
sorry.
corrects for refraction at local surfaces of the Earth up to at least
Okay, I fixed
5% anyway.
It's good now. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah. But do you know what my argument is, though? Ben,
You're trying to say that if I'm on the surface of the Earth, can I fire a bullet 50 miles away with hitting the object? If you're going to be using, you're going to have to use optics, which means it will change your angle, and which means you would elevate your gun to that position. So when you're using optics, that would vary your angled position.
Well, hold on.
Then
That's part of it. But my main argument, though, was I was just trying to figure out, right, like, what you were on about, because you were pretty much saying, like, what we see is what we get, like, where we aim is where we're gonna shoot, whatever.
Correct.
And fine,
So
you hold on, you kind of elaborated saying, yeah, if you go higher, there's less refraction, and you also said that if you're lower, then there's refraction, and therefore the building isn't quite where it is. So that's good enough. I think you more or less answered my question.
It's not that the building is not know where it is. I haven't seen when I'm looking at these observations of the surface of the Earth, if you're going to be looking at that apparent position, I can assure you, if you change your optics, you can still get to that. Like, for instance, you're firing, if you look at Travis's videos with all this refraction, that house is still going to be there. You're not going to be firing at the raised refraction part, are you? Which you
Well,
can visibly
that's
see. Hold on,
actually what
let me
I was
finish.
arguing.
Hold on, but you see the physical effect. Now, what you're doing is you don't see that physical effect with the Chicago horizon. You assume that effect is taking place, but that's not true. Why? Because at higher altitudes, there's way less refraction. So it doesn't equate with your logic. Meaning,
Well,
that if
FE
I saw,
are
hold on, meaning if I saw that object, and because there is less refraction higher to the above the surface of the Earth, then I'm not going to have the interference that you're claiming is being locally at the surface. So again, conflating the two as one and being equal is false. That's why I say it. If I had a ballistical missile and I saw that and I had the optics to angle my position, I would get pretty damn close to the position I wanted to fire at.
Well, SE was actually disagreeing with that before when I was making a similar argument. He says you would be aiming or you would hit the mirage position and not the actual position of the target or whatever.
So if you're talking about a mirage, you would actually see the physicality of this mirage. You don't see that with the Chicago Highline. With optics, you don't see that effect that you see locally. Okay? So you can't equate them to be the two. What we do know is that there's way more refraction to the surface of the Earth, which causes visual distortion. It doesn't change the apparent position. It doesn't change the position of where the object is. It just looks like it's changing apparent position due to the optical effect of energy transfer. So the more energy transfer you got, the more optical effects you have, which is heat, temperature difference, pressure, all this.
I can't believe, Blue, you can't understand what line of sight means. There's no corrections, there's no dips, there's no bullets. Line of sight, an unobstructed view between you and the target, Blue. This is not hard to understand, man.
Yeah, but now you're changing it. That's not what you were saying at first. You were saying that this was a target beyond the horizon that's being miraged above it.
But the question I asked before is, can you target a mirage? And who was it? Wasn't Bacon? It was the other young guy. Doofus was one of them, but also Arma, yes. That was the initial thing. Can you target a mirage? In other words, can you target a not actual target with a line of sight system?
Are you asking me now again, or what's going on?
No, you already answered. You said yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I said
Doofus agreed with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I said, yeah, I guess like the context kind of matters. Like, I guess it really depends on, because I mean, from the looks of it, I mean, it's possible potentially. I don't really know for sure, but
All right, you see the object, the light is coming off of the object. Now, where you see it is going to depend on the path that the light takes. So if it takes a curved path, then you're going to see the object kind of mirage, right? And if you send a radar wave, a laser, any kind of other electromagnetic wave at that target to target it with a missile system that will then follow that laser, radar wave, whatever it is, it's going to take the same path. So it's going, if someone was standing at the target that you had, say it's a building or something, if someone was on the opposite side standing at that building, they would see your targeting laser hitting the building obviously at the location where they're at, where the building is, because that radar wave or that laser, the electromagnetic wave, is still going to follow that same path. It's going through the same atmosphere.
No, but in this scenario, right, in the Chicago, how far below is it below the actual skyline? How far below do they say it is? Is it 500 feet? I forget how much it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact number.
Okay, so let's just take an arbitrary number, 500 feet. So according to your guys' model, that laser, or that pencil beam radar, more accurately, but whatever, it's hitting something 500 feet away from the actual position. This is what you're saying.
No, that's
But
not what
somehow,
we're saying, SC. That's
what are you
not what
saying then?
I'm saying. The light, SC, if you can see the object, right? So say it's a building, right? And there's someone standing at that building. There's another person. You have a partner, right? If you can see the object, that means that there's a path through the atmosphere for the light coming off of that building to make it to your eye. Right? Whether you want to call that refraction or fucking diffraction or some kind of perspective effect, I don't care what you want to call it, right? But it works the other way as well. The person standing at that building, if you were to send a radio wave, a pencil beam, or a laser, right, it's going to take that same path through the atmosphere, and the person standing at that building is also going to see your pencil beam or your radio wave or your laser.
So that is what you're saying. You're saying that that direct line of sight radar is going to curve around water, whatever, or Earth, 500 feet. It's going to curve down. That's not how line of sight works, man. I'm sorry. That's not how direct line of sight works.
Now we're changing it, but a lot of
I'm not
people would
changing anything.
disagree, right? This is just the nature of electromagnetic waves. If you can see the object, that means there's a path through the atmosphere for the light coming off of that object. And it works in the reverse way. Somebody standing at the object you're seeing, also the light coming from you is also taking the electromagnetic wave, the laser, the radar. It doesn't matter. The EM wave coming from you also takes the same path to that object.
Hey, if you want to believe that, you go right ahead.
Yes, I see. Reality doesn't work differently in one direction compared to another. That doesn't make any sense.
No. Things don't bend around and go. Line of sight doesn't mean bending around a 500-foot obstruction. I'm sorry. Look it up. Look up what line of sight is and then get back to me.
Well, hold on. So this argument pretty much boils down to semantics, right? Because I mean, like, are you disagreeing with like the way? What's the other guy's name?
Just call me Jay.
Jay. Yeah. So SC, are you disagreeing with Jay's like explanation for how it like works? Like,
it's not me that's disagreeing. It's what line of sight means.
So it's
line of sight
semantical then, right?
There's an unobstructed view between you and the target.
Okay,
That's what line of sight
Yeah,
is.
I didn't say there
Very
was
simple.
obstructive.
Now, anything else you say, that's on you.
I'm not saying there is an obstructive view. That's not at all what I said.
But hold on. So this
in the Chicago case, there is an obstructed view.
So this boils down to semantics,
Can
right?
you please hold on, Arma, for a second, bro?
Okay.
In the Chicago skyline, there is an obstruction of view. It's 500 feet below whatever the distance is, below the water, below the level of the water, right?
See, if you're
so the reason
seeing
why
it,
we see it,
can't
hold on,
be
is
obstructed.
Let him finish,
refraction.
man. Let him finish.
Yeah. The reason, thank you.
Hold
The
on, that's
reason
Rich
why
coming from
we
you
see
real
it.
fast, but okay.
Holy
Let
cow,
him
man. Why are you
finish,
guys so
man.
excited?
Okay, go on.
So the reason we see it in your model is because it's lifted up 500 feet. So it's not an actual position. It's not
Dude,
line
if
of
you
sight.
can
It's
see
a
something,
refracted.
it's
You
not
see, they won't let me
obstructed.
finish. It's impossible. But go
I
on.
thought you were done. You're like rambling
I
on.
was almost done. I'm rambling, huh? Wow.
There's no way that you're going to see a building refracted that high when they themselves go higher for less refraction. It's absolutely ridiculous.
They have no
Finish
idea
your
what they're
point,
saying,
SC.
man.
Finish your fucking point.
I already did, man. In other words, you're saying that you're seeing a not actual position refracted upwards 500 feet, but yet somehow you think that's line of sight. It's preposterous.
Well, a bunch of things you said there, starting with if something's obstructed, then you can't see it. That's fucking the definition of something being obstructive. And so, like, your premise doesn't even make sense to start with. If you can see the building, then that means there's a path for the light through the atmosphere coming off that building to your eye. And that path works the same
Jace,
in
does the
reverse,
pathway of
going
light
from you
Unbelievable,
to the
man.
building.
Jace, does the
Talking about
pathway of
target
light
acquisition.
does the pathway of light travel at a rate of curvature higher to the surface, higher above the surface of the Earth, or to lower the surface of the Earth?
The path can be curved, and it's dependent on the density of the gas molecules in the atmosphere.
Right. So higher you go, there's less refraction compared to the surface of the Earth, right? In our field of view, anyway, our range of air and
Yeah,
atmosphere.
if you're higher up, there's a less number density of gas particles. As long as
So
you're
there's no
looking, straight horizontal from your position, the refraction is going to be less than you doing the same thing at ground level.
Right. So you're going to see these buildings with an optical device, not with a human eye, right? You're going to use a camera to zoom in, correct? To open up the angular limitation, the apparent size change due to optics, right? That's why we change the field of view. We open up that apparent convergence. We open up the apparent size change due to optics. We can then change the angle and position based on what we now see, because now we have different information to what we saw prior to the previous focal length, right?
Yeah, sure. You can do all of that data, but the point, right, that I'm making is that the path of the light is independent of all that, right? That has nothing to do with the path of the light, and that is the
Path of the
important
light has
part.
everything to do with the medium that it travels through. This is what's stated as refraction.
Yeah,
right?
so any kind of optics
So less
you use is
refraction.
independent of that data.
So there's less refraction the higher we go. That means that light would travel straighter, not more curved, correct? Because less refraction means less bending, right? It means the path of light would travel straighter, correct?
Yeah, sure. But
Okay.
all of that
So,
is still
so that's the
independent
case.
of the atmosphere and the path that
That's
it's
the
taking.
case. That's the case. Then when I see something line of sight that's at a certain distance above the Earth, whether doesn't matter, it's arbitrary at this point because it's really distance and medium. But if we're a certain distance, I can definitely get line of sight to work. I can definitely do things in straight line, no problem, right?
Yeah, you can do it at elevation, at ground level. It doesn't really matter.
So if I'm higher in elevation, then I should see whatever's higher above me reach my eye because the path of light is straighter and it's not curved because it's not closer to the surface, right? So there's less effect on bending light the higher in the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, but it's not right. If you're not looking exactly horizontal from where you are, from
Are we
your
changing
elevation.
are we changing optics now because we're talking about the human eye? Are we changing focal
How
length
about you
now? Be
let me
careful.
finish?
You
How
can't
about you let me
conflate human optics to camera optics. There's completely different angles.
Yeah, all of
Completely
that is
different
independent
resolution.
of what I'm saying, right? If
No,
you're
it's not.
just
It's very
looking, if you're
dependent
just
because if you're
looking,
making an assessment,
holy shit, dude.
if you're making an assessment off of visual optics from the human eye, they're going to portray a different image than if you change a different focal length. You understand that, right?
Yeah,
So in other words,
the path and the gradient in the atmosphere is all independent of any of that, right? If you're looking horizontal, right, that's different than if you're looking at something that isn't, right? You can be high up in your elevation, but if you're looking at something that's even higher up in elevation coming down to you, that's still the refraction there is not going to be zero. It's still going to be going through part of the gradient. It's less than what it would be if you were at
way less.
ground level,
It
but
would
it's
be
not
way
zero.
less. It would be way less than at ground level. In fact, ground level, we can actually see
How
this
much is way less?
Well, we can actually see the physical distortion. So in other words, we can actually, if we're looking at a distance of 3-4 miles through a camera lens, we can definitely see this distortion of the surface of the Earth. But here's the thing. If I'm at 6 feet and there's this heavy refraction, all I have to do is maybe go 2 or 3 feet more and the refraction disappears, right? So if I keep going in elevation, I get less and less refraction, meaning more straight light, meaning no distortion, right? So if that's a principle that I can apply through and I understand logically in my observations, when I change the focal length and I'm at a certain distance above the Earth, then if I know the object's at a certain height, most likely it's going to be at that position because there's less refraction.
Well, it's dependent on the distance, man. It depends on how far you're looking, right? And the elevation. It's
Well,
not
like I said,
zero.
focal
Like
length
I
is
said, unless you're looking
focal length is
completely
everything.
horizontal.
Focal length is everything in how we observe these phenomenon. Without these focal length changes, you cannot observe these different various phenomenon. That's why when you change the frequencies, now I might have spoke incorrectly in the past about shorter frequencies having less refraction. It was actually, I meant something else by saying that. It was the opposite. The shorter the frequency, higher the energy, the more refraction. So the idea is that when you have a higher elevation and you see an object, it's coming straight to your line of sight. As opposing to the surface of the Earth over a duration, you're going to have the apparent position change much more dramatically. But we know that it's not actually changing location. So then you can still target an object through a mirage. You're not going to target the mirage. You're going to target it through the mirage. That's what you're going to do when you hit an object.
Well, that's what SC disagrees with.
No, he doesn't disagree with that. You're not shooting an apparition. You're not going to shoot that, especially at local ground level. You're going to have enough understanding. And obviously, you're going to have greater telephoto zoom technology plus line of sight radar, all this stuff, laser stuff. So you're going to be able to have multiple instruments at least pinpoint a better location so that you can make corrections for wind or, like you say, heavier refraction. But again, you don't apply for that unless it is extremely longer distances or depending on the device that you're using, right? What frequency you're using.
My bad, I pressed the wrong button or something and got disconnected. But yeah, as he was saying, that you would be targeting the apparent position, the mirage, and not the actual object. That's what I was arguing against.
No. You wouldn't be doing that, dude. No, you would know that it's an illusion due to you. First of all, you would correct your position. You would increase an elevation if the refraction was too much, just to resolve the just to get a more accurate position where you wanted to fire. Because at least if you're trying to shoot through a mirage, you're going to make an assessment of where the apparent position is. And if that was a real big case too, you could actually take photographs over a period of time to actually see if it was, I mean, obviously you're not going to do this now with technology or whatever. This is just for argument purposes, that you could actually see the deviation. But at some point you will see a direct line of sight to the object. You will see that. You will be able to shoot the door of a house if you had the technology to do that over a distance by pointing a straight line at it. Yep.
It's hilarious to see them bend the light, light bender.
I agree with all that. I was, my argument was based on the nature of electromagnetic waves.
See, electromagnetic frequency or waves, radio and lasers are the same thing. It's just different intensity, right? They're the same. They work on the same principle. Well, different intensity, different vibration, or whatever. But they fundamentally work that way first. In all earlier calculations, it had to be designed line of sight. And in fact, even in space technology, the way that they apparently are going to communicate in the future is with these lasers, line of sight. They have to be shooting straight to each other to communicate, and or else it defeats the purpose, right? So if you can devise the best way to create an algorithm to compensate for a culmination error, I would say maybe particulates that you're not trying to analyze, over a period of time, you can definitely break down the algorithm to separate the noise, fine-tune the molecule you want to focus on through this technology. I mean, this is where we're at with it, right? So, over all the years, all these algorithms have now removed all the noise, like refraction, removed all these excess things to devise a straight path, because it's the most efficient and most effective. So when I see weather tower stations, They shoot 167 kilometers straight through the clouds, straight through the whole above the surface of the Earth, straight through. And what they do is, because they have, like I said, for years and years and years, they now have it where they can shoot straight through stuff and actually figure out figure out how much dew is in the particular location. So this is where we're at, and the only way it works is straight lines, because it would be way more complicated. Number one, almost impossible to calculate. Number two, because you would have all of this bending stuff happening. So
well,
they
it would
actually
be variant by the day, right? You wouldn't want to build something that's dependent. You wouldn't want to build something at a distance
There you go,
dependent on the atmospheric conditions. That's why they do that. But that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about targeting, right?
Yeah, line of sight
Targeting
technology,
a
dude. Radar is line of sight
building.
technology. It's all line of
No,
sight
we
technology.
were
All of it's
talking
line
about
of sight.
targeting a building beyond the horizon that's being miraged up, right? And that's where I brought up the nature of electromagnetic waves and the paths that they're taking.
Yeah, but
Like,
you
we're
just
not
said
talking
miraged
about
up.
like
You just said
relay
miraged up, right?
stations
You just
and
said
all that
miraged up.
nonsense.
You're holding two positions that don't make sense to me. If there's less refraction at the higher altitudes, how are you seeing something that's higher altitude refracted up when there's less
We're
refraction to
at the
begin with?
ground
Wouldn't it
level
be?
in
Wouldn't
the
it? It
example,
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're using a camera optics to zoom in. So you're conflating again human optics at 50 mil. What are we using? At 200 mil, 500 mil? What are we zooming in on?
I
Opening up
didn't
that
make the
limitation.
example data. This was
Well,
SE's
here's the
example.
thing. Yeah, exactly. The point is how are you conflating in your mind that it's a mirage? You're looking at a camera optics. A camera
I was
work off
told it was a
cameras
mirage
work
by
off of.
SE.
No, that's your claim. That's what your model claims it is. Your model
No,
claims it
that's
doesn't
what
actually.
his words were.
Yes, your model claims that it's actually not there. It's an illusion. Okay? Your model says it's an absolute illusion. In other words, it's not even there at all.
I don't think so, but
No, Jace.
the object still exists,
Listen,
man.
listen,
It's
bro.
not like magic.
They say that. Yes, they're saying that it's refracted up. It's not actually there. In other words, if I had a long enough arm and I was to reach out in front of me, it would be a hologram. That's basically what your model is saying. And I'm saying no. I'm saying it's actually there. So if I was standing at the surface of the Earth and I wanted to touch it, my arm would shoot straight out and I would be able to touch it. That's what I would think. Yep.
I think that's just a straw man.
Dude, that's not a straw man. Literally, it's on the news. You had a news program come out and say that the atmosphere, the air, acts like a lens, and it's refracting it up into an apparent position. It's a total mirage. That's how it's described in your model. Atmospheric lensing. Now, I say atmospheric lensing happens, absolutely, for the celestial bodies. But over the surface of the Earth at higher altitudes, I don't think there's that refraction. And why I say that is because, like I said, they were testing this, trying to determine the speed of light between mountaintops.
I don't know. So it just sounds like you're kind of straw manning. If I gotta go,
There's no straw manning.
That's at
There's
least
no
not
straw manning,
my
dude.
understanding
Dude,
of
two
it.
mountaintops.
So don't put that on me. But
Two
if another
mountaintops, right?
Glober wants to take over there, they're free to.
So remember to put in a request for the Navy, Army, Air Force. We can now target mirages. Line of sight.
The fact that they think that it's actually over 50 miles, it has to be put up in the air that high. That's just crazy, dude. It's crazy that they think that's a mirage. Like, it's actually not there.
Data, you're disagreeing with SC. Just remember that, dude.
I'm not disagreeing with him. How am I disagreeing with them? How am I disagreeing with the guy?
You should go back and listen to his.
That's not a statement, dude. Say how am I disagreeing with it? I say that the object's there. It's not an illusion. It's not an apparition. Why? Less refraction, the higher altitudes you go.
Well, now you're changing the whole.
That's exactly what I've been saying
argument.
since day. No, it's exactly what I've been stating since day one. Since I started this rifle example of a straight line of sight as an archaic example of line of sight technology, which would be a rifle.
Well, then you two are making two different arguments. Then.
No, you guys are saying that you can target a mirage. Model says that the mirage isn't there. You can target it through line of sight. We're saying that's incorrect. It's actually there. That's why it's called line of sight. That's our position. That's as far as I understand Montreal's position. Like, am I wrong? I don't think so.
That is exactly it. We started this off. I started this off by saying line of, you guys, I asked you, can you target a mirage using line of sight? And Arma said yes, and Doofus agreed with him. Now, what you're saying,
well, I
Jay,
clarified.
I don't know what you're saying.
I meant a whole bunch of times, but anyway, I do have to go. So, anyone listening could
hold on. I was
the
listening.
20 times that
I'll
I
tell you
said
what you were
what I
saying.
said, they should
I'll tell
be
you.
able to understand that.
I'll tell you. You said that the visual corridor, right, the path of light, if it could be followed one way, it could be followed the other way, meaning you think that line of sight radar and laser beam can follow a path around 500-foot obstruction. I know exactly what you said.
What the hell are you talking about? If there's an obstruction, then it's the light can't make it through.
Well, then how does the Chicago, we use the Chicago skyline thing as an example, right? And I was clear, in your model, it's 500 feet below what we can see, right? Right, Jay?
We can see it. If it was below what we can see, there wouldn't be a path of light to us. We wouldn't be able to see it.
But where is it in your model? In your model, is it actually there? Was the weatherman wrong when he said this is a mirage?
No, the
on regular
light,
days, you don't. So you agree with him? It's a mirage.
The light can be taking a bent path based on the atmospheric density. Do you disagree with that simple
It's
fact?
high up in the air.
No,
Do you
hold on. No, I don't disagree with what you're saying, and I don't agree with it. Let's say that is the truth. Let's say that's true, right? So then, what you're saying is,
we're gonna have to continue another time, man, because I do have to go. So sorry.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's no way around it. You either have a direct line of sight or you don't.
And the fact that they trying to equate the amount of refraction at the surface is equal to the amount at 150 feet in the air, 100 feet in the air. Again, another misleading conflation of refraction and line of sight.
Look, if they want to argue with the people that make the the firepower, the missiles and the pencil beam radar, right up the Navy and tell them, look, you're wrong. You should be doing it like this.
Well, I've looked at all the math. I've just seen. Well, I shouldn't say all the math. That's not true. The math that I have looked at, it's always reliant on that hypotenuse. So if okay, so they're using sphericity, but they're calculating a horizontal pathway between the spherical points.
Look, this isn't difficult, right? I explained it with a laser and a cat, right? We've all had a laser. Sure, not all of us, but we've seen when you play with a cat, you point the laser, right? Direct line, you point it to the floor. Where you point it, it makes a little dot, and the cat follows that dot. Now, when you move it, right, you're moving it another line of sight on the wall, the cat's going to go towards the wall. That's how the missiles work. It's not hard. Now, if you're pointing it and there's a sofa between you and the target, obviously, the cat's going to go on the sofa. It's not going to go on the wall where the target is. I mean, can I make it any more simpler than that?
No, because like I said, like the whole purpose is to create a straight line in 3D space. That's what line of sight is all about, right? So. And the cat example is just a real simple version of line of sight and how it works.
So this is what's gonna happen. They're gonna forget this conversation ever happened, and tomorrow they're gonna be saying the same thing again.
Well, without it, flat Earth wouldn't grow, bro, because flat Earth is required to have multiple. Most people who hear the information either get a headache. I've seen it firsthand, man. They get a headache. They're confused. I got academics who can't even understand the Aristophanes example. Like you got full on educated people. You've got even eye doctors. They can look at the horizon. They can look at the convergence of a hallway and understand the illusion, but then can't apply it for being a tiny little person on a massive surface. So it's all over the map, man. So I don't know how else it would grow if there weren't agents put in place to keep the conversation going, because it's heavily needed for critical thinking.
Yeah, look at what Doofus got out of it. Unbelievable. We're still argue something like laser guidance cannot be subject to refraction. Yeah, that's what we said, Doofus. Yeah, unbelievable.
Well, there's two conversations going on. I feel like we're having two different conversations because I mean, on one side, I don't think we're necessarily arguing like line of sight per se. We're just arguing that if you shine, if you shoot light, in atmosphere that's being in atmosphere that's refracting light, whatever, right? Then you should be able to hit your target with that light, because if that target is being refracted upwards, then the same should be true for the light that we shoot towards that target. The target will also see the light being refracted upwards, and then that light will hit it. I think
No, because that's why I use the bullet example, right? Because the bullet example is not subjected to this refraction that you claim. So if I'm going to shoot,
the bullet example is a hypothetical. We don't even know if it's going to work or not.
If I'm going to shoot in an apparent position due to refraction, I know that the position where it's at is not going to be there. I'm not going to aim at that apparent position if I want a line of sight to it.
Okay.
Because it's being distorted. So you can't say that the laser that you're going to use for this technology is going to suffer the same refraction as your optics do. Right?
Wait, no, listen. You're
not.
You're making a mess of this, right? All we're saying is that if a target is being refracted upwards, if we shoot a light towards it, the light should also be refracted upwards relative to the target, and therefore the light will hit it. That's all we're kind of really saying. And you're trying to throw in extra things, and you're trying to make a mess of this.
You're going to claim that it's going to travel at the rate of the medium and how the medium bends the light, and then it's going to put the position where it is, or determine the position where it is. That's not how it determines its position, dude.
What? No, we're just talking about a fucking look. Let's just do the light thing for now. All right. Oh, it says still arguing something like laser guidance cannot be subject to refraction. I mean, okay, so I mean, maybe I don't know enough about laser guidance, but I mean, like, from the looks of it, though, I mean, it uses a laser, right? And the laser, would the laser not be refracted though?
They would most likely, depending on the distance and where it is and how it's analyzing the information. Like, are you shooting X amount of distance? And you're probably not going to use just a line of sight, right? You're going to probably use a navigation system, and then to locate your target after the navigation system, you're going to use line of sight, right? Probably to compensate for whatever medium it's traveling through, right? It's not this perfect ideal situation every single time, so you're going to have preventatives.
Okay, but if we know, okay, in this hypothetical, if we know the target that we're looking at is refracted upwards, right? Then I don't see why
you wouldn't be getting its coordinates from a refracted optical position, would you? You would get a distance based on a telephoto zoom lens to it. How are you targeting given a scenario where you're targeting the subject instead of just some arbitrary example? Let's use a real life scenario.
Okay. Are you gonna finish with that, or do you want me to? I'm confused. What?
So real life scenario, right? We're at the ocean. We got a sparrow in the back. We're gonna fire at something. How are we gonna locate the position? What kind of technology are we gonna use? Are we just gonna use our eyeballs?
No.
Exactly, right. So if we understand that at certain elevations we're going to be subjected to refraction, are we going to compensate that to make our technology be less affected by it? So we proceed to make technology that does travel in straight paths more efficiently. Do you think that would be better for us?
I guess, but I mean, I'm still okay.
Well, that's what they do. So that's what they do. So the
can you
idea
help
is they have. Yeah.
Well, can you help me out understand like how laser guidance works exactly? Because I think I have an idea, but I don't know for sure. Like, do you know how that works, laser guidance?
I haven't sat down in a manual years until Flat Earth came out, so I'd have to go back through a refresher. The way I understand it, obviously, if you're going to be triangulating a position, the line of sight comes into effect when actually the missile itself has a line of sight to it, a position to it, which is, of course, what I understand is talking to the visuals of the missile itself and the base where you're at. You're going to have a coordinate system communicate that position where it's going to go, ideally before takeoff, right? So once it's in the air and it has a line of sight to it, then it knows exactly where that target is.
All right. Well,
and then the way I understand it is that they get their GPS information first, and then it launches off, and then it has to wait to have visual on it before it's line of sight.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know enough on it, but if someone does know enough, a Glober,
That's what I read about it. I mean, I don't know the techniques of it, like the whole what they use in succession, but it's just not optical targeting system. It's not just one, right? There's several targeting systems. Now I can't remember the names of them either because this is years ago, and I'm also not a military personnel, so I'm a civilian fan of technology. So my limitations as far as how they're practically used on a daily basis, no, I have no idea, dude. That's crazy, right? But what I have seen from the manuals, that their best interest is to have the shortest distance between 2 points.
All right. Well, Doofus
Well, think
is
about
saying
it.
something else, so I don't really.
If your strike is more important, if your accuracy and your time to strike is faster than your opponent's, do you think you'd win a war? Well, what do you think it's going to be better to have a straight line between two positions to get there the fastest, or calculating for all this curve and all this stuff? Wouldn't you want to understand the distance in the medium and do several examples, several tests? I'm going to fire at this time. I'm going to fire at this location. This is my measurement for the location and distance. How far off was I, and how long did it take to get there? This is what I read in the manuals. Like when they first started building this shit, the GP, like putting up balloon satellites and measuring the parallax to them. Getting all that stuff in the beginning, how they measured it all, right? It's all about correcting that the infinitesimal small error that comes with all calculations, right? The more calculations you add on, the closer it comes to the, you add more decimal points, the more accurate the information is.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I see. It's the succession, but the whole line of sight technology is over a planar surface between 2 points.
All right. Well,
because it's in 3D. It's because it's in 3D space and has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Zero. It's in 3D space, which means you can have a straight path in 3D space or a curved path in 3D space. The surface of the Earth has nothing to do with it. Did you guys buy your iodine pills yet?
So I have a question, guys. How can it be that I listened to a follow-up conference with the Crew 5 that just returned after from the ISS, and now 4 days later they do this Q&A, and they get asked, how did you sleep on the crew capsule during the period going to the ISS? How did you sleep there? And one of the female astronauts answers this question that she, sometimes sleeps and then wakes up, and you're not always in a deep sleep, but you get your little naps. And oddly enough, at the end of the conference, there was another question raised: how it felt when they popped into the sea again in the capsule. And one of the male crew members, and there we have the consistency of these people that just make up things by the go, says, pretty exhausted after being up for 30 hours. Wow. So not even 10 minutes ago, your other mates said a completely different story than you're now claiming. And you want to tell me, like, this is 4 days ago when that happened, them dropping into the ocean. I mean, you can't make this shit up. Like, I can't just hand wave and say, oh, maybe he forgot that he didn't sleep for 30 hours and the other one just thought that she was actually sleeping. Like, how do you want to get out of this? Like, how do anyone want to explain to me how these people are constantly being so inconsistent with the things they're stating? Even in a small period of having a press conference. Like, this stuff makes me annoyed.
That's the whole point, isn't it? Is to add confusion, add it so that you see something, but somebody else doesn't see it, and you're like, "Why don't you see that? Why don't you see that?"
I mean, that's not about seeing anything, right? It is one guy saying, one female astronaut of the Crew 5 mission says, "Oh yeah, the 30 hours returning point, returning to the planet, we slept here and there. You're not always totally sleeping. You're still you're still waking up sometimes, looking at the monitor to keep kind of track of what is happening." And then at the end of the press conference, you have the male guy saying, "Oh, when we dropped down the ocean, we felt pretty exhausted for being up for 30 hours." So he says they never slept. She says they slept during the 30 hours return point. How is this possible? How is it that two people have contradictory experiences? Ridiculous.
Maybe that's when one slept and one didn't.
Dude, I mean, come on. You're in a small capsule, you would tell me that you wouldn't recognize if one of the crewmen sleep next to you, and especially when you need to be aware of who's monitoring what, right? It's not like that for example, when you look at an aircraft and you have two pilots, it's not like the two pilots simultaneously just go ahead and sleep whenever they want. They talk to each other. They make sure that maybe one is not sleeping, the other one can sleep while the other one is monitoring everything. Not even that was mentioned. Like, that would be even a more realistic story when you say, okay, so for sleeping in a crew capsule, it's like this. We have like time schedules where one person sleeps and the other is responsible for monitoring. But not even that is the answer. You just get this highly inconsistent, weird trash of making up stuff and these cringy emotions and weird acting that just looks so bad to an empathic person like me. Like, you can literally read it from their faces, and I can't wait for the documentary that which is part of the things that they captured regarding these so-called astronauts that never go anywhere. Just bad actors.
Well, expect a lot of chaos then. I mean, they're gonna, as I shouldn't say we, but as the awakening, if you will, is claimed to be happening, then that means the more they double down on what their plan is, right? So it's sort of like how an elastic band, just that moment of release contracts really quickly. I think that's what's going to happen as we speed up towards that. If that even happens, I mean, you'd have to have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people start going, "Hey, what's going on right now?" I know there's
No,
millions waking up, but when it comes to what we're talking about, there's only a handful.
You just
In
need a
comparison.
courtroom. You just need a courtroom and someone who's responsible for NASA, and then you need to make them explain their inconsistencies. Because it's a government agency, and you can put your own government onto the pedestal of asking questions. It's not like as if they have an authority of not needing to answer you. So that's why I think Witzel is gonna with the whole thing. There's gonna big achievements are coming. You know, they can't stop it. The only way to stop these kind of things is just hand wave it, like all these anti-flat earthers in here right now. They're constantly hand waving information that they're presented with.
Well, I was very surprised. Apparently, last week there, Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, did a hall meeting. And guess what one of his subject content was? What do you think he was fascinated by? He was fascinated by flat earthers. In fact, he says they've been studying them for a while, he said. Did you know what's really interesting about these flat earthers? You know, with all the proof from Columbus and all the space pictures, he says, you know, they get together. They convince each other on how the Earth's flat. He says, you know, it's not that these people are harmful or necessarily going to harm anybody. But and then pretty much the video clicked off at that end. I didn't get to conclude the rest of the town hall meeting. It was just that short excerpt. But you have to realize that the only people that are talking about flat Earth, it's not the conservative side. It's not the Republican side. It's all the leftist liberal side. Obama mentioned it in 2016 3 times. It's all been the liberal party. It's all been the leftist party mentioning flat Earth. So I find that also interesting as well. And what's the left interested in? In the destruction of the West. What's the West built on? The West is built on the spherical model, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obama's job was to put it in the air to slowly start destroying NASA. That's why he brought up Flat Earth Society. Because there was no need for Obama to bring up Flat Earth Society. He brought it up 3 times.
Anyways, I'm gonna clip these 2 things right now, cut it together, and make a video and just see how it's gonna be hand waved again. I'll be right back.
We're talking about line of sight, target acquisition, doofus. I repeat it once again. Line of sight, target acquisition. Using pencil beam radar. But I said for this topic, we can use like a laser. Think of a laser. And I used an example of us pointing a laser on a floor and a cat following it. I was very clear. Maybe you missed that part, doofus. Or maybe you're just making stuff up. Why don't you guys come in the VC and you're typing stuff? What are you? You become secretaries all of a sudden? think they said it's a couple of inches wide, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I read it. The pencil beam radar.
Oh, dude, this is so hilarious. Let's see how. I'm just curious. I'm making this clip now. Let's see how people gonna explain and hand wave it. No, you need to interpret a different way. Oh man.
Come on, Blue. Get off the snowflake mode. Please. They insult me every day. What's wrong with you guys? Come on. Get a little thicker skin there, Blue.
What is his problem?
I don't know. He keeps saying they bug him, they accuse him. What's BTSG? What the heck is that? What's a voice changer? What does BTSG mean? Is that sort of some sexual reference? Did they accuse you of transvestite or something? Blue. Does anybody know what BTSG is? Oh, okay. Got it. Bob the Science Guy. Blue. Check out the Sea Sparrow Block 2 radar acquisition. I'm not making this stuff up. Check out the target acquisition of the Sea Sparrow Block 2. It's your own Navy. Didn't you serve, Blue? You served, right? Have a look. Blue, I said, if I remember correctly, it's been a while ago. Don't get your your panties in a twist. Have a look. You're next to a keyboard. Type it up. Sea Sparrow Block 2. Target acquisition pencil beam radar. Let your fingers do the walking. Just research the Sea Sparrow Block 1. I was mistaken, not the Block 2. The Block 1 semi-active radar target acquisition. That's all you got to do. Line of sight. Very simple, Blue. It's up to you. You either learn something or you don't. So are you saying, Blue, that line of sight radar can see around a mountain, for example, a 500-foot mountain? This pencil beam radar, is that what you're saying? I don't understand why you don't come on, Blue. And guys, feel free to change the subject, huh? I mean, this one, there's no debating this one. So listen to this, Blue. Semi-active radar homing is a common type of missile guidance system, perhaps the most common type for longer range air-to-air and surface-to-air missile systems. The name refers to the fact that the missile itself is only a passive detector of a radar signal, provided by an external off-board source as it reflects off the target. Got that, Blue?
That's what I
It's
said
that simple.
earlier, SE.
Yeah, it's that simple.
So, in a guitar, a passive guitar does not have a battery in it, and an active guitar has a battery in it. So, does that tell me that this missile is not battery powered, obviously, but it has no power of its own? Between passive and active, what's the difference between a passive and an active missile?
Well, this is a semi-active. So what that means is the active missile can both send and receive radar. But the semi-active cannot. It can only receive. So it requires an external source for guidance. Yeah. As far as I understand it, I'm not an expert, but yeah.
I wonder if there's such thing as a passive missile, because that's what I thought you said. But I wonder if there's such thing as a passive missile. It might be a missile that just cannot be controlled, or something that it's like I said. No, not like I said, but The only difference I know between an active and a passive guitar, for example, is the fact that the active one has a battery and the passive one does not. So,
Well, yeah, this is kind of different. This is kind of, yeah.
Well, I'll kind of say like active pickups, passive pickups. Pickups are magnetic in nature with ceramics, but I was just trying to sort of jump on as soon as you said that. What I thought you said passive. I was like, oh, cool, man, or active, whatever. But you think like many things, we don't just give things random names, do we? They have a likeness. Anyway, I didn't know
I
what
think I see where you're going. Yeah, yeah. But I said like semi-active radar, I believe. If I said that, I was mistaken. I misspoke.
No, I got you, mate. I got you. You don't really have to explain much in general, but cool. So we have obviously missiles that give off signals, so they would need to be able to produce a signal whilst traveling at the speed that they travel, doing what they're trying to do. They send out a signal themselves. Is that needed, or is that normal? Or if we've got that technology, then can we just rebound signals to make you think it was one signal? But actually, I don't know. I'm just talking shit now, mate.
No, there's all no. It's crazy. There's all different kinds of missiles, right? And this one just happens to be semi-active. There's all kinds. There's ones that you just drop off the plane, and you gotta like aim it or whatever, right? There's no guidance to it. There's all different kinds. There's ones that could be guided from AWACS planes at a distance of 300 miles. There's other ones where a Marine could be next to the target and just shine a laser on it or a radar. There's so many different kinds. Then you have the cruise missiles that they fire from like 1,000 miles away or something using GPS. Yeah.
What would you call a bomb that is not live in a way? Would you say it was active? I know you're going to say it's a different thing, but I'm just trying to throw some words out here. So a live bomb we could say was active. You know, we have an active volcano, we have an active X and X and X. If we're semi-active, it kind of means something else. Yes, and if you have a passive possible missile, then it means that it's not deadly at all. So what would we call a missile that has no detonation effect or no explosive effect? Would we call it a passive missile?
We'd call it a dud. It doesn't work. I don't know. I'm just joking. I don't know if I'm following you.
No, that's fine. That's fine, mate. That's fine. I guess in music sense, which is frequency, which is communication, it's all tied in together and stuff. We would say that active is electronic and passive is not electronic. So if something is semi-active, then it's semi-electronic. It will use half electronic thingies and use half natural acoustic or thingies like that. I wonder if there's any sort of link on that.
No, SC's got the definition correct. I don't argue with that. Semi-active means that the missile is only able to receive radar reflections from a target. That's all. It doesn't have an onboard radar transmitter.
A transmitter, a passive or active transmitter.
There's no such thing as a passive transmitter. It's either is or it isn't.
By definition, it's active. It's transmitting.
Guitar can transmit without using active pickups, I guess. But anyway, yeah, that's obviously besides the point. I didn't even know what the point was in the first place. Like, because I just joined after you had said what you needed to say.
No, you asked active versus semi-active radar, I believe, and I explained to you the
Yeah,
best
yeah,
I
yeah.
could. Yeah.
Sorry, what? Yeah, no, sorry. I was just going back before that. What were you guys chatting about that led you to that, or was there just an SC fact of the day?
No, it was the question of what line of sight is. What line of sight means.
Line of sight means you can see it.
Well, line of sight. If you get your phone and you pick it up to your face, it's like if you're doing a selfie and you're having a conversation with people on something that you can see each other, and then you've got the light coming from your phone. You'll notice that the light is like straight. It doesn't, like if you put it to your face, it doesn't light up the top of your head and your chin. It's just straight lines, isn't it? So I guess a line of sight would just be straight lines, I guess, and parallel in all cases.
So you got this originally from Quantum Racer, right?
No, when I first heard about this Sea Sparrow was actually on, believe it was Bob had a guest on, an actual guy from the Navy explaining this system, how it works
Bob
on Globebusters.
Oh.
Shout out Bob. So that's where I first heard about this, and then I looked into it because I don't care where I heard it from. It could have been anybody. I looked into it, and yeah, it's quite a fancy piece of technology.
Well, it's
but it's antiquated now.
It's an adapted piece of technology. It started out as the Sparrow missile, which was a air-to-air missile.
Yes, correct. Yeah,
that's how it started. Then it got adopted for use on ships, and then it became a surface-to-air weapon. Although it can be in certain instances, it can be used as surface-to-surface. But that's not usually what they're doing. They're usually would normally be using it against some airborne threat.
Well, yeah, but that's very confusing because that airborne threat could be a fast, low-flying missile,
Yeah, it could be. Yeah,
yeah.
it can be.
So that basically one of its purposes is to get one of those suckers. And like you said, it can hit even a plane, yeah, or a drone or whatever you point at it. That's my point.
Or a boat if it can see it.
Anything you point that laser to, it's going to go to it. Let's put it that way. If you can pinpoint the bird, if you're that good, it'll freaking hit the bird. You know what I'm saying?
What if you point at the moon?
As I pointed out to you, you don't have to be all that good. At 10 miles away, that beam is 1,000 feet wide. So.
Well, apparently, Bacon, there's somebody who did shoot a high-powered laser on the moon, and apparently it looks like the laser is on the surface of the moon.
Is that like a good thing or a bad thing for flat Earth? I mean,
Well, at the end of the day, if you have refraction, you're going to have these bendy lines, right? So you're going to have to invoke this bendy line thing if the laser beam is hitting the moon.
Yeah, but like we see the moon already through the refracted path, so if you point a laser at it, it's gonna follow the same path. If you're shooting something optically on the moon, you don't have to account for refraction. It's already gonna follow the same path that allows you to see the moon. So yeah, you will hit it.
So how do you get angles to things in skies then, if they're always bending? You don't have any straight lines, right?
So what?
So how do you devise the globe model if you don't use straight lines? How do you get an azimuth angle? How do you get a vertical angle? Anything, pardon me, if everything's bending?
The amount it's bending
It's the angle.
Small amount.
Ah, there you go. That's the answer.
It's the angle. It's the angle in which the light arrives at you. That's what matters. Doesn't matter if the whole path was bent. It's gonna arrive at you at some direction, and that's the direction you're measuring.
And you're measuring a straight line to it, right?
You're measuring a direction. It's not a line.
So you have to measure it. You have to measure a line to it to get the deviation for refraction, right? The only way to measure the refraction is to assume a straight path to it, and then calculate the
No.
deviation due to refraction. How do you calculate the refraction first without the straight line?
You don't have to calculate. You can table.
You need a deviation, right? So you need a base. It has to deviate from a base position.
You can get that from observation. Don't have to calculate that.
So when you get the observation, you're using a straight line to the observation. What?
No, you're using simply the direction of the thing you're observing it.
Oh, so
The
all the
angle.
time when you're looking at your vertical angle, you're not using a straight line to it?
What do you mean your vertical angle?
Any vertical angles that you see in the distance, are you not using a
What do
straight
you
line
mean
to it?
a vertical angle? An elevation
So
angle?
looking up from the horizon, you get a vertical angle. When you measure that vertical angle, you're using a straight line to it, right?
I'm not sure if I'm following.
It's okay. You're lost in the woods again, Bacon. It's all good.
You need a direction. Measure the angle between the direction you see and your horizontal or your vertical. The path of the light doesn't have to be straight. That doesn't make sense. It's just like asking if a car hit the other car at a 90-degree angle. And you say, well, but the path that the car did before they hit the other one was a curve. That doesn't matter if he was turning the car when he hit at 90 degrees. If he hit at 90 degrees, that's the angle. If he hit the other car at 30 degrees, that's the angle. Doesn't matter if the path of the car
Is it measured with straight lines?
What do you mean?
How do you get the angle deviation between the two positions? Are you using
you take the
spherical?
angle between-
Are you using spherical geometry or are you using Euclidean?
No, Euclidean.
So it's just straight lines and angles, right?
You can have curves in Euclidean geometry.
You can have circles, yeah, sure, spheres, but are you using that to calculate your vertical?
To calculate the vertical, you don't calculate the vertical. What do you mean? Calculate
You don't get a vertical angle and then calculate it. You don't
vertical angle,
the
not a
calculation.
vertical.
So from a 90
Vertical
you
is a line,
can't
not an angle.
So from a 90 you can't calculate an angle.
I have no idea what you're asking now.
So anytime you're getting a angle to something, you have to devise a ratio system to get a measurement, right, or a calculation for it.
Devise a ratio system? What?
You have
What
a
do you mean
circle.
devise?
If you have a circle and there's 4 parts to it, you would have a ratio 1 in 4. So a 90 would be 1/4 of a circle. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand 90 is a quarter of a four
There you
rotation.
go, buddy. Fractions and ratios. Yep.
Okay.
So to devise a vertical angle, what system did we devise? How do we deduce a calculation of an angle? What's our base?
It doesn't really matter. You can use whatever number of.
Doesn't really
divisions.
matter. Can use whatever. Okay, let's use whatever. Give me an example. What is whatever we're going to use? What is it?
Let's say I'm dividing the angle in 100 parts.
So dividing the angle into 100
Oh, 1
parts.
second.
Great. So how did you get the angle?
My earbuds are dying. I can't hear anything.
How did you get the angle? What system allowed you to get the angle?
He says earbuds are dying. Give him a second. He's like deafened right now.
Never.
An imaginary core in the middle of something, and then the angle is taken from there.
So you imagine yourself at the center of the universe, and you take your angle from the center of the universe, right? And do you use straight lines and angles to get that information? Oh, wait, you do, but you also use sphere and circles too, right? In this case, are you using anything to do with a sphere or a circle, or are you just using straight lines and angles?
They use straight lines, but then they correlate it to an imaginary model.
Oh, I know what they do. Even Ptolemy is honest enough to tell you that the horizon is a presupposition of a tangent to the plane. He says without that presupposition, modern science couldn't advance towards the globe model. He also says that we must sensibly take the Earth as a whole to be spherical. But while we're here analyzing the information, we're going to have a presupposition towards what the horizon is. It's clearly in The Alchemist and how it was devised. He tells you exactly what the problems were. plain and simple. And by the way, Ptolemy thinks the Earth is stationary and does not rotate. He's got an argument for it. Even though he's a geocentrist, which was the idea of assuming the Earth is a sphere, he created the concept of presupposition of attention to the plane to devise his globe model. It's there for you to read.
The original geocentric model wasn't a sphere, it was more a spherical cap. It extended to a sphere when they done their explorations after the 1400s into the southern hemisphere. So did anybody see the southern, whatever, celestial pole before whatever? I'm sure they did a long time ago, but it wasn't recorded or whatever.
Well, no, that's not true. What they had, which is called the Amilary sphere. Are you familiar with the Amilary sphere?
Yeah. No,
That was the first. That was the first tool that I seen in history that was devised to give indication that we're on a sphere due to the meridian of the equator line. When you cross over the equator line, you've got the south polar armory sphere, and then you've crossed the equator to the north, and you got the northern armory sphere. So they had that 2,500 years ago. So they have an actual system to devise to detect the opposite rotations, the apparent effect of that, right?
Yeah, hey, I'm back. You were asking me something before. And you still mind, sir? I can give you.
I have a question for you, just to see if you can understand this. If I had a flat square and it had a circle in the square, and I put let's say a source light to just hypothetical, we're going to proceed to go in a circle, and I have one object inside of the circle, one object outside of the circle. If they were to look directly at the circle, would they see the exact same thing, or would they see the opposing position, or the opposite position? For instance, as an example,
Let me see if I'm following. So we have a square, and you have a circle inside of the square, and you have observers outside of the circle looking at the circle. Is that it?
You have a massive planar surface. Forget about it being a square; it's just a planar surface, and you're on a circle in it. You have let's say one observer inside the circle. I don't know, let's say 10, 15 degrees from. We're just using the circle grid for purposes for the explanation. So you have a meridian line or the equator line. This is where the sun goes. If I'm on the outside of it and I'm on the inside of it, but I'm looking at
you lost me already.
I'm looking at. Well, okay. Let's say there's a horse track. Okay, to make it simple, there's forces running on the horse track, and you're inside the horse track, and I'm outside the horse track.
You see what a horse
Right?
track is. Okay. Like where the horse races take place?
There you go. The whole point of the example is if you're going to create an Amilary sphere, you're going to create one being inside of the circle, and you're going to create one being outside of the circle. And they're going to give. You don't know what a Amilary sphere is? Okay. No. It's the Greeks' conclusion of why the Earth was a sphere. Okay. It's pretty much the motivation for the whole model is the Amilary sphere. It was the first modern technology at the time to prove that you were at the center of the universe standing on a ball.
Okay.
So if you're not familiar with it, just familiarize yourself with it. Maybe we'll talk on a later date.
Sounds fair. Yeah, I can't find buildings. Hey Arma, you were here for the hula hoop question?
Cannot be. Can seriously be not. Whoa! Can seriously not be this quiet with everybody here.
How's that?
It's really quiet and it's
super quiet. Yeah.
The line of sight argument has left them speechless. I know it's hard to believe.
See, at least Jace is honest, but then he still carries past the point. You can ask him honestly, is line of sight possible? Direct line of sight, he'll say yes, but then back up the apparent position, optical illusion bullshit.
Is this true, Bacon? So the line of sight argument got y'all quiet.
I wasn't here for it. The people who are discussing it aren't here anymore, like marble signs and whoever else.
So what you're saying? You need to be enlightened. What was the conversation about?
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure what the argument was.
Let's see. What was the argument?
The argument was, I asked, can we? Because they told me previously that they think that you can target a mirage. So I asked, can you target a mirage? And Arma said yes, and Doofus agreed with him, and then all this started ensued.
You know if you can target something that is being miraged, like it's being reflected. Is that essentially what the question is?
Yeah. Can you target a mirage?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Oh, something that is being miraged, not mirage itself, right?
The
Well, yeah.
mirage itself, but
Well, no, I mean, I don't even know if that makes any sense, but no, I mean, we're talking. It's the object that's being, I guess mirage. I guess, which I guess is the mirage. I don't know. That's a weird thing, but the thing that's being lifted though, yeah. I mean, I'm just going based off of like I was saying in terms of like depending on the context. Like I think if you're like going to point like a laser pointer or some shit, I mean not like a laser pointer, but you know what I mean, like something that could reach that far, light wise, then I don't see why not. But yeah.
Is there a way you can look for a citation on that they could target mirages?
Oh, of course we didn't read that anywhere. It's just the implication of how those things work wouldn't make it a problem for you to target things that are being miraged.
I mean, if this was possible, this should be in the freaking handbook for at least long distance for the military or some shit, right?
it's not. I've never seen it unless it's private information. I tried to find the math calculations for it. Nope.
Well, there's no calculation necessary to understand why this is not a problem. It's not a number thing. It's a mechanism thing. Like if you're targeting something that is being refracted and you follow it visually, the more you get closer to it, the less refracted you will be. So at the point that you're at it, there's no longer any refraction. It just hit the
Does
target.
radar refract the same way that the human eye sees light, or does it refract differently?
It refracts differently.
There you go, buddy. Thanks again. So when you're targeting something with targeting systems, they're not just going to be using your optics. They're going to use visible light, radar, whatever, to get the distance. We multiple layers to get a direct path to the target. For the simple reason is the direct path is the shortest distance between 2 points, and you want to be faster than your enemy.
A direct path means there's nothing in the way. So if you're aiming visually and you're going to shoot something that's going to follow you visually, then direct path only has to be direct visually, not necessarily physically.
Yeah, but you're firing a physical matter to it. You're not.
Yeah,
It's
but
not following the path of light. It's following a trajectory by force, by propulsion. So
if
spare
it's
me your shit.
following something that it sees, if it's following it optically, then yes, you will be following the path of light.
That's correct. A straight line of sight. Hence the words line
Not a
of
straight
sight.
line. If the target is refracted, it's not a straight line.
It has to be a straight line. They'll calculate for the refraction effects because they want the shortest distance between 2 points. A refraction effect is an optical illusion. You're not going to aim at an
Do you have
optical
citation for
illusion.
that?
You're not going to aim at an optical illusion, dude. Spare me your bull crap.
Can you cite that?
That they don't aim at optical illusions. There's no manual that shows you how to do it. So why don't you show me where there's a manual for aiming at optical illusions?
If something is there's nothing that tells you whether or not what you're looking at is refracted or not. But they don't say, oh, it's if you find
Look,
that
if I was to fire a missile, if I was to fire a missile at a direct line of sight to the moon, I looked at the moon and I fired the trajectory. The bullet itself would fire at a straight path, or the missile would fire at a straight path. It would not curtail to the bending of light. It would just go into the directory that it was pointed at. Right? According to your model, it has to bend.
It's not a targeted missile then, right? If it doesn't see anything, it just follows a straight line.
I'm just saying you can point a missile at an object. See in your model, if I pointed the missile at the moon and fired a missile at the moon, the missile would fly past the moon. It wouldn't follow the trajectory of the light that you claim is doing it. There's a difference between a physical object traveling through a medium and light traveling through a medium. Physical object is not subjected to refraction. If it has a trajectory on a straight path, it will follow a straight path. Right?
No.
That's how it works.
If it's following,
Dude,
no,
if I had a gun and I'm gonna fire,
I'm going to answer your question.
and I'm gonna
If
shoot
you
an
shut up,
animal
if
and I
you
want to
answer my
fire, I want
question,
to
I'm
shoot
not
its
gonna
lungs.
just allow you to
I
speak
aim
over my answer to
as
your
long as it's
question.
calibrated.
One's
for the
gonna
lungs,
listen to
Hold on,
me.
Data.
I can
Hold on,
shoot the
Data.
animal in the lungs, no problem.
Data. You can't just speak by yourself, man. You gotta let him. You gotta let him rebuttal.
Thank you. So if you're shooting something that is going to follow what it sees, it's going to follow the path of the light that is reaching that object because it's just following back what it sees. Of
That's
course,
not
objects
true.
are not being refracted, but if they're following something based on what they see, then they're going to follow an optical path, even if they're
Wrong.
themselves are not optical. That's how they work.
Wrong. When I have a scope of my gun on a target and I'm calibrating it for line of sight, it's a straight path between 2 points. That's what I'm calibrating for. So when I aim my targets, when I'm aiming my target at when I'm aiming my sights at the target, I will have a direct line of sight to it. That's what you calibrate your gun for. So don't tell me that. I'm talking about an example of line of sight technology. A rifle is compared to radar technology, it would be an archaic form of technology for line of sight. In other words, when I see a deer in my scope and I know the velocity and the distance of that bullet, I'll have a line of sight trajectory to where I point the sights. Why? Because light travels in straight lines unless acted upon the medium that it travels through. So over a greater distance, you might have some effects, but for the most part, you will have a straight pathway to the target if you see it. That's why it's called line of sight.
Yeah, the crucial difference, that was obviously what my answer was, is that the missile is following something that it sees, which is not the case for the bullet of your rifle. So your analogy is completely irrelevant.
No, it's not. It's 100% relevant because I'm using a scope to target the line of sight to the object.
Your
proving
bullet
to
isn't.
you, I can get my bullet to travel in a straight path. Absolutely,
You
absolutely, I
can't
can
make
travel
your
in a straight
bullet
path.
follows what it. You can make your bullet follow.
I can shoot a straight line of sight with my bullet for sure. Absolutely, guaranteed, no problem. You can calibrate many levels of scope based on that principle.
Didn't ask
Okay, so if I'm looking at an object, I can definitely have technology for line of sight. The whole point of the argument is line of sight. In other words, when you see it, you're traveling a straight path to it. You like to invoke that somehow it's curving over a certain distance, which is fine. You can invoke refraction, but you also have to conclude there is line of sight where refraction doesn't play effect, where it curves the path because it's a straight line between 2 points. And that's why I bring up the walkie-talkie example, dude. It's 6 miles, line of sight technology, 6 foot high, a 5-watt transmitter. It even says, as long as the ground doesn't have vegetation, it's pretty relatively flat, no buildings, no obstructions, you can receive a signal 6 miles, and that's line of sight, straight signal from point to point. No refraction, no horizon, nothing. Just Euclidean space, 3D space, with a pathway between 2 points.
Mic check. Mic check.
We can hear you.
Measuring an apparent arc due to what? Medium or gravitational field effects. Which is what? Is it gravitational field effects that are causing the bending, or is it the medium of the air? Einstein said it was gravitational effects causing the bending. In fact, I think Einstein would use gravitational cause to be the reason why you have the apparent Chicago horizon line would be due to gravitational effects.
I lay out a scenario using the Chicago skyline. Okay, say you had that radar missile on the other side of the lake from Chicago, and Chicago's. You can see the city. If it's a ball, how far should those buildings be behind the curve? Approximately. Anyone know?
You would have to have an assumed a radius, a cause of a hump or a sagitta.
I'm just saying using what call that 3959 radius. How far below the horizon would the buildings of Chicago be from that side of the lake?
Well, one calculation that they like to do is, for instance, if you're 6 foot high, it would be 3 miles to the horizon. If the distance was 50 miles away, you would minus the 3 from the 50. It would be 47 miles. What you would do is you would take the 47 miles divided by 1.22, you put that in parentheses, and then you'd square that, and I think you would get the apparent hidden. Just let me check to see if that's right. Yeah, my calculation says there'd be 1,400 feet, but I don't think that's correct. 1,484 feet.
I know it would be below the horizon. The whole skyline would be below the horizon on a 3959 bowl, wouldn't it? 8 inches per mile squared drop. Wouldn't that be?
Yeah.
You know,
So if I apply the 8 inches per mile square, so 50 miles times 50 miles times 8 divided by 12, it says what would be obstructed, which would be the hidden or the drop, if you will, at 1,666 feet. So my math was 1,484 feet. And that was the idea, is that you're taking the apparent junction of the sky and ground that's happening quicker than 50 miles to the observer. And it's around 3 miles anyway. That's what the general math says, 3 to 4 miles, sometimes 5 miles, depending on, of course, the condition and the surface terrain, whether the land is sloping up or down. Many variables in that factor. But the idea is that the ratios would suggest that 1,484 feet. But I devised that calculation from actually the idea of a comparent convergence. So I am taking that junction, the horizon, subtracting it for the overall distance, which is, if we assume 3 or 4 miles, it's 50 in total. Subtract it, and you end up with that distance. Now I take the 1.22 because all the calculations that I come across, the refraction index of the air is anywhere from 1 to 1.33. So if I take that idea that it's a refraction index and I take over the overall, I don't have to use a radius, but I take the refraction and the distance, because it's really a refraction calculation over the distance, I end up with 14,884 feet due to refraction, because it's essentially a refraction calculation. Where the other calculation, 50 miles times 50 miles times 8 inches divided by 12, ends up with 1,666 feet, which is the basic globe math if your eye level was to the surface of the Earth.
okay, so we could probably say that it's at least 1,000 feet below the horizon, huh?
Somebody asked me to calculate it. I just calculated the object's there, but you're using a camera. You're opening up the optical limitation, and you're using different focal length, which allows you to see farther. And in this case, more detail of the light that's being reflected back to the observer. And so, understanding that, and even in their own observations and experimentations, the higher you elevate between 2 points, the less refraction. Now, granted, we're still 6 feet off the surface of the Earth, but there's still generally going to be less refraction between those 2 points because the object is higher in the sky.
Okay, so we've got the gun. We've got the gun set up, the Sparrow missile launcher, whatever. It's being directed by a laser beam. You point it at the city there. Say the tallest building, right in the middle of the tallest building.
So
on the other side
you're
of the
using
lake.
optics. What kind of optics are we using? Right. First of all,
Whatever they use, whatever they use, whatever the
they'll
military
definitely use more.
use.
They'll definitely use more high powered than a P900, man.
Okay,
They got
whatever
waste.
that
They
is.
got they. Well, there. Hold on a
Doesn't really
second.
matter to my. Wait, hold on.
Yes, it does.
Let
Yes,
me
it does.
let
Because
me
your
just-
angle to the point where you observe things, because the angle becomes because it's so acute in the distance to the observation, your angle is not going to be precise. So if you open up the resolution and then you can finite the angle, your angle from the position of the observer to the location is going to change based solely on the fact that you've changed your optics. So, first of all, hold on. If you're going to, this is what annoys the hell out of me, is what optics are we talking about? What you said, whatever the Army uses. Dude, go learn what they use. If we're talking about a P900, well, if we're going to use a P900, you're going to elevate up more. If you zoom in, you're going to elevate up more to see the top of the building. So your angle is not going to be parallel to the surface. So what optics are we talking about?
I don't know what they use on those, what they're using. I know that, aren't they pointing a laser and hitting a target with the laser, and then the missile follows wherever
You've got two things. You've got two functions. Okay, so you obviously have GPS technology and locations, but for them to use line of sight technology, it would imply you have to have a line of sight to it. So the way I understand, if you're a aircraft carrier carrying these missiles, you would have a known location, and that missile would head to the location until it picked up line of sight. So that would be one function. Then there would be the second function, which would be that it's launched from a position where it is in direct sight, right? So there's those two functionalities that I see. They show you. I follow these military channels, and they show you. They don't hide it. Well, sure they hide the real good stuff, but the stuff that I see is like, holy shit already, right? So it's like, it's, to me, it just makes sense that you would treat the Earth planar for straight lines for fastest things. Now, in totality, we're talking a different argument, but the intellectual honesty that I'm looking for is the practical application. 200 miles, 400 miles, 500 miles is planar.
Data, could you stop talking for just a couple minutes and let me go into my scenario here as best I can? Okay, so we've got that gun set up, that Sparrow gun set up across the lake from Chicago. We pointed at the middle of one of the buildings. Now, on a ball, they're saying that that's a mirage. And that, so they would be pointing that missile at a mirage. But the ballers are, I think that's what the Globers are saying, that even though you'd just be pointing the missile at the mirage and launching it, would follow the refracted light around the curve and eventually hit the target of those buildings, which are behind the curve by, say, 1,000 feet. And I'm just, that's not exact. Is that what they're saying? Is that
That's ideally what it is. So the idea the light is coming back and forth between two positions, and because what you see is bending, it's just going to follow the bend is what you see. But I'm saying I'm not negating the refraction effect. They're addressing that it's, see, the threshold here is the real crux, is what distance does it become important, where line of sight isn't what you dictate to be line of sight. In other words, if I was to point a laser at a cat, it would be line of sight. But over 100 miles, is it going to have these effects? Well, that's the difference in argument here, is circumstantially the distance it's being used, the conditions it's being used in. See, line of sight is line of sight, observation, straight line paths. Does it have a problem over distances? That's the issue here. So when we be specific, let's be specific, because it's all about intellectual honesty, because we're not going to get honest debates here if we're denying the fact that locally line of sight works perfectly, and then as gradually you go over distances, you have more anomalies. But we effectively change those anomalies by compensating for the understanding. And what I understand is the math is all Euclidean. There's no sphere. It's straight lines and angles between 2 points. The hypotenuse is always what's the best interest in this technology use, which is the line of sight between 2 points.
So in order to prove that a missile like that would follow refracted light around a curve, you would have to prove that, wouldn't you? Would there be some way to prove that?
No, because it wouldn't see. So with the gyroscope, obviously in an aircraft it would work the same way. Is that ideally your position, your main point of accuracy is to be as level as possible, both in plane flight and any kind of operation in 3D space. I mean, if we were off kilter, off center, you're going to feel it in its motions, whether it's correct, whether it goes to correct. But if you're in a straight path, it's going to be least of resistance, and then you're going to be able to correct quite easily, right? So the fact that the gyros are purposely the gyros in these missiles are purposely designed to keep them in dead reckoning, which is a straight line between 2 points. Why? It's because it's the best accurate known to calculate distance or speed, right? So if you have it launching and going to target, you want to be faster than your opponent, and you don't want to be taking arc paths. You want to be taking straight paths.
Okay, so are the Globe people here saying that I'm not arguing for or against that data. Just stop for a minute.
So I said yes. So they're conflating that ideally, if I see it optically, it's bending over the rate of curvature optically, either to the medium that it is in, gravitational pull. Yes, I agreed that that's what they said.
He asked if there's a Glober. So okay, just wait and see if there's a Glober here.
Bacon was in here. Is that what Bacon would say? Would Bacon say that yes, missile is going to follow the refracted light over the curve, and that to him is the same as direct, what do you call it? Direct sight or
line of sight, yeah.
Line of sight. He would say that's the same as line of sight. I can shoot something at a mirage, and the missile will follow the refracted light to the target. And it's the same as line of sight. Is that what they're saying? Are there no ballers here to answer that question?
If it's optically seen, that means it's optically bending due to the refraction of light. So therefore, if you aimed anything at it, it would bend due to the refraction. And I said, well, bullets don't bend. Bullets don't refract that way. So if I have a line of sight to an object, I'm going to be off if it's bending to gravitation, bending to what? No, it's a line of sight tool. It's a gun is a line of sight tool, man.
Right, but what a bullet doesn't have is that it doesn't have that tracking, huh? It doesn't have that built-in thing on it that senses where the target is and goes at that target.
Which
Your
is
bullet's just flying blindly through the air.
which is my point exactly. Is that
Dude, I don't
if
know
you're
why you're fighting. I don't know why you're fighting me on this. I'm just trying to get a point across. And I just want to know: is do the ballers think that those targets are going to go around a curve? I mean, that missile is going
Yes.
to go around a curve. That's what they believe.
Yes, I believe the
Is there any
physicality
way to
of the
prove
object.
that? Is there any
No,
way to
because
prove that?
no, because the gyros. That's why I brought up the gyros. The gyro is just intended to keep its orientation as rigid as possible and dead reckoning, straight path to the target. So it doesn't care about refraction. Okay. Now, being that it knows refraction exists, it would imply that it's not actually bending. It's only doing that as an illusion due to the medium. That would be a conclusion in the technology. And I don't know why that escapes the Globers. It's an illusion refraction, so it's not actually bending. So when you're going to shoot a line, shoot at the distance between two objects, and you know that there's refraction, you're going to compensate for it. It's not due to gravitation or Earth curve, now is it? So light travels straight. It's provably straight. We use radar for it at locations. We call it a radar gun, for example. So what the threshold is, what I mean by threshold, is that a distance which would be no longer becomes Euclidean. It changes to non-Euclidean, because that's what the claim is. See, locally, it's perfect. I can create triangles everywhere. Put over a right angle triangle here, but as I go over distance, it turns into a spherical right angle triangle. That's the claim, right? So what's the threshold?
So a Glober can't prove. No one can prove that missile follow refracted light around a curve of the Earth and hit its target. That can't be proven, can it? Has anyone ever proven that, or is there some kind of document that said, "Oh yeah, go right ahead, shoot that thing at a mirage, and it'll eventually hit the target because it'll follow the refracted light to the target"? Is there anyone saying that? Is there any baller or any? Is there any information that?
Bacon says that.
That's what they
The other
say.
guy,
Okay, I just wanted to make
Arma
sure
says that.
that it follows it right around the curve, following the refracted light. Now you're bringing up this gyro that you're saying that missile can only go straight because of the gyro.
Well, they're
Is
saying.
that true? Do they have an argument
Well,
against that
well,
gyro argument?
well,
Hold
here's
on.
the
Well,
thing.
they're not saying.
If it's traveling in a path, it's traveling a curved path, but the gyro is not indicating this curved path, because you can take a drone and get it to fly a curved path. We have the technology to do that based on the gyro. But if we have the data that shows the gyro isn't adjusting for curve, it's only adjusting for maybe anomalies like wind or so forth or whatever. But you when you're looking at the information is dead reckoning.
Okay, I think I got it now. I don't know why they would say that without having anything to back up their conjecture that that thing is going to follow refracted light.
Yeah, they say
around
that
a curve.
they don't see how that's not how that will be impossible. I mean, they think that it will be possible according to their model or whatever.
But they don't have any citation or military documents that show, oh yeah, just go ahead and point that thing at mirages and you're going to hit your target, dude.
Yeah, and then no, they don't, and then they try to do a reversal on data. Do they have anything that shows that they don't do it?
Yeah, okay. I mean, they're the one making the claim that it can go around a curve like that, so it would seem like they'd want to produce some kind of evidence for that. is the range of a Sea Sparrow missile like that? Answers. Oh,